For those of you here in the paddock today and for those of you tuning in from live around the world, welcome to Salt Lake City, Utah, to the Utah Motorsports Campus for the final day of action at the 2023 SuperKarts USA Spring Nationals. My name's Xander Clemens, alongside me, Rob Howden, as we follow up what was a white-hot day of action yesterday. Full clear, just a few clouds in the sky once again today. Beautiful weather here in Salt Lake City, Utah. Of course, the highs of yesterday, some awesome racing, a little bit of controversy here and there, but no red flags, no rain. We'd like to see that.
Yeah, anytime you can get through a day without having a red flag, that's a big bonus. There was obviously a lot of talk in the paddock. There was some teammate-on-teammate crime. There was a little bit of action there. We had a number of drivers complaining about rough driving mid-pack throughout the field as well. But as well, Xander, some well-deserved winners. You know, Joe Turney coming through, able to get by, playing kind of the tire management game. He slips by Ryan Norberg. Great job for him. And then, of course, Jacob Gulick. That's huge victory for him in Pro Shifter. Kind of a breakout win for Jacob Gulick. We'll see what he has here today. All in all, lots of storylines. But, again, let's do it all over again here on Sunday.
Yeah, you talk about the Pro Shifter stuff. Got a little bit of intel at the end of the day yesterday. Of course, the big story, the KZ class, both here and abroad, has been dominated by TM engine power for the majority of the last few seasons. However, this brand new IAME Generation 4 KZ Screamer came into the States here just a week ago, and the GFC boys are on it, and that was a 1-2 for the first time in a long time for the IAME KZ engines. And I know, hearing from Gary Carlton, he said his last KZ championship as a driver was aboard an IAME Power. Now he wants to win one as a team owner.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk to Rainey Pearson very briefly yesterday, congratulating him, of course, on that success as well. And yeah, it's always good to see when you mentioned yesterday that the KZ program is that multi-engine format, right? A number of different manufacturers build the engines to the spec, and it's always great to see different engines up front, getting a chance to kind of go back and forth. We love the team competition, the driver competition, but there's always that manufacturer competition as well that makes those multi-engine programs so exciting to watch.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, I mean, we saw that power when he was able to power move around the outside of Marian Kremers down the front straightaway and fully get clear. What a great battle that was for second. And, of course, the next 30, Joe Turney versus Ryan Norberg, a duel of who can make those tires last all the way to the finish. That's the big story in those two classes, running those softer Avinco Reds. We're on the Avinco Blues, the medium compound here for the Sodi Racing USA Micro Slips as the first group, or the full group, gets underway for qualifying. And a good battle in this one. A couple of kids have been standing out in the class so far. You have Juan Diego Garciar's, of course, yesterday's winner, Santiago Diaz de la Vega, Maxwell Macha, who's got a few wins on the season. All three of them were just kind of playing around each other, it seemed like the entire day, all the way through the pre-final, all the way through the main event. And a few were able to kind of get closer to them towards that Saturday afternoon. And as the weekend always progresses, you see guys close the gap to the front runners. You can only go so fast. But that'll be the question here as we look to qualifying. Can anyone else join that front-running trio? We've got the number 30 of Juan Diego Garciar's on your screen at the moment. He's trailed by a couple of the PK Sport North America Sodi karts. You've got, I believe, the number 40 machine of Josh Bergman with him, as well as the number 54 of Zane Burgess. And just up the road is the 42 of Pasha Ali, who has to lead the field around after going fastest in final practice on Friday. His day was kind of on the back foot from the start with a 10th place qualifying effort yesterday, though.
Qualifying obviously key, and we talked to a lot of drivers about that. We're kind of disappointed with the performance they had in qualifying, putting them, as you said, on the back foot for the remainder of the day. You qualify near the tail of that pre-final, and you've got work to do getting your way forward. So qualifying is important, as we know. One thing yesterday, and I love when this happens, Xander, one of the parents came up and gave me another a last name clarification, which I always love, right? I think I was saying Nakawati, but it's not Chawati. You had it right yesterday. And it's Colton Schniegenberg, not Schniegenberg. So if you're out there right now, if you're listening and watching on the broadcast or you're here in the paddock, make sure to get us at the end of the day. We love being able to pronounce the names correctly. So Colton Schniegenberg, we've got you handled for the rest of the year. Especially
for two kids there that were hovering inside the top five all day today. No doubt they could be ones to go to the top of the board, but right now it's that PK or the SLA kart racing Sodi kart of Maxwell Macha that tops it. Same position he was yesterday, leading the way here at a 66.92, the only driver in that 66-second bracket. This group of four is all lined up. Pasha Ali got passed on this final lap, though, so it won't be the best lap for the number 42. Unfortunately, he's once again down at the end of the top 10 in ninth. Let's see how the leaderboard changes. Macha's all the way up the road by himself as he comes across the line. This pack of 4 might best him. 66.7 for Macha. At the line, they will just barely. Colton Schniegenberg in a group even further back. How about that for the Team GWR Energy to break up the Sodi Paralympic powerhouse at the top of the leaderboard?
One of the key things about qualifying here, we talked about it yesterday, we'll start the show off here today with the same thing. They're only getting 3 laps in. This track is so long, 66 seconds for the drivers here in this Micro Swift category. So, again, just about 3 laps. Maybe the faster class can sneak in a 4th lap, so you have to get the job done very quickly. Schniegenberg in the number 17 goes P1 by 27 thousandths of a second over Maxwell Macha, a 66.714 to a 66.741. Both those drivers in the 106.7 mark. Josh Bergman ends up in the 3rd spot, back by just 0.2 of a second. Juan Diego Garcias and Isaac Payne rounding out the Fast 5. Liam Nachawati in 6th, Zane Burgess 7th. Drew Jenston, Paxton Romero, and Pasha Ali was the fastest driver in Happy Hour on Friday, back in 10th spot. Again, we know that the racing's going to be good in the pre-final, but again, starting up front makes things a lot easier when you're rolling through turn 1 and 2 for the first lap.
And just like that, folks, the first class of the 8 total rotation is in the books. Microswift presented by Sodi Racing USA is wrapped up. KA100 Junior, 2 separate groups getting set to roll here down on the grid as they begin to file on in. Again, we've got racing coming your way, free to view on YouTube and Facebook all day long on Kart Chaser. You're watching the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour from Salt Lake City, Utah. Don't go anywhere. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. So as we are about 2 minutes away from going green with the first group from KA100 Junior. Yesterday, Rob, we saw a lot of gamesmanship in qualifying in terms of drivers trying to back off, find themselves a tow, and drivers to run around. They're lined up based off of final practice. That also sets the delineation of the first and second groups in qualifying. The first group to go the bottom half from Friday Happy Hour. The second group, the faster half from Friday Happy Hour. You can go pull out of that first group, but it's tough because at a racetrack like this one that's so power dependent because those straightaways are so long, you want to have some dancing partners to run with. But if you're the only fast guy that had an engine issue or something and you're around everyone that was 20th or on back, you don't really get that luxury.
Yeah, and that's the key, right? We put a lot of pressure on those happy hour sessions on Friday afternoon. It's not just the opportunity to put some fresh tires on and maybe do a qualifying simulation or get a feel for what the car is going to do with that fresh rubber. It's also very crucial in terms of the qualifying group you'll be in both Saturday and Sunday. So, again, as you said, Xander, you find yourself here, maybe you had an issue, maybe you had an off, didn't get a good lap, got checked up in that happy hour session on a flyer. Man, you find yourself behind the 8 ball running here. You have to kind of step up, find somebody who potentially can help you out, be the maybe your rabbit, whatever it may be. But as you said, with that long front straightaway, the toe plays such a huge role in getting a fast lap in here. And it's for these drivers, especially with just 3 laps in, you got to time it correctly. Tires coming up to temperature, you got to make sure when they get to the optimum temp and the optimum pressures, you got to be around the right people that are going to allow you to turn a fast lap.
Yeah, you need to be able to hit that lap again, as we saw in Micro Swift, also on really your first try, because at 3, maybe 4 laps in total, it's only going to get faster as the session goes on, or in the case of the drivers on the soft compound in the Pro Shifter, X30 Pro Senior, and the Master Shifter classes, it's that first or maybe second lap around the racetrack. That's the money lap. After that, the fall off is so tremendous here that you're not going to go any quicker. So you get one chance at it, and we hear that all the time from the drivers in the interviews, how important it is to put yourself in that good spot for that one lap. We saw a lot of them parading around. I don't think we'll see as much of it here in Group 1, but let's find out what it's like down on the pit lane. Alexander Searle and Emery Lyda will be covering the action for us once again, and we'll send it down for a little bit of information. What do you guys got?
Thanks, Andrew. Here with Stephen Miller. Stephen, yesterday, pretty good all the way up until the final couple laps where you got shuffled back to 6, but in qualifying you were top 3. How did you do it yesterday?
Yesterday I had a pretty good draft in the last couple of laps, and for the final I made a mistake and held it outside, and I went to the marbles, and that didn't go well for me.
Yeah, as you look to today, already had a solid warm-up session. What sort of differences have you noticed on the track, or is it pretty much the same?
It's pretty much the same. The track has a lot of grip, and it's really fun and nice. Like, over there, when you have to hit the curb, it gets really loose on you, but you got to just keep it still and keep going.
Are you going to do any parades through the dirt today?
We'll see.
All right, Stephen Miller, if you can keep all 4 wheels on the track today, you should do pretty good in Cage, and you're back to you guys.
That was a chaotic end to yesterday's main event, no doubt, with Truly Adams pulling off a stunner. What a way to get your first win, Rob.
Yeah, for Truly Adams, we kind of saw him there in the top 5 at one point. He got shuffled back to 7th, and then just literally used a couple of kind of really patient moves where he waited for drivers to get in front of him, and the left-hander that leads on to the last part of the last complex of the corner, went an over-under, came through and came out with 4th. And then the exact same thing to come from 4th to 1st on the final lap when everybody kind of got crazy going into that corner, dive bombing each other. So to me, it was a race win that really came down to just having his head about him and patience all race long.
And, it's so cool to do that when you've got such a big crowd around you, right?
Sure.
He had a huge cheering section that almost drowned out his interview. Obviously, his family here, hardworking group, maintaining their racetrack over in California, doing so much coaching. His dad's career speaks for itself as well, and he's definitely got a good second generation racer on his hands.
Yeah, I use the word iconic for those guys, right? Adams Motorsports Park, obviously an iconic racetrack in the history of karting. Troy Adams, one of the icons of the sport as well. Everything that he's done for karting in Southern California. So the Adams name is obviously deeply connected to karting here in the United States of America. And then you get a kid like Truly who's out there battling away. When I did the quick interview with him at the end for eKarting News, I said, what does it mean to you? He said, I won a SKUSA Pro Tour race. It was as simple as that, right? It says what it means to be able to win a race like this in the style he did. And then you throw the other layer on the fact that it was on a factory kart, the American steel, the American-made kart by Billy and Willie Musgrave. It's just to get the win for factory kart on their 100cc program, I think is massive as well.
Oh, it's huge, and that puts 2 SKUSA Pro Tours in a row with an American-made go-kart winning. And for Billy Musgrave, of course, yesterday, his day not so well throughout. But in speaking with him, his dad is new engine builder in Amr Sonata with SRP Engines. He's so busy because they've got more drivers in their camp under their tent here this weekend, and all of them kind of in R&D from the micro and mini classes through the 100cc. Even got a guy running X30 Senior as well. And then, of course, Master Shifter Luis Quinones also getting a dub for the Musgrave Racing Factory Kart boys. So double wins for the American-made chassis. But they are busy. And so for Billy's end and talking with Amr's used to running with, drivers where they get to be able to be fully focused. Billy Musgrave, he said, that guy goes to every single go-kart under this tent and works on it. Wow. And half the time you see stuff fall off on his kart on the racetrack, that's because he was too busy in the pits. He left a protest for, I think, himself to go back and work on one of the mini go-karts and just threw the protest away. He said, I got to go take care of this guy. So phenomenal performance that he's even able to crack the top 10. But how about that for him? And, well, it looks like we've got Truly Adams pulled up down on pit lane. Let's hear from yesterday's first-time winner as he tries to back it up here on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm here with Truly. Truly, what a race yesterday was. First off, I got to ask, how are you feeling after all of that?
I'm feeling pretty good. Just trying to do better today.
Yeah, I'm looking at how you were in warm-up a little bit off, and then in qualifying yesterday, maybe you could find a little bit more pace. What sort of things are you going to do to try to maximize your qualifying effort this time?
Just a good draft partner and just use my friends and just try to get top 3 in quali.
All right, well, Truly Adams yesterday was able to get through the field and win in the final with a spectacular couple of passes. This time, we'll see what he can do here in qualifying up in a few minutes as K Jr. gets set to go. Back to you guys.
There you go, a very focused Truly Adams getting set to get after it once again here as the engines have come to life for group number 1. Again, this is everybody from the bottom half of Friday Happy Hour as they roll onto the racetrack, and real estate will be at a premium to get yourself in a good spot as you can see them all trying to file into line to head out the access road and on to the circuit. We saw Walter Jenkins on that Tesoro Raceworks CRG be one of the first drivers out yesterday, put him decently well in the midfield as we've got a spin already coming out of turn number 1. One driver just went around on the outlap there coming out of the first corner, and that won't affect these guys. They'll be able to get back going, but cold tires to start the day. Temperatures are about the same. Again, you heard from Stephen Miller. He feels like the track is about the same. It's got a lot of grip in it. We talked with Ryan Norberg, of course, that interview from Friday afternoon saying, well, you know, at that point in the weekend, he felt like it was pretty good, and you just don't know what it's going to go. We remember Orlando Kart Center for the opening round of the SKUSA Pro Tour. Felt like it had almost like a gloss that developed over the top of the surface as the rubber continued to get laid down over the weekend, and instead of getting faster, it lost grip. Here on this more abrasive track, we're not seeing that as much. We're seeing the tire degradation because it is a lot more like running across a sandy beach than it is a silky smooth surface. But maybe that is also kind of keeping some grip retained in the racetrack by not letting the rubber just even out across the playing field.
We did see a ton of the tire clag, all those marbles off the outside of the racetrack. The tires, obviously, we talk about tire degradation, working them down. And outside the track, there was an absolute ton. You got offline, and you can find yourself off into the grass and dirt pretty quickly. Drivers here, of course, getting things dialed in, get the tires up to temp. We saw a couple drivers make some mistakes early. Again, when you're talking about really, the one warm-up lap and 3 laps, this is a real focused qualifying run. I really like it, Xander, these shorter sessions. I don't like the big, long 10-minute sessions. Let's get out there, get it done, put the best lap in, and then we'll go racing.
Yeah, it's a much better way, I think, to really kind of stack the field up. Outside of a couple fluke laps off of Slipstream that there inevitably will be in any way, this is just one shot. Everyone's got the same. It's the same for everyone, fair all the way through, and you get a really good opportunity to kind of flex your muscle as a driver because anyone, if they get 5, 6, 7 chances, can probably put a good lap together at this level.
Yeah, even you and I.
Yeah, well, might take us maybe a couple more than that.
I'll take 10.
Yeah. But for these guys, when they're able to do it on that first lap, that really shows you that driver's skill, that they're able to just go out, feel the grip, because, again, while the track, as they say, is mostly the same, it does fluctuate as the temperatures rise throughout the day and fall. So this is obviously an hour removed from morning warm-up for these guys and girls on the racetrack. That's still just a touch different, and they're going to new rubber. So, that, again, you've got to know exactly how far, and you've got to feel that limit on the outlap on maybe your first lap, and then do a perfect lap that goes right up to that ragged edge without going over.
I'll echo your comments about the fact that the drivers that can do it on that opening lap. I think it's just, to me, is amazing to be able to go out there, like you said, get a feel on the warm-up lap on fresh rubber, and then lay down that lap that could be the best one. I think that's just such an amazing talent. Again, maybe even more for the drivers with those other tires we talked about, the shifter kart guys that are going to get one lap. Maybe the second lap's the best. These categories with the harder Vinco tires, you're seeing lap 3 be the best, so they do get an opportunity to kind of get back into the groove. But those guys and girls that have to roll out there and knock one out on lap number 2, I find that unbelievably impressive.
Meatball flag going out for one driver across the line. That could be for a number of things. It looks like it was one of the Nash Motorsports EOS kart drivers that got dinged coming across the line. That meatball flag, that black with that orange dot on it, is a mechanical issue that will send them to the pit lane. It's also used if they do not have a transponder on the go-kart or are not scoring lap time. So unfortunate, and we'll figure out who that is that will not get to run the full session and will have to sit on lap 1 or 2 if they counted. But at least everybody else with 2 laps in still should have at least 1, if not 2 more. Christopher Wakefield is your fastest driver right now in the 831. Christian Garduno on the 809 second. We're following about a 5-car pack led by one of the Speed Sense Motorsports X-Pre drivers. That team captained out of Northern California by Austin Elliott, former multi-time regional race winner, national race winning contender, and on the SKUSA Pro Tour. And he's got his operation dialed up here this weekend along with his rookie Steven Eisert making his X30 Pro senior debut.
Wakefield up top, Garduna in second, Archer Eversman third. Wait for the drivers to come around to put this last lap in. Checker flag being thrown by Aaron Liketz at start-finish. Garduna's gone back to P1 with a 61.804, 75 thousandths quicker than Giovanni Santora. Garduna on the Tony Kart for Orsolon Racing. Santora in second, Archer Eversman up into the third spot. Max Altman and Xander Malatesta going to round out your top five. Jack Grote, Eric Doan, Christopher Wakefield, Nico Sarfati, and Arif KB. Xander rounding out the top 10.
That'll do it for group number one. Group two, hot and ready on the grid to head onto the racetrack as well. The benchmark set at a 61.804, and all of them hitting that from this group kind of on backwards. A few more stragglers a little further away were able to go a little bit quicker here in Greyhound Racing Seats USA KA100 Junior. So they'll slowly file their way through the S's and into the scale line. We saw post-race tech be a troublesome area for a number of our top finishers yesterday. A couple guys coming in underweight. Senna Van Walstein, the most notable, along with Noah Rosser in KA Senior, getting disqualified for just a hair too wide on the rear track width. Van Walstein after a pre-final win in Pro Shifter, and unfortunately for Noah Rosser, following a podium in KA Senior, gets that taken away in post-race tech inspection. So it's not exactly what you see on your screen. There's still a little more hoops to jump through.
That class move yesterday, I want to bring this up at the start of the broadcast, for Peyton Phillips, brought Noah Rosser up onto the podium with him in P3. They got off the podium, and Peyton Phillips giving his third-place trophy to Noah Rosser after the end of the day. I thought
very
that
classy. That right there is a champion's move, and Peyton Phillips, a definite worthy champion, the 2023 SuperKarts USA Winners Series KA Senior champion, chasing his first regular season national title. As group number one gets released onto the racetrack, and here comes the fastest drivers from yesterday, and they all know the importance of 1 to 2 tenths of difference, and if that's the difference you get of following versus leading, well, they are going to be the last one to lead the train. So here we go. The Speed Concepts Racing Red Speeds were 1, 2, and 3 in final practice yesterday. The likes of Anthony Martella there in the middle, Alex Mercado third in line, and in that bright white and gold helmet, Turner Brown on board the 836 SCR machine now currently leads the parade down the back straightaway as they all go 2 and nearly 3 abreast here, with everyone saying, no, you go by, I don't want to be the leader. And there's the racer sign language being given out as well.
I'd be frustrated out there. There's Enzo Vidmontien as well in there, but I'd be worried about a pushback, somebody kind of checking up in front of me. Everybody trying to line up behind these Speed Concepts Racing drivers who have shown good speed. As we know, the race yesterday was a ton of fun to watch. A lot of big players up in the hunt there. We saw a couple of the guys from Rollison Performance Group. We saw, of course, the SCR drivers in there. Stephen Miller was in the fight. Shirley Adams, as we know, coming through with the victory. This is going to be an interesting qualifying run. It'll set the grid for that pre-final. Looks like drivers finally starting to spool things up a little bit, so we'll see how things play out. But again, just a little opening lap, warm-up lap, kind of gamesmanship being played. Otherwise, everybody's Xander now back on the loud pedal.
At the end of the day, you got to play the game, because you worry about being that driver 2 tenths off. They could put you down 10th or 15th, and then all of a sudden something crazy happens on the opening lap and you get taken out and your day is done. So you have to play it, but at the same time, there's still risk even if you're the ones waiting in line, because the leaders went so slow on that outlap, the entire field stacked up, and you're seeing a lot of passing going on. Whether you get passed by the toe or you pass someone on your lap, you're obviously going offline, either to the inside or to the outside of the corner, and it's going to hurt that lap, especially if you're the one getting passed. So it's a big risk to try and play in this pack. You got to have a lot of confidence that you're going to be one of the fastest ones, and at the very minimum, you're going forward. We're seeing that right now with Ernesto Rivera and Stephen Miller. They've been carving their way up the pack, and now they're going to make another pass as Miller goes by Turner Brown. Enzo Vidmontien goes by Anthony Martella. And so I think Martella, unfortunately, he's going to be the one that's probably going to lose this second lap, because not only did Vidmontien get by, Rivera is probably going to be looking to go by at the end of the back straightaway.
We'll see how it plays out. Again, at 61.804, the fast lap for Christian Garduna in the number 809 from the first group. Again, that is the provisional pole time. We'll watch for times to potentially fall. Everybody going quicker on lap number 3, so it wasn't lap number 2 of this run. Again, there's the pass by Rivera, as mentioned by Xander, as he's able to get by Martella, bringing Stephen Miller with him as well. Vidmontien, the driver out front. This would actually work potentially for Rivera. You got to get the pass done back there at the end of the back straightaway through the chicane into the hairpin there, Xander, because you have to spool things back up coming through the last complex of corners.
Yeah, now again, he starts the lap about 6 or 7 car lengths away from Enzo Vidmontien. Stephen Miller pushing him. Miller starting the lap on his bumper. He's got to end it there to at least match Rivera. But through turn number 1, they're in a good position. Granted, Martella, Brown, and Mercado are all in a good spot if they can follow them. Enzo Vidmontien going to be the one to pull the parachute with everybody else getting to benefit off of him.
A couple good laps there on lap 2 for Alex Rantala and Keegan Kaminsky, the 2 GFC drivers. They go 3rd and 4th, a 61.916 and a 61.926, the 100th of a second separate those 2 teammates up into 3rd and 4th. Will that translate? Will they find more speed to go to the top of the charts here on lap number 3? Qualifying almost done here for the KA100 junior class. Garduna still sits on top, but we'll wait to see a number of these drivers jump their way to the top of the charts here on the final circuit. They'll work their way out of that left-hander that is so important on the last couple of corners on the racetrack. Xander, we'll see what happens. KA100 Junior qualifying to wrap up.
Here comes Rivera. He's closed all the way up to Vidmontien. This will be a burner and a half. 61.434, but it will not be enough for the pole. How about that? Get you some, Keegan Kaminsky. 61.32 goes quickest. Victor De Alencar on that Nash Motorsports machine going to 2nd. Alexander Gonzalez bumps Rivera back to 4th by taking 3rd. Anthony Martella goes to 5th. Turner Brown 6th. Stephen Miller 7th. All of that shuffling, and where unfortunately does Enzo Vidmontien, by being the nice guy to lead them around, fall down to 19th. So again, we might look at it and joke about how silly it is that nobody wants to lead, but unfortunately sometimes when you take that risk and gamble on yourself to go by yourself, you pay the price in these draft-dependent, lower horsepower divisions. Enzo Vidmontien's got his work cut out for him as the results flicker across your screen. Here's a look once again at your top 10. Kaminsky, De Alencar, Gonzalez, Rivera, Martella, Brown, Miller, Jackson Wolney, Jensen Burnett, and yesterday's X30 Junior winner Max Taylor completes the top 10. Now, that's, of course, here in KA Junior. Now, Pro Shifter yesterday, lots of stuff to talk about. We talked about the GFC guys. One guy we didn't get to see a whole lot of in the main event because he started from the rear and got collected in carnage was Danny Formal. The RPG Cosmic driver had a rough day yesterday, and we caught up with him.
Yeah, just engine malfunction in qualifying, trying to push the limits of the motor. We're working really hard to make power in these altitudes. So, nothing we could really do there. Pre-final came from 20th to 10th, I think, or 11th. The pace was not so bad, and in the final was up to 8th, I think, and one of the drivers in front of me hit another driver, flew on top of him, and landed on top of me. Ended my race lap 2. It looked like we were having a little bit better pace in that final, at least the first couple laps down the straight. I could keep up with them, so that's positive for tomorrow. But yeah, man, been disastrous weekend. I've raced here 3 times, and all the other 2 times I've raced here, it's been really bad for me. So hopefully tomorrow everything changes around, some rain or something weird, and we're gonna keep working hard. We'll never give up, and super proud of the team, RPG again, proving we're the karts to beat in X30 Junior. Ryan almost got his first national win in X30 Senior. Obviously, Joe Turney being extremely fast. Him and Ryan gapped the field by over 6 seconds. So extremely happy for that. Working with a new kid in Mini, Riley Harrison from Australia, friend of mine. David Serra's coaching him over there. He's doing really well. He had a bag accident in the pre-final, but overall the team had a great day. That's what matters, right? Obviously I want to win. I want to help RPG bring more wins to the table, but not today. And we'll regroup and try tomorrow.
Welcome back here to Utah Motorsports Campus. And again, Danny Formal, always a team player there. You can see him trying to take some solace out of the day. One note, Rob, you pointed out unfortunate news for our race 1 winner from yesterday.
Yeah, I was scrolling down to try to find the pace for Truly Adams. It got to the very tail, 41st. No time laid down by Truly Adams. We talked to him, of course, before qualifying went underway. He was looking to do a better job today. I'm not sure what you can do better than winning. He went in the other direction. Stark contrast to yesterday. Going to start the pre-final, 41st on the grid. Lots of work to do for Truly Adams here today.
Well, we go from that here. 1 minute to go in KA Senior Group B, set to go green. We do have Josh Campbell pulled aside. Talk about a guy having to go from the back. He didn't have to go all the way from last, but it wasn't an ideal qualifying effort for the Ryan Perry Motorsport driver, and he's standing by on pit lane with Emery.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Josh Campbell. Josh, you had quite an interesting day yesterday. Just didn't quite have the pace early on in the day, but by the final, you were able to get yourself back in the top 5, culminating in a 4th place overall finish. As you look to today, where are you looking to improve?
Yeah, yesterday we were lacking a little bit of pace. I mean, we got blocked in qualifying, which pushed us down the order, and from there it was just working our way up. But at the end of the day, we realized the chassis was bent a little bit, so we changed that going into today. Hopefully that makes, or gives us a little more pace going into today.
And so far in warm-up, you notice any big changes through the chassis?
Yeah, the car felt a lot better in warm-up. I mean, I went second fastest, just like 100 off. Definitely feels a lot livelier off the corners, so I hope it continues to be like that.
Yeah, and when you look at the qualifying, is there any sort of strategy you have to kind of avoid getting bunched up or maybe getting caught in traffic?
Yeah, the draft means a lot. It's just about finding the right dance partners and making sure you can get all your laps without getting blocked.
All right, well, Josh Campbell getting set to roll off on a different chassis, hopefully hoping for the same result. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery. There again for Josh Campbell. Obviously not ideal yesterday, but, you know, again, there's not much different, as you heard from his interview, that he can really do. Try and do the same thing and just hopefully end up in a better position than 1 day removed because, you know, what else can you do? We saw how bad Vidmontien went. He was 19th. Campbell blocked back around there as well. It's the guy that can, you know, really get a little bit lucky but also play it really smart at the same time.
First group of drivers here in the KA100 senior class rolling out onto the racetrack to get things underway for what will be a short 3-lap stint. Again, drivers getting a lot less pack running right now. This Sody Kart driver out by himself and looking to get some early laps in, Xander.
Yeah, and that's now as we say that, he's going to pull over on the front stretch and fall behind Noah Rosser's Ryan Perry Motorsport Gillard. So Rosser yesterday went by himself. He topped the boards on laps 1 and 2 in his session. Then on lap 3, he fell backwards down to 9th. And then an incredible drive through the field, got up high in the pre-final, then got even further all the way to 3rd before being just a tick too wide in the rear on the main event post-race tech inspection that cost him that 3rd place podium. Like you said, class act move from Peyton Phillips to give him the trophy, as he absolutely earned it. But again, he's got his work cut out for him here for the 2nd day in a row. He has to fight out of the slow group, and he's just, again, thinking that the best chance he has of going as high as possible is going by himself.
Indeed, Rosser out to lay some laps down here. That was Gino Sandoval, the driver we saw in that Sody Kart early on, who kind of bolted out by himself. We'll see how things settle in here as these drivers now getting ready to put some laps in. Again, 3 laps is all they'll get. They'll get that warm-up lap in the books. We'll get back at it here. We'll see what kind of a provisional time we get. The remainder of the field, those qualifier, who are quickest in happy hour, waiting in the wings, getting set to go alongside Josh Campbell. We'll see which drivers step things up today. That was some great racing in KA100 yesterday. I did talk to a couple of team owners when I perused through the paddock at the end of the day. Many not really happy with the Racecraft mid-pack. We obviously weren't kind of focusing on that. We were highlighting the battle up front. But outside of the Kart Chaser camera views, I'm told that there was some pretty aggressive racing, maybe some questionable tactics as well on track.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the lead pack's always going to be the cleanest because they know they're under the most scrutiny, both from our spotlights and the officials, to try and make sure that the most important parts of the race are kept clean. But if they're dancing the edge or if they're a little bit dirty, you can only imagine how nasty it could be further back down the order. Of course, yesterday during that pre-final, we went to go talk to Sean Bailiff. By just a minute later when we queued the interview up, Finnegan Bailiff, his team driver and son, had already gotten knocked off the racetrack. So that was an unfortunate way. Kudos to Sean for still giving us his time and his intel on the microphone. But nonetheless, let's see who can fight their way out of that mid-pack storm and hopefully get safe. Ayrton Littell was quickest on lap 1. He will not be on lap 2. He's there in that black and white Scuderia Littell GFC, middle of the 3. Behind Camden Remains now in the 980 RPM machine. But Evan Concepcion, big name from yesterday that had such bad luck, of course, at the start of that main event having to come from the rear.
But it was able to turn fast lap of the race and really was the hard charger of the run as well. Evan Concepcion in that number 986. The fastest driver on the racetrack yesterday, out 61.206 right now, just 5 thousandths quicker than Brooke Berry. Zach Meyer, Chris Martin, and Caden Bell rounding out your current Fast Five. And again, all about getting this final lap in on lap number 3, Xander. You can warm up lap 1 and lap 2, but you've got to make sure lap 3 counts.
Yeah, the 969 is Zach Meyer on your screen in that Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic in a little bit of space, but has some rabbits to hunt down up the road. Checkered in the air. Let's see it. Littell, 61-13. Concepcion, 61-11. Just a tick further back on the racetrack than Zach Meyer's RPG Cosmic. Noah Rosser by himself punches into 8th at a 61-35, 2/10 off. This is a pretty tightly packed top 10 for what's the B group, so I'm curious of how those times will stack up. Will they all get bumped by everyone in group number 1? We know there's going to be games we played. In fact, yesterday there was games played between Frankie Mossman and Harley Keeble, a couple of young superstars, both in their second full seasons in the senior ranks. Mossman passed Keeble going into the final lap, didn't want to give him a tow, so he defended in turns 1 and 2, and Keeble had a bad quality effort. He paid him back there with a little hip check at the end of the pre-final going on by. Hard racing, just danced that gray area. I don't think he got a penalty for it, but there was definitely some sauce behind it.
Up front, let's have a look again. These are the two drivers, P1 and P2 right now provisionally. Evan Concepcion, again, fast driver yesterday in the main event, hard charger. Aaron Littell as well for Scuderia Littell on that GFC. A 5th place finish here on his home track. They have a shop here at UMC. They do a lot of stuff to support the Club Series here at UMC as well. Great run for him into 5th yesterday. So those 2 times are really interesting. Again, you talked about it, the guys up front, even Brooke Berry there as well. She had a great lap with a 61.153, 42 thousandths of a second, first, second, and third. And Concepcion was the fastest driver in the main. Where are these times going to line up? We know these guys are quick. Littell finished 5th. Where do these times stack up when this next group rolls out?
Well, we're about to find out here as the fast group gets released onto the racetrack. Yesterday's winner is Colin Lloyd, right behind Harley Keeble's PK Sports Sodi Kart, Frankie Mossman's Tesoro Raceworks CRG right there in the black and orange. And then the guy we just talked to, Josh Campbell's Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart, 4th in line as everybody slows it down, and Keeble is going to just try and wait a little bit. Vinny Miskelis is going to try and take advantage. He'll pick up a couple spots to go higher up the lineup. Looked like one of the Speed Sense Motorsports drivers. That might be Isert also in frame, as well as the 951 of, I believe that might be Persing.
Lydia Small
there. Lydia Small in that 951 Nash Motorsports EOS kart, all in frame. Braden Robertson is there, and of course yesterday's 3rd place finisher Peyton Phillips is there. Pulling off to the side, Colin Lloyd doing exactly what he did yesterday. He's not going to drop 1 or 2 spots back. He's going to go way back. Might be a little bit too far to find some fast drivers to run with, but at least he's not in this mess right here, because this is just going to be a battle central group for qualifying. You can see Campbell back on Miskelis. There was a pass even further back as Braden Robertson went around. Harley Keeble's going to get out of the wayside. He'll let Frankie Mossman tow the train around and line up behind the black, yellow, and blue of Aiden Levy.
Spoke with Aiden Levy yesterday. Actually, we had dinner at the same restaurant in downtown Salt Lake City, and he said everything, nothing was working. He was getting hammered. He got punted off the track 3 or 4 times. Levy, obviously the point leader in this category coming into the weekend, looking to dial things in. And again, look what's happening here right now. These guys are giving up laps. Again, giving up the first lap, giving up the second lap, trying to find the right person to be with for this final lap. 1 lap in? Do they have the first lap in? No, this is actually the first lap coming in. So they're essentially giving up this first lap, getting off the throttle as they are. Man, this puts the pressure on it, Xander. This is what I kind of like about it. There's a level of cockiness saying, it doesn't matter. All I need is the 1 lap. Just give me the 1 lap, but I need to be around the right people. You check up on the first lap. You're going to give up that next lap because you're not coming out of the final couple of corners with the speed you need to put a full lap in. This is all about lap number 3.
Well, let's see what Vinny Miskelis does as the black suit Tony Kart machine leads the pack now with rookie Steven Isert behind him as they head down the back straightaway. I'm curious if Miskelis might try to pull out a line at the end of this lap and bail to set up a 3rd and final run at the time, or if he's going to stay where he's at and just finish this one to completion. Looks like he may stay where he's at. If he pulls over on the front straightaway, it'll burn this lap and the next one. The good news, at least, Eisert's on his bumper. He'll push him down the front stretch. That will help a little bit, but it won't be a perfect lap positioning-wise for Miskellis. It's a good one for Frankie Mossman, though. Let's see what it does on the time charts. Peyton Phillips, Josh Campbell, even better. It's an RPM 1-2, Mossman third.
Yeah, big second lap for these drivers, 60.914. Concepcion still holding on there. 0.2 of a second off of Phillips. So Concepcion and Lytle still there in fourth and fifth. But Phillips, Campbell, and Mossman get some pretty good laps in there. 2:10 separating them. This is the flyer lap, though. Mossman right in there behind Eisert. So we'll see where that plays out. Eisert was not in the top 10.
Eisert, his hands were really busy through the bus stop chicane. I don't know if he's feeling super confident. Unfortunately, this is going to hurt him here on his final lap at full speed because there goes Mossman and Campbell by. Here comes Peyton Phillips on by. Eisert's going to fall back. That'll dirty the tires a little bit. He's got Aiden Levy lined up behind him, and that's the risk of being in a big draft train is if you are just a little bit off, everyone's going to pass you, and as soon as you get past, we've heard it takes half a lap to a lap to get those tires cleaned back off from going on the dirty side of the racetrack. Miskellis across the line there. That will be a decent time to go to the top 15, but how about it for Harley Keeble? Much better session than yesterday. He dropped all the way to the end of that group. He's all the way at the back by Finnegan Bailiff. And now here as they are starting to play around each other, I believe the checkers is out. So that does it for qualifying. Keeble flips the script from Saturday. He goes all the way to the rear, not 1 or 2 spots back, puts himself in a great position, and he puts it on the pole.
They had a big recovery for Aiden Levy as well. Your point leader who struggled yesterday got roughed up in the mid-pack of the group, ends up P2 by just 78 thousandths of a second. So Levy will start on the outside of the front row for the pre-final. We talked about this yesterday. Not the ideal place to be for sure for Levy, but he'll be happy at least to be up there in the lead group. Henry Wheeler with a good run in third. Ryan Persing and Peyton Phillips round out your top 5. Colin Lloyd, who dropped to the tail early, ends up P6. Kane Martin 7th. Braden Robertson, Dylan Archer, and Josh Campbell on those new tubes gets himself to P10. Again, less than a half a second separating your top 10 with Frankie Mossman just on the outside looking in.
And leader of that pack there was Vinny Miskellis. He ends up getting dropped to 14th. Not bad, but of course it's going to frustrate him probably a little bit knowing that he towed around the fastest guys on the racetrack. Barrington Littell and some of those in the second group, they go into the top 20, 16th, 18th, 19th. Steven Eisert there getting past and not getting that third lap in. That was critical. He ends up 23rd ahead of Noah Rosser in 24th. So some fast drivers and some top finishers from yesterday with some work to do in the 41 driver pre-final. However, as you see on the screen there, leading out the next pack of the mini Swifts, the first of the 2 groups there is one of the GFC karting entries. Their leading men there in the pro shifter class, Kyle Wick and Jacob Gulick, had one heck of a day yesterday aboard their GFC chassis powered by the IAME Screamer KZ power plants to a 1-2 finish. I believe the first in team history at the SKUSA Pro Tour, and they were able to catch up with us at the end of the day.
It was a good finish to the day for us. We started the day strong. I tried to conserve my tires and I did a bad job, and I just tried to keep it a GFC 1-2. Tomorrow it'll be a little bit different with Senna back up there, but I feel like our pace is pretty good compared to his, so tomorrow we'll give it another shot.
Fantastic day. First pro shifter victory, and it comes in pretty dominant, controllable fashion. Just walk me through how your day went, as well as kind of how you look to build off of this result going forward.
Yeah, started off the day pretty good. Qualifying was good. Kyle and I were able to get second and third against Senna. He was a very good driver. And then from there, pre-final, I was able to get around my teammate, and then try to drive him down, try to do the best I could to get around him, but didn't have enough. And obviously the final, able to just drive away with it.
It was a first-time win for Jacob Gulick. While the interview might not have shown it, it may have taken a while to sink in the accomplishment that he was able to pull off. However, let's go down to a driver looking to do the same here today, and he's got the best place to do it from at pole position in KA Senior. Harley Keeble, a much easier start to Sunday, and he's standing by with Alexander Searle down after the scale line. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Harley, a much better qualifying for you today compared to yesterday. Yesterday, you led the entire train and qualified P14. Today, you learned your lesson, fell back to the back of the pack there, put it on pole. Describe to me the strategy in that lap that you had.
Well, yeah, I went out at the front, and then everyone wanted to follow me, so I did my out lap, and everyone was still on my bumper, so I decided to roll, and then they all started fighting, so I rolled even more, went right to the back, and it turned out really good. And the chassis was amazing, the engine was amazing. I couldn't thank everybody else as much as I did.
Thanks, Harley. Good job.
Thank you.
There you go from Harley Keeble, a very impressive qualifying effort, and he is obviously locked in on today like many. Aiden Levy is another driver that we're about to catch up with here as we send it on down to pit lane, and I'm sure he's got to be in much better spirits than the way his day started on Saturday. Emery?
Thanks, Aiden. A lot better than yesterday so far. You qualify outside front row. What was the difference this time?
Well, I didn't get spun out this time in qualifying, so that definitely helped being in the pack.
Yeah, I'm looking at the rest of the day. I mean, not only was qualifying rough, you had a bit of an issue in the pre-final and then the final as well, getting knocked off a couple of times. Any thoughts on the racecraft and how you're going to be able to kind of mitigate those impacts?
Well, my goal for today is just to not get involved in any crashes or anything like that. Just make it a good points day and get the best result I can.
All right, Aiden Levy, yesterday did not go to plan. So far, so good today, though. He qualifies on the outside front row in KA Senior. Back to you guys.
I actually, when I was talking to Aiden last night at the restaurant, he actually showed me the video of another guy's video that sent it to him, about him literally getting taken out in qualifying.
Yeah.
Just was rolling into a corner, guy gets behind him and literally just clears him out into one of the left-handers. I was kind of flabbergasted, I'm sure he was, behind the wheel to get cleared out like he did in qualifying. I'm happy for him that he was able to kind of avoid it. Because listen, this is a guy who really has, from the start of 2023, been really one of the guys to beat in the KA 100 senior class. Came out of the gate strongly in the SKUSA Winter Series and really has rolled it through to a point lead coming here to Utah.
Yeah, I mean, Aiden Levy is a very similar story to Peyton Phillips, with a late start in the sport, not getting in like some of these young kids have been able to on screen in the Avinco Tires, Mini Swift, or the micro categories, or even Kid Kart. Both drivers starting in the junior ranks and had to spend a lot of seat time. Luckily, in the case for both of them, Peyton Phillips out of Dallas, Texas, with a very strong regional scene there. Aiden Levy, originally out of Georgia, but relocated over to Trackhouse Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina, with a very healthy club and regional following there, has been able to test their mettle and kind of sharpen their knives, if you will, against some of the best in the nation, and it's turned them both into national contenders. Peyton Phillips' breakout year over the last two, really. This year could be the year for Aiden Levy to score a maiden national championship. And like you said, not getting taken out in qualifying, nothing he could have done different. At least today here, he gets a much smoother start to today. And that's so important in a class where by the time we get to laps 4 and 5 in some of these senior divisions, the entire top 20 is lapping at the same pace.
Yeah, and for me to see Aiden up front there, I really enjoy watching him drive and the way he runs. It obviously has a quality racecraft. He's not the guy that's going to bump and run somebody or punt someone. His racing is really clean. I think that's going to be fun up front, and hopefully we'll have ourselves a really good day of racing in KA 100 and really not see a lot of argy-bargy, not a lot of guys bumping, running each other, or giving hip checks. Hopefully it'll be clean racing up front, and we really have to see the fastest drivers ride to the top.
That's what we want to see. We want to see the best of the best getting to go at it and dance that line of aggression, but keep it clean and respectful at the same time. Now, for these kids on the racetrack here, this is once again a class that was so big it's been split in two. You've got the bottom half from final practice on your screen, putting their first laps in. Matthew Cagle was the quickest out of the group yesterday aboard that Musgrave Racing Company black and red factory kart. He sets the initial pace at a 66.35 here in this session as well, but this group here led off by the 153 of Fionn Shee. It encapsulates, I believe, one of the GFC entries that might be Julian Sanchez, and then another one of the Super Tune USA Paralins involved as well. So a 4-car grouping, all the way back to Jensen Michelke, I believe, at the end of it.
Other drivers right in there: Olivier Chasse, we've got Braden Wagner 5th, Luca Popescu 6th, Kason Hodge, Riley Harrison, Cole Medeiros, Mateo Quinto, all in the top 10 right now, but that's only lap number 1. We expect, of course, lap number 3 to be the fastest, especially these lower horsepower categories with the harder Avinco tire. They're going to take the full opportunity to run this qualifying session to see if they're able to lay it down.
There's Braden Wagner right there, my mistake, in that bright white helmet on the GFC, and he'll go to the top, 65.7 out of that group. So that's the fastest one right now. Here's the 108 Ryan Perry Motorsports machine, or 105, no, that's 105 William Kim right there that just got passed by the 196 RPG Cosmic a little bit further back. So they head on in. Luca Popescu there in that Energy under the Nash Motorsports banner. The blue, red, and white machine is 11th. And Riley Harrison in the 196, the Aussie, leading this trio here as he goes by and tries to go a little better on the third lap around.
Wagner a 65.700, just a hundredth of a second quicker than Olivier Chassé in the 125 rather. Santiago Diaz de la Vega, who we always see running up front, now in the third spot. Fianchi, who was up front P1 at one point, back to P5. So everybody kind of settling in. This will be the lap right now. Lap number 3 will wrap things up for this group here. We'll see who goes to the top of the box.
Let's see it at the line. Jensen Michelke puts a good lap down. Harrison a good one. How about John McClellan? In the 128, he'll go to second. Chassé to third. Wagner gets bumped down to fourth. Santiago Diaz de la Vega, he's moved up. Is that a change overnight for Santiago Diaz de la Vega from micro up to mini, Rob? I believe so.
Yeah, we'd have to go back and look at that. That's an interesting call. A mid-weekend change? Why not?
Yeah, why not? Go for it. Let's go side by side here for a little bit more down on pit lane, I believe. Yes, we've got an interview down with us here for, oh no, sorry, wrong mistake there. We'll go down to it in a moment as the mini slips head on to the back hairpin, side by side for third in that line. That's one of the Paralympians going by Braden Wagner. Believe that is going to be the 125 machine of Oliver Chassé. So he's looking for a little better on this lap. It will not be a good lap for Braden Wagner getting past. Maybe a good one for Chassé, though. He's still close enough to get a tow off of Fianchy's Super Tuned Tony Kart. No, that was it. Checkered flag for Group B. They only got 3 laps in at full speed. So Jensen Michelke aboard the 156 is your quickest going in to the fast group. The mark, 65.33.
And indeed, an interesting deal. Getting some updates here on Diaz de la Vega. We'll try to get you exactly what we saw here. What I'm being told here from SuperKarts USA officials that he was DQ'd yesterday from micros because he became ineligible for micro racing, having run mini in the SKUSA Mexico series. So again, Diaz de la Vega running mini down in Mexico. He moved up and down twice, which you're not allowed to do. He's now a mini driver in SuperKarts USA competition. So there's Diaz de la Vega up in P5 now, a official mini driver in SuperKarts USA.
Yeah, I mean that's it here. You sometimes drivers think, oh, we're out of the sanctioning reach, or nobody will notice that we can go back and forth. We've seen even at other sanctioning bodies drivers try to play double age groups on a national race weekend, but kudos to the SuperKarts USA officials for catching that and taking care of it. Obviously, I'm sure he would have liked to have known that going into the weekend, but hey, he played the game himself. It's his own fault for not following the rules all the way through. They're being enforced, and so now we get to see Santiago Diaz de la Vega in mini, and we get kind of an accurate read, I would say, of how the micro drivers at the front are going to stack up when they move up to mini later on in the year, because Diaz de la Vega, Maxwell Macha, Juan Diego Garcia Arce, they were head and shoulders just a little bit above everybody else. So for Diego Garcia Arce and Macha, I'm sure they'll pay a little bit of attention to see how Diaz de la Vega fares today.
That's a really good point. Yeah, good kind of barometer, right? What they be able to do when they move up and if they move up at the end of the season, because as we know, a lot of the drivers will potentially look at the Supernats as an event where they'll move up. Some want to go get that race win. Others want to jump up to the next level. We may see some of that in the Super Nationals in November at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Second group of the drivers here in Mini Swift rolling out on the track. This category brought to you by Avinco Tires. Jensen Michelke, as Xander said, P1, in fact, a quarter of a second faster than John McClellan as well, a 65.331, the fast time for Michelke, the provisional pole time. But there's probably 20 extra drivers on the racetrack right now with something to say about that.
Yeah, and all of them playing the game well so far. You see that Benek trio hooked up together. Then there's a group with a couple TKG Kart Republics, and then this big pack. So we're going to see a lot of drafting heading down the front stretch to start lap number 1. Off the bat, Marco Romero out of that Benek trio is fast. He goes quickest in the group, second overall. Michelke's lap the only one that holds. Now, let's go down to pit lane for a little bit more information as the pro shifters begin to file in. Emery.
Yeah, Xander, I'm here with Hunter Pickett. Hunter, Yesterday was a pretty solid run for you. Ended up in the top 5. Just looks like you needed a little bit more pace. Have you found that?
Yeah, we're feeling pretty good today. We made some changes in all facets, myself, chassis, engine, and feeling strong. So we'll see how it goes here shortly.
Yeah, and yesterday in qualifying, we saw lap 2 be the money lap for pretty much everyone. Do you think that there's any chance you can get 3 good laps, or is it just going to be that 1 lap and then probably having to pull in?
It's probably going to be similar to yesterday. I don't know if you want to push for another lap, waste more tire for the heat race and main event. So,
all right, well, Hunter Pickett yesterday had solid, if unspectacular pace. We'll see if he can do just a little bit better today and put himself on the front row. Back to you guys.
Solid yet unspectacular. Emery always keeping it real. I like that. I like that down there. But you know what? I think the key thing of that interview was the simple fact that just that 1 extra lap. We've talked about tire management and tire dag on the weekend. 1 extra lap. That could be it, right? So you're not going to waste it, man. I'll go lap number 2 and pull in. I find that very interesting, the fact that just that 1 lap is something that these guys are really thinking about when it comes to the pre-final and the final.
I mean, it could have made all the difference, right? That could have been the difference of about a $750, $1,000 different payday for Marin Kremers and Kyle Wick. Had Wick done 1 extra lap or Kremers done 1 less in qualifying, because Kremers was obviously quicker at the very end. The power was enough for Wick to kind of hang on for second, but even in his interview we heard moments ago, he's like, I didn't manage my stuff well. I was hanging on for dear life at the end and just salvaged a 1-2. So you think about that as you look towards the end of the day. Yeah, we don't think, 1 more lap, what's that going to do?
Yeah, right.
That's a difference potentially of 1 to 2 positions. That's championship points. That's podiums in hardware. And in the pro classes, and even in the classes above the 30 marker like Mini Swift, that's a payday difference.
Yeah, agreed, 100%. And that's what you have to think about during qualifying. It's a mental game. It's not just about going out and pounding out the laps. Again, a shorter session, as we said, just 3 laps getting laid down here by these drivers. So it's not like it's one of those 10-minute sessions where you're banging out 8, 9 laps, whatever it may be, and finding one somewhere in there. It's about getting the job done immediately, just like Royce Vega has done. Xander, he's gotten to P1 here, a 64.855. Royce Vega over Travis Pettit, Troy Ferguson, Marco Romeo, and Michael McGoy.
Yeah, good lap for him there. You look back beyond McGoy. Alexis Baillargeon had a wild ride in yesterday's pre-final out of the lead pack. He's 6th. Murphy Romalo with a better effort today. Yesterday's winner, Lucas Palacio, 9th. Bronson Custas cracking the top 10 here in qualifying with a good performance as well. So nicely done for Bronson. And so we go with Alexis Baillargeon's Bureau Art to hear from, first up, the Bureau Art of Marin Kremers yesterday, as well as along with them, Hunter Pickett on their Saturday recap.
We know where we're lacking. I mean, we've known all year it's not been great, and we've kind of kept it quiet. But I think at the moment we can't really keep it quiet. I mean, everybody saw it go past on the outside on the straight, and didn't really have anything left there. So gave it my all. Was hoping to finish 2nd, ended up 3rd, which is all right, I guess. It's good points for the championship, so that's important for us. So we'll make some improvements. Hopefully tomorrow already, but definitely for the next race, and then looking forward to close the championship off strong.
Obviously, this track is where you're really going to see the power deficit the most. Is it something where you knew as soon as you kind of got on track on Thursday that it'd be the case, or has it just kind of progressively got worse and worse and worse?
No, I mean, honestly, it's been our main struggle all year. You just couldn't really tell that easily, since most of the tracks are a little bit low, like the engine's less important, I would say. But it still makes a big difference, right? So that's where our struggle was. We knew coming into this race, with the track being the way it is, it was going to be a tough one for us, and it's showing.
So what's up? What's going on?
Hunter Pickett, solid day. You had good pace, officially finished 4th. You were 3rd or 4th thereabouts pretty much the entire day. Walk me through how your day went and kind of what you're expecting heading into tomorrow.
We have some work to do, you know. We're not bad, but we're definitely not great. We got to work on a couple things, probably the whole package, chassis, engine, myself, and just get everything better where it needs to be.
There you hear it from 2 drivers, and of course we talked to Pickett just moments ago as well. I mean, it's obviously deflating when they feel like they're kind of taking a knife to a gunfight. You heard from him saying he felt like he's made some adjustments here for today. Marian Krummer's feeling a little bit better as well, and we'll get to see that here in just a few moments of who's been able to do their homework overnight. And the driver that'll lead them onto the racetrack that hopefully can keep the tires inside of the width parameters today is really all he's got to worry about, because Van Wallstein was flying in that main event. Indeed.
It's interesting when you hear those comments of drivers. I talked to Marian Krummer's very briefly last night as well, and he almost in his mindset thinking he's kind of running for a third or a fourth, depending on if he said if rain came, he may have a chance. And I think it's one of the things where it's always kind of a swing back and forth. Some places will go, it'll be the guys like the Burrell Art PSL guys. They got absolute rockets. Sometimes it's somebody else who's super fast. Danny Formal was obviously a rocket at Orlando. It just kind of goes back and forth a little bit. The GFC guys obviously on the top step. Yesterday, Van Wallstein, as we said, just that issue that put him to the tail of the field in that pre-final. Again, everybody focused on trying to make some changes here. We'll see who's made the right ones when we eventually lay down some laps here.
And that's just a product of this multi-manufacturer racing. I mean, KZ, that is our Formula One. It is not spec. These guys are just as much developing the chassis and their own engine tuning, just like the rest of the classes are. But with the engine manufacturers all trying to outpace each other, I mean, that can make the difference. And you show up to one weekend and you might not have the best piece, and there's not much you can do about it. You look at X30 and you think for the most part, and as well as the mini slips, the KAs, that if you get something decent, the carburation can make the difference. And then chassis tuning here, it's a little bit as well of the manufacturer you're linked with. And for all these guys, they're all in for the most part team backed and linked or factory backed efforts. So it's not like Marian Kremers can go out and just throw an IME-KZ Screamer on. He's a PSL Burrell Art TM driver. The same for Hunter Pickett, so they've got to kind of take that lick on the chin and then try and make do with what they can here this weekend, and then do some more homework in the coming months to get ready for the Summer Nationals.
Yeah, that's the layers of intrigue, right, that we love about this pro shifter category as well. And indeed, why that KZ class is just such a, it's the world mark in terms of gearbox racing, and it's the top level of racing as well. You see a lot of the older drivers as well will run the KZ, as opposed to drivers who are a lot younger in the OKN or the OK classes over in the European Championships and World Championships. And again, for me, a guy who started a shifter kart magazine back in 1998, for me, it's always been about shifter kart racing. Superkarts USA, of course, obviously in the early 1990s, it was the genesis. It was shifter kart racing that brought Superkarts USA. So it's always been kind of at the core of the ethos of this organization. Again, that's why we love it so much. And for me, at least, to start seeing those grids come back up, from the heady days of the Mod Motos and the Honda CR125s. We're into the KZ program now. I'm hoping to see, we get back to the 24, 30 kart grids again. Those will be fun times. It happens at the Superdats, but I'd love to see it here on the Pro Tour.
Well, we're not far off at 19 total here, and one driver that saw the full length of the grid yesterday was Danny Formal in that pre-final as they all begin this second warm-up lap here. You go from about maybe 30 or 40% up to maybe 50, 60, 70%, and by the final few corners, they will be at full speed. The benefit of them all kind of being paced by Van Wallstein is they're able to stay close enough to follow him. Danny Formal has moved his way up the lineup. He wants to be up closer to those guys at the front. We saw him have an engine grenade yesterday. That's the second Pro Tour race in a row with an engine failure for Danny Formal. And here's Hunter Pickett. He was second in happy hour, the closest to Van Wallstein on Friday, 3.5 tenths off. How much better can he be here today? He said adjustments on everything, chassis, engine, and of course that nut between the seat and the steering wheel himself as the driver. But they're all looking to go faster than this guy who was the quickest in qualifying yesterday and your pre-final winner before getting DQ'd for track width. Van Wallstein on the karting collective PK Sodi kart leads the way down as we begin that first full speed lap.
Yeah, Van Wallstein, the Dutchman, making his first start here at the Superkarts USA Pro Tour, his first ever trip to the U.S. as well, and enjoying it thus far. Not the best of days yesterday, especially maybe left a little on the table with an opportunity to get that race win. And the little issue, of course, as Xander had detailed with track width. We'll see what happens when the lap times come around. The best outlap, Jonathan Fotolo on the GFC, a 57.727. Jay Irwin, who I incorrectly tabbed as an Aussie yesterday. He's, of course, from New Zealand. I got a couple of messages on that, so always great. My friend Michael Patrizzi down there in New Zealand and runs a lot of the events down there. We see him at the Super Nationals for Patrizzi course as well many times. So Michael was good to jab me a little bit on that one. But so the Kiwi Jay Irwin, who we've seen come up through the cadet ranks, only 14 years of age, still 14 years old, and has done a great job jumping into the shifter kart category. KZ, his debut was last year at the Super Nationals.
Well, we saw Senna Van Wallstein do a third lap yesterday. Does he have to do it today? Right now he does. Jacob Gulick, Kyle Wick, 54 8s and 9s. They put 2/10 on the field. Formal was not good on that opening lap. Musgrave was decent. He went 5th. Marin Kremers was the fastest out of that group. He's 3rd. Van Wallstein's all the way down in 6th. Kyle Wick right now, your second fastest. Jacob Gulick right behind him, quickest. These guys did not go new tires in happy hour, I don't believe, on Friday, which is why on those Miami Sweet Tech motors they were not kind of under the radar. And maybe that was by design because nobody, I don't think, saw them coming. We talked to a lot of drivers. Remo Ruschetti up the road, and that Catalyst driver development at Telkart was tabbed as one of the best. Of course, Pickett and Kremers were fast. Van Wallstein the fastest, but right now Kyle Wick's in traffic. Gulick might get something better. Off the racetrack goes the 231 of Daniel Fellows out of the way and across the line. Anything better on lap 3? Nothing for any of them. Van Wallstein did go better on his 3rd lap, but everybody else only on their 2nd lap quickest. Nick LeDuc also improved to 8th. Van Wallstein to 4th. The GFC boys, they are putting the world on notice right now.
Yeah, the momentum from yesterday carrying through for Gary Carl's GFC crew. Jacob Gulick, that breakthrough victory yesterday, over a 10th quicker than his teammate Kyle Wick. So once again, it'll be a GFC 1-2, a front row lockout for the pre-final. Marian Kremers up into 3rd in the PSL Karting Burrell Art. Senna Van Wallstein and the Karting Collective Sodi Kart goes P4. Giorgio Carrera and the International Motorsports Lenzo in 5th. Billy Musgrave in the factory kart in 6th. Hunter Pickett back there in 7th. The changes not enough for Pickett, the PSL Karting Burrell Art driver in 7th. Karting Collective's Sodi Kart pilot Nick LeDuc in 8th. And then, of course, the Burrell Art driver Filip Nimkovic in 9th. And Remo Ruschetti and the Catalyst driver development ITAL kart rounding out the top 10. Jay Irwin 11th. Keep going back to Danny Formal.
Yeah, Mario Gill 12th, Fellows 13th. Formal, another rough day on that Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic Vortex powered machine. They have been struggling with the altitude here all weekend for horsepower. It doesn't look like the backup motor they've switched to is any bit better. Danny Formal, 14th and 7/10 off, nearly 8.
Yeah, a lot of work to be done again, as we know. Behind Formal, Connor Wick, Ethan Boer, Vincent Cassard, TJ Madonna, and John Fatolo turning just the 2 laps. One of the interesting things, Gulick, Wick, Kremers, and Van Wallstein all using that extra lap number 3. The only guy going faster was Van Wallstein, who moved his way up to 4th. Carrera and Musgrave saving that lap we talked about. Only 2 laps in qualifying. We'll see if that pays off, maybe pre-final or final time.
Well, we'll take a commercial break here from the beautiful landscape of the Rocky Mountains that headline the Utah Motorsports Campus here in Salt Lake City, Utah. The GFC front row lockout. We'll speak to the top qualifiers in Pro Shifter right after this. Welcome back to Utah Motorsports Campus. We're going to send it down here as post-race scaling is just working its way through. And yesterday's winner, Jacob Gulick, stays at the top of the pylon. A kid and a guy really low on emotion, but I've got to feel like he's got to be at least a little bit happy with that performance. Emery?
Yeah, Jacob. On one hand, it's really nice to get a pole. On the other hand, probably not too happy to be talking to me again. But just walk me through your pole lap.
I was good. I mean, able to make some adjustments from yesterday with my driving and able to follow my teammate through and able to get it done.
Yeah, I'm looking ahead to the race. I mean, yesterday you did a really nice job of managing your tires, staying consistent in the final. Any changes on the driving side to kind of maybe eke out just a little bit more?
Always adjustments to my driving.
All right, well, Jacob Gulick, those adjustments helped him go even faster here in qualifying. He puts it on pole and makes another GFC 1-2. Back to you guys.
There you go, Jacob Gulick, always adjusting on the drive in there. And, well, when you've got one of the best American shifter karters of all time as your team owner, you can always be a little better. He's going to see it.
Yeah, the great thing yesterday, again, we saw this at the very end after they had gone 1-2 with Gulick and Kyle Wick. We had that interview with Gary Carlton. You could just see the pride that he had. You could hear it in his voice, right? The voice cracked a little bit with the emotion. When you have guys in your program like that come, to GFC because of Gary's pedigree. Obviously, one of the how long has it been since we had a factory driver actually? I think probably one of the first ones. I know that Ron White was over there for a little bit as a factory driver. Darren Elliott spent some time with CRG as well. But Gary Carlton was a fixture over in Europe as a factory driver in the European program. So coming over here, getting his old program done, the GFC program, and really working with these young drivers. Gulick even talked about the fact that how much he learned working with Gary, and just to see the emotion on Gary, I think was a big special part of that win yesterday.
No doubt. That was a big moment for Gary Carlton to be able to get that and to see his boys come across, especially after, him along with a handful of other groups, they didn't have the best opening weekend in Orlando. Not even, if you take Musgrave out, which obviously that was the big story, was how much of a butt whoop in the 175 put on the KZ field. But those guys were, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. I mean, they were off the pace of the Magic Boys, off the pace of PSL's TM group and everyone else, and even off of Formal. But now we at least do have one driver that is, on pace still, maybe not exactly as good as he'd like to be. 4th today in qualifying for Senna Van Walstein here down on pit lane. What do you got, fellas?
Thanks, Xander. Senna, I mean, first time all weekend you didn't top the board in all the important sessions there. You got 2 poles yesterday. Today, 4/10 off. I overheard you talking to your mechanic saying there's no way you could find 4/10. What are you guys missing right now?
Yeah, to be honest, don't really know at the moment. We miss a lot of speed compared to yesterday as well. But yeah, we're just gonna analyze, check the engines, and see. Hopefully, we can find something and work it out for the first pre-final.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday you told me after the pre-final, the pace kind of dropped off for you. You found a lot in the final. You guys gonna kind of do more of the adjustments the same, or totally different day today?
It's a different day. Like in the final, we were running on old tires, and I think we really found speed on old tires compared in the beginning. But now again, we need to run on the new tires, and somehow we lost the speed there. So.
All right, thanks, Senna.
Thank you. Bye.
There you go from Senna Van Walstein saying, yeah, we made adjustments. We found speed on old rubber, but now it's not been as good on new rubber. The good news is that's the last session they'll have on brand new sticker of Inco Reds the rest of the weekend. And, if you do feel like you're at a horsepower or go-kart handling disadvantage, as the driver at this racetrack with as abrasive as it is on that soft compound, if those guys, Marin Kremer, Senna Van Walstein and company, if they can, push the leaders to go hard but manage their stuff better, they'll have a chance to kind of get back to them, as we saw with Kremers in that Saturday main event.
Yeah, that's kind of the strategy you have to play, is really force the hand of the guys that are up front, that are laying down these big laps. Of course, GFC and the IAME Power has been kind of the hot ticket here thus far on the weekend. So you got to change strategy as well. You're working on the kart, you're working on the setup, whatever it may be, but man, you may have to change the strategy a little bit coming into these pre-finals and finals as well, especially if indeed Senna is correct and thinking they've got a really good kart on used tires as well. Two laps in the books for the drivers here in X30 Junior. Of course, Max Taylor getting a big win yesterday after some pretty crazy racing in that category. We saw contact between Martella and Rivera on the final lap that brought a bunch more drivers up onto the podium. Rivera now P1, Martella, those two drivers that made that contact coming out of the hairpin, now P1 and P2. After 2 laps, a 59.670 for Rivera, 46 thousandths back for Martella. Jackson Wolney, Stephen Miller, and Alex Mercado, lap 2 top 5. But Xander, here they come around to put lap number 3 in the books. We'll see who ends up P1. Inside front row starter for the pre-final.
Yeah, final shot across the line as they go. Here we are. Last chance for X30 Jr. Yesterday's winner, Max Taylor, puts a good lap together. 59.43. Miller does as well. That's a big overnight improvement for the Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic. And now Jackson Wolney and Ernesto Rivera late will upset them both. 59.38.
Yeah, they were hanging back there together. It was Taylor in the lead group, came across first. He was P1, but it's a Rolls Performance Group 1, 2, 3 now as Rivera and Wolney, who are working together, able to go back to the top as they did in lap number 2 of 59.383. 43 thousandths of a second separating Rivera from Wolney, who was on the podium yesterday as well alongside Max Taylor. So RPG 1, 2, 3. Stephen Miller, the best of the rest, in the 4th spot. Anthony Martella 5th. Jensen Burnett in 6th spot. Charlie Smith, Alex Mercado, Alan Bonilla, and John Antonino rounding out the top 10.
Let's go down from them here back to some more aftermath from Pro Shifter qualifying. Giorgio Carrara had some big overnight changes. Looks like it's a little better here today. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, like you said, looks a lot better than yesterday, Giorgio. Yesterday was a bit up and down for you. Overnight chassis change. I mean, how are you feeling now after that chassis change?
A lot better. Already this morning felt really good. Of course, we are missing a little bit to be really in the front, but already, with this chassis, I can fight. I only done 1 lap in qualifying. I think that was enough. I mean, I am P5. I have 1 lap more of tires, so I think in the pre-final we can have a good start, a good first lap, and maybe, go some positions to the front, and then in the final, fight for the podium.
All right, thanks, Giorgio. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good to hear from Giorgio Carrara, and obviously a smile on his face, feeling like he's got a shot at contending for a podium here today. With all that here now, we go from a happy interview to a couple drivers that had one very interesting internal run-in. PSL Karting houses a number of their satellite teams underneath them at some of the farther distance events, including this weekend at the SKUSA Pro Tour, with Prime Power Team driver Alessandro DiTullio being a pseudo teammate to Mateus Morgado in the PSL Karting banner. They had a pretty hefty run-in, and they both had different takes on their incident in yesterday's X30 Senior pre-final. Here's their recaps from Saturday.
Yeah, quali was a bit tough. Just in a bad position, especially for the fast lap that we needed. A bit of a draft and clean air. We were stuck behind someone, and also was a bit off on the pressure. So yeah, quali wasn't great. Pre-final was pretty good. I mean, we were top 3 pace. We were going through the field, making a move for P3, and then got driven off the track, and then fell back to 9th. And the final was not great. The pace was decent, but we need more for tomorrow because we're missing to the front guys. So we're gonna keep working hard and see what we could do tomorrow.
After winning the pre-final, I received a penalty, which I think is unfair. Especially coming for something that happened with your teammates that I think is not correct. But whatever, we take that and we keep going forward. The final, I start 10, was not the best start, was really hard the first laps. But I mean, the pace was alright, was good. Just a fact of fighting a lot, so you lose a lot of time in the first laps. But I'm really confident for tomorrow. I think we can do really good, and I will try my best as always.
So we go from Alessandro D'Atulia and Mateus Morgado to a guy who had a bittersweet day. Ryan Norberg was able to carve his way up to the front, led some laps, and thought he was on his way to getting the monkey off his back and getting that first win of 2023. He still remained winless, though, as Joe Turney tracked him down and was able to just hold him off at the end of the Saturday main event. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, obviously I forgot to pick up the tires for qualifying, so I got a penalty for that. So that pushed us back, and we're starting behind the 8 ball at that point. But we had speed. We got speed all week. It was just a matter of keeping your head clean. We had a few things go away in the pre-final, and then the final, it was just Joe and I the whole way. So I don't know. We definitely got to work on some things to figure out that last little bit. He's just stronger at the very end of the race, and yeah, I mean that's where he beats us. So we just got to work on that, find a way to get just that much quicker at the very end of the race, and we'll be there.
Yeah, a tough day. P2 in the quali was good for us, but then P3 in the first race, Mateus won it here, but then got a penalty because he's an idiot. So a close final again. Credit to Ryan and their team. They pushed us all the way. We've had to work really hard this week for this win today, and hopefully we can do the same tomorrow.
So on the racetrack now with the outlap just about completed in International Motorsport Master Shifter. Luis Gautier on that PSL Karting Beer Alert was the top qualifier yesterday, but he just could not seem to get off the line, Rob. Both in the pre-final, he got swarmed by the entire field, and the main event lost a spot off the whole shot as well.
Yeah, and Luis Quiones took full advantage of that on the factory kart machine running the IAME 175 SSE. He was able to get out front and really kind of handle things. Although, to be real, Gautier did come on to the tail end of that main event. We could see ourselves with a pretty good battle. Right now, he is P1 out of the gate with a 57.126. Robert Fees jumping up into second, your reigning Master Shifter champion here on the Pro Tour, the 57.7, 57.9 for Michael Gouache. Ken Schilling, I'm not sure if we'll see Ken here or not. I didn't talk to him afterwards, after the race. I did message with him, and he actually hurt his back a little bit yesterday, so I don't know that we're going to see Ken on the racetrack here. So could be just 4 drivers in Master Shifter today.
Yeah, it looked like it. When he pulled into that scale line, Rob, he was kind of slouching over to the left-hand side and going at a crawling speed. This is a track where they do spend a lot of time in the air. That bus stop section, that chicane, even here through the S's, you can see Michael Gouache on this SRP factory team Maranello getting a little bit of curb usage there. And anytime you're in the air again, we've talked about it many times over, all that load straight to the driver, and it can really punish you, especially with how many laps these guys are doing straight up in a 20-lap main event. That is a long 20 laps, more like a 22 to 24-minute race at full speed.
Luis Quiones, we're following Gouache on track, but Quiones in the opening lap, a 121 flat, like he just cruised around, just kind of warming the tires up. We'll see if he puts down an actual flyer lap here on lap number 2, 57.004 for Gautier, 57.289 for Michael Gouache, who held back Gautier early in that pre-final in the main event yesterday as well. There's Quinones now in that factory cart, number 632. His second lap, there we go. Now we're back at it, 57.036. Just 32 thousandths. Xander separating first and second. Gauthier and Quinones on top. The battle for the pole underway.
Yeah, this is close here. Gauthier will improve on his third and final lap to a 56.9. So 86 thousandths of a second. 800ths the marker for Luis Quinones to try and knock back down on that Musgrave Racing Company factory kart with the IAME 175 against Gauthier's PSL Karting TMKZ. Through the double left we go for Quinones. He'll send it through the S's here. Let's see what he can put together on the final time, Rob.
He'll need another tenth of a second to see if he steals that pole away from Gauthier. Out of the final corner, across the line to cap off qualifying for Master Shifter. And the third lap, not enough for Quinones. He does go quicker, 56.963. How about 13 thousandths of a second? Separating first and second, the two Luises. Luis Gauthier, P1, Luis Quinones in P2. 13 thousandths of a second. Michael Gouache back by 0.3 of a second. I got a feeling we're going to have a good little mano-a-mano battle through the pre-final and the main event.
I think so as well here as qualifying comes to a close for International Motorsport Master Shifter. 5 minutes still to go before we get green with X30 Senior. There's a look at the overall standings with Michael Gouache improving on his final time to a 57.2, or his second time, being quicker at a 57.2, 3.5 tenths off. We heard from Senna Van Wallstein's start to his day here today, but he lost a little speed, obviously, on new rubber. His yesterday was very eventful in both classes. Here's what he had to say along with his teammate under the Sodi camp, Harley Keeble.
Yeah, like today started off really well, of course. Like we had pole in two classes. I felt really fine with both chassis, to be honest. Pre-final KZ was quite okay. We win a pre-final. Unfortunately, we got a disqualification by some reasons. Yeah, X30 was a bit tougher for us in the race. We didn't really manage to get the best out of it, let's say it like that. Yeah, so final KZ was good. We had the speed, we found back the speed like we need to have for tomorrow. So in KZ I'm quite confident, especially in the X30 we need to find some more speed in the races. So yeah, hopefully we can work overnight and see what we can do.
Well, to be honest, my day was actually a good day. Like, it wasn't bad, but we obviously expected a lot more. And I'm a bit disappointed how it all turned out because none of it was it was all out of my control. And you know, in the end of the day, it's racing. And tomorrow, the only thing that I can fix is the qualifying and just go again.
The grid continues to pick up with activity as our final group for qualifying gets set to go. X30 Senior presented by Speed Concepts Racing. The first of the two groups on grid right now with a few fast drivers in it. We've also got some fast drivers with us down on pit lane in the fast group that we'll chat with. How about Donovan Bonilla, the Mexican Rawls Performance Group Cosmic driver, got his first win of the year at the SKUSA Winter Series. He's looking for win number 2 on the season, and he's with Emery.
Donovan Bonilla, yesterday you had a pretty solid day in terms of pace, but unlucky in terms of getting an incident in the pre-final. Walk me through how your day was yesterday and kind of what you did heading into today.
Well, yeah, yesterday was really bad. I qualified really bad. Then in the pre-final I crashed, and in the final I climbed a bit of positions, but not so much. But today I'm really fast. Third in warm-up, so hoping to a good quali.
Yeah, and in warm-up, you were able to get into the top 3. I mean, you looked really good. Do you think you can replicate that heading into the final or into the second qualifying of the weekend?
Hopefully, I hope to get a good track position, and it will be good.
All right, Donovan Bonilla, he showed decent pace yesterday, just didn't have any sort of luck, but we'll see what he can do here in qualifying. Back to you guys.
A new day gives the reset for everybody. The X30 Pro Group 1 getting set to go here. A couple drivers that fought their way out of it thanks to the gamesmanship in Group 2 were able to start pretty well. Paulie Massimino was hovering the top 10. It felt like all day yesterday. He's one of the drivers in this slow group. Caleb Gaffera was hovering to get closer to it. Rolled off anywhere in the mid-teens yesterday for the rookie. He's in this one. John Burke on that Tesoro Raceworks CRG was up there as well. And for Donovan Bonilla's teammate Laurent Legault, along with Oliver Hodgson's teammate Cooper O'Clair, 2 drivers under powerhouse operations that had drivers go in the top 6 in qualifying between Hodgson and Norberg.
Yeah, I always find that interesting. interesting, right? Because they're literally going to sit down. You know, the carts are going to be exactly the same, essentially setup-wise. They're going to get a chance to sit down with those top drivers, and you know, obviously Legault going the chance to sit down with Norberg, Cooper Auclair sitting down with Hodgson, going over the data, going over the video, see if they can't just fine-tune these young drivers a little bit, right? Find that little bit more. And again, that's one of the obviously benefits of running with some of these top teams is the driver development side of things.
Speaking of top teams here on the driver development and chassis development side, Diego Ramos was the highest finishing PSO karting Bureau Art driver yesterday. He's standing by as well.
Yeah, Diego, yesterday looked kind of pedestrian for the most part until you got to the final, and then you found quite a bit of pace, got yourself up to 4th position, and looked good in the process. How are you going to carry that over today?
For sure, I hope today I can do like a better quali than yesterday. Just try find a good position in the session and put a lap together, because yesterday I struggled a little bit in the quali, and you know, like starting in the back, you not depend just you in the start.
All right, Diego Ramos, yesterday was solid. We'll see what he can do here in qualifying. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery. Let's go back on track here. Dario Vizarro on the International Motorsport Kart Republic. One of the first drivers out on the racetrack here. Paulie Massimino's bright blue and white and yellow Lando Norris kart for Brandon Jarstracek Racing and Mike Doty Racing trails him as they head down to turn number 1.
Get these laps, warm-up laps laid down. We expect these drivers to go lap 2, lap 3. We'll see how they step things up. Tire deg, obviously a key for the drivers here. An X30 senior as well. We saw that a bit yesterday with Ryan Norberg. Just did not have quite enough to find a way back by Joe Turney yesterday in the main event, although he did put a ton of pressure on Turney. Just wasn't quite there. Carburation key, as we know, with the higher elevation here in Utah. Tire deg being one of the deals. Gearing being the other. Drivers gearing either for the straightaway or for the shorter stuff on the inside of the racetrack. So many components enter to the equation of trying to work your way to the front. And again, everybody then, as we said, overnight having a chance to sit down with their team leaders. You said there are guys that have got chassis and setups and engines that are running up front. If you're part of that team, you've got to benchmark. It comes down to the driver at some point.
Yeah, you get at least a lot of advice and a lot of good data to rely on. We just saw Paulie Massimino have one of the cleanest dropbacks I think we've seen all day and probably all weekend, letting Cooper Auclair by. Auclair's lap completely unaffected, and it was good. A 58.42 put him second. Massimino on that lap he bailed on. He was already hunting down Dario Vizarro, and I think he was like, well, I'd rather hunt him down on my second lap. That seems to be the money lap. So he's in a good spot now as he's chasing that J3 comp kart of Auclair. John Burke's in a good spot as well. Back behind them, couple of rookies, Gaffera and Jorge Ortiz on that SLA Kart Racing Sodi kart. New colors and new team for him over the last month on the regional scene, and he's making his national debut on the black and orange machine here this weekend after a very impressive month of March in Orlando.
Lap number 1 was Duchak, Auclair, Burke, Baker, and Salaveria. Gaffera, Schrader, Cicero, Ortiz, and Pernod. Let's see what happens here on lap number 2. Again, everybody essentially counting where they are and who they're going to follow here for lap number 3 as well. Cooper Auclair goes to P1, and then Paulie Massimino, as we talked about, able to go to P1 as well, 57.909.
Let's go side by side here to the mechanic for John Burke on the Tesoro Raceworks CRG camp with Massimo Sanchez-Lara on pit lane. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Mossy. It looks right now like John's kind of struggling to keep up. He lost a few tenths that last lap. How's it going so far?
Yeah, well, we've been trying hard to, have the CRG from Tesoro Raceworks on rails, and we've been, slowly working our way at it and been doing better and better. But, track conditions been changing. It's colder this morning, warmer now. New tires, not new tires in the warm-up, trying to figure where everyone's at. But we'll see what we can do. Drops a lot here, so a little bit of luck, a little bit of head games, but we'll do our best.
All right, Burke's going to need a really good lap here to finish it off as they get set to come to the checkered flag. Back to you guys.
Yeah, there he is right there on screen, the 304 out of Dallas, Texas. John Burke onto the front stretch, towing around Gaffera and Ortiz at the line. Anyone going to improve on lap 3? Nothing big there. Cicero improves. She won't go fastest in the group, but she gets a lot closer to Paulie Massimino, and that's a good boost of confidence because they both have a 10th and a half on the rest of the field. It's Auclair 3rd, Baker 4th, Ortiz 5th, and then the back half of the top 10 did improve. Unfortunately for John Burke, while speaking with him there, just not the quali session he was looking for. 12th ahead of Dario Vizarro, who also led a train around, but behind a number of cars. Dustin Salaveria on the Karting Collective Sodi 11th. Gaffara's TKG KR 10th. Caleb Schrader 9th. Dushak, who was quick early, 8th. Steven Eisert and Timothy Pernod. All those drivers listed quicker on lap 3, except for Schrader. He pulled in after his second lap and sits 9th.
So it's a 58.203 as a provisional pole time for Paulie Massimino. Probably 57.909 looking at his last lap. 57.909 for Massimino, and that was interesting. Top 5 drivers, only one going quicker, as Andrew had mentioned. That was Gia Cicero, 57.928, her fast lap on lap number 3, just 19 thousandths of a second behind Massimino. A 57.909 provisional pole time. Everyone else ready to roll out here. Another 20 drivers to fire things back up, but it's Massimino, Cicero, Auclair, Baker, and Ortiz, the fast 5. But again, quick group rolling out here, and again, there'll be 3 laps to see who's going to start on the pole for the pre-final here in X30 Senior.
Side by side for Jesus Vasquez Jr., Frankie Mossman trying to decide who gets to be the first one on the racetrack. As here is yesterday's winner, Joe Turney, as would be expected when you win on Saturday. Everyone's going to think you're the fastest in qualifying for Sunday and follow you. He's got a train of cars behind him. Alessandro DiTullio, the closest on that black, red, and white Prime Power Team Bureau art. Then the rookie of Vasquez Jr. in third in line.
Yeah, everybody wants to use Turney as the locomotive, right? We'll just hook up behind you and you tow us around. I don't know whether that's going to happen. We'll be surprised to see Turney check up a little bit here, and we'll see some of that gamesmanship happening. Yeah, again, I'm always worried about the pushback, right? When you're diving up into the corner like that, stacking it up, coming out of the corners.
It's just so unpredictable, right? You don't know when one guy's going to pull out a line from behind someone and go to lead the pack, but here we go. This is what benefited Massimino and company yesterday, along with Auclair. Cicero's in a great spot for that. They are almost at a standstill. Norberg saying, all right, you guys go have fun. Later, he's going to go right on by through the S's, and he'll bring a couple with him. Greenemeyer and Bonilla go by now. I think they're going to pick it up as they found a couple leaders to follow. So Norberg's too far away. Greenemeyer, she felt like she was kind of having everyone just steal her lunch money yesterday, and right now she might be giving it to them by leading and being too far back from Norberg.
Norberg into turn number 1. Now time to get things underway. Our final qualifying session of this year's Spring Nationals. This will wrap things up. 4 pre-finals on the docket before we go into the lunch break. Mini Swift, KA100 Junior and Senior, and the Micros. Micros will kick things off, of course, right after this qualifying session. 4 pre-finals before we go to the lunch, but we got to wrap things up. 3 laps, maybe 2 more to go for the drivers here at X30 Senior. And Norberg, the driver who had enough of that crawling through the left-hander, he bolts first. So the RPG national number 1 driver out front.
Greenemeyer here leading the next train with Donovan Bonilla and Harley Keeble in tow on that SCR Red Speed. She just seemed to get the elbow from everybody, it felt like, in that main event. And you heard it in her interview earlier today that, it just felt like there was some of the roughest racing she had experienced. And like you mentioned yesterday, Rob, she's used to the boys kind of trying to push her around, and she's started to push back better and better over her career. That's what got her that 2021 SKUSA Pro Tour X30 Senior title. She's a national champion in the headline division, multi-time race winner, and she was so fast yesterday at a track that she's grown up at between Bonnier Moulton and Mike Beanie with the M-Squared Karting Group under the Speed Concepts banner. Let's see what she can do in qualifying today, as we've just got the first lap complete. Norberg's opening lap, nothing really to shout about. It was okay, but it wasn't anything to really make a whole lot of noise in the top 10 from the first group.
Again, 57.909, that fast lap laid down by Paulie Massimino. We'll see whether or not these drivers on these 2 flyer laps they're going to be able to put in will be enough to go by Massimino. 57.909. They'll put the second lap in the books here pretty soon. Who has placed themselves correctly? Again, it's all about the open racetrack, but also having the driver in front of you who may be just a little bit slower. You can use that as the draft and get that advantage coming onto the front straightaway. Will it be one of the Sodi kart drivers? Will Van Walston be able to get the job done? How about Bonilla to P1, then Carr, and then Van Walston, the Dutchman, going to P1 in the Sodi, 57.617. Oliver Hodgson looking to change his fortunes here. Obviously an issue yesterday. He was the hard charger from 31st up to 6th. He, of course, wants a much cleaner day here today.
Yeah, let's go back and find him. The Dutchman right now is right behind Brandon Carr. So third lap will be a little bit tricky, I think, and he's going to pass him, and that'll burn Carr's lap as well. It's also going to hinder the driver behind in Blake Nash on that Nash Motorsports EOS kart. So I don't know if any of these guys, and Carr's going to give it right back to him, saying,
too, yeah.
You want to pass me and go faster? Yeah, I'll pass you back, no problem. and we're going to have some fun messing with each other here in qualifying. Blake Nash seeing it, trying to go by. Van Wallstein, that was a late move on Nash. I think they're all going to come in. It's going to brake check the rest of the pack, though. Joe Turney looked like he was on a burner, and he ran into the back of Morgado. Now Vasquez Jr., Mossman, and they're all going to bail. Turney stays out, though. I'm interested to see this. I think the checkered flew, and it didn't really change much. Hodgson, final lap, ties him for the pole. Oliver Hodgson ties Senna Van Wallstein. And I don't know how the tiebreaker will fall, because if it goes off the second best lap, that would go the way of Oliver Hodgson. He's put two 57.6s together. Yesterday's winner, Joe Turney, hitting traffic on lap 3, 8th. But for the first time in a long time, we have a tie for the pole award in a headline division here at the SKUSA Pro Tour. Senna Van Wallstein, 57.617. Oliver Hodgson, 57.617.
And only 600th of a second back.
Indeed, just got confirmed.
Yep.
Second fastest lap, Oliver Hodgson, your pole award winner.
Wow, talk about a change in fortunes for Oliver Hodgson. He will be your pole sitter for J3 competition on the comp cart. P1 with a 57.617. Senna Van Wallstein on the outside of the front row. Harley Keeble improving on his last lap, 600ths of a second behind those two drivers up front. He and Brandon Carlby on row number 4, Diego Ramos and Donovan Bonilla on row 3. But you got to scroll down. Hannah Greenmeyer, who led for a time yesterday, 14th. Ryan Norberg back in 16th position. He bolted early. That move did not pay off.
No, it did not, and it was only, Rob, 3/10 off. 16 positions for 3/10 from first back to 16th. But again here, as we get set for racing, we'll continue to go back through the lineup. Again, you mentioned Massimino out of the slow group, 13th. How about some other big names further back? Aiden Ingrata was third fastest in happy hour on Friday. He's 21st behind Baker and Ortiz, a couple of rookies, and ahead of a rookie duo as well in Pernod and Steven Eisert. Caleb Gaffera, 26th. Wow. Wes Duchek, 24th. John Burke all the way down to 28th. We've seen some good runs out of him, so that's bad news for a lot of drivers, and including, of course, yesterday's runner-up and reigning series champion Ryan Norberg, down in 16th in qualifying. But as they roll through the scales, we'll wait and see if we can get a word with Oliver Hodgson right after this, folks. Qualifying completed, pre-finals going your way. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. All right, so here we are back from Salt Lake City, Utah. Pre-finals are moments away from getting started. Let's go down to pit lane from one half of tying the pole and losing out off the second best lap time. Senna Van Wallstein did everything he needed to do. He'll start on the outside of the front row. Emery?
Yeah, Senna you did everything right. You got the lap time in, but someone else at the exact same time, and unfortunately the second best time is the tiebreaker, which you had a third lap that was a little bit chaotic there. So walk me through your qualifying and how you're able to get a lap that was so quick in.
Yeah, again, like yesterday, it was a bit chaotic in the beginning of the qualifying. Nobody wanted to be in front. But I think we quite managed that well. We got a good gap, got a good lap. Only the second lap we got a little bit of, somebody was in there, tried to get me back. First I thought he let me pass, but then he got back, so I lost my second lap of that. Anyway, happy with the result, and let's see if we can get some more pace out of the race than tomorrow.
Yeah, and talking about the race pace, I mean, yesterday it looked like your one lap pace, and really even through parts of the pre-final was rapid, and then come the final with a little bit more tire where it felt like the kart fell away. Have you guys made any adjustments to kind of counteract that?
Yeah, we tried a lot of things. I think we had some problems with multiple things as well. I think we're going in the right direction. So yeah, let's see in pre-final if we're actually going in the right direction.
All right, well, Cinnamon Wilson will make up one half of your front row. He qualifies with the exact same time as Oliver Hodgson, but will start on the outside due to the second lap. Back to you guys.
Well, Xander, there you have it. We talked about the battle between Van Walston there in that qualifying run with Brandon Carr. He went by at the end of the bus stop, and Carr kind of repaid the favor going back by into the hairpin. And really that was the difference for Van Walston. That lap he needed to go quicker. He did not, going back and forth with Carr. That ended up giving the pole positions, taking it away from Van Walston. So an issue there for sure. Oliver Hodgson, though, he's going to be happy with this big time.
Yeah, Oliver Hodgson has to be stoked about it here. Great qualifying effort for him. We'll go down to Oliver Hodgson to hear the aftermath of his pole position qualifying effort, and I believe his first, if I'm not mistaken, at least first in a little while on the SKUSA Pro Tour with the J3 competition. Comp Kart boys, and a much better start to today after being the hero from the rear of the field yesterday in the main event. For Sodi Racing USA, though, let's focus on them for the opening lap, and then we'll send it down to pit lane as we come to the green. Colton Schniegenberg on that Team GWR Energy starts on the pole. Maxwell Macha on that SLA Kart Racing Sodi kart on the outside of row number 1.
Put Josh Bergman on the inside of row 2, P3 alongside Juan Diego Garciares and Xander. Roll him out of the front straightaway. Let's go racing for the first time, wheel to wheel, pre-final for Micro Swift.
A nice and slow start here from Colton Schniegenberg as they head down the front straightaway, looking to turn number 1. And down we go. We are underway for the green here. 3 wide, back for 4th on that 3rd row. Backing out of it last second was that Sodi on the inside. I think that might have been Zane Burgess thinking better of it as they go side by side for 3rd. Diego Garciarce able to get by on Bergman. He'll lose maybe another spot. No, he hangs on over that Paralyn machine. That is going to be, I believe, Liam Nachawati, if not Isaac Payne. So through the bus stop, your leaders with a little gap, Schniegenberg and Macha. A little ways back as we got one off. That's one of the forward direction comp carts, the number 55 of Paxton Romero. A little ride through the marbles on the outside.
What an exciting opening set of corners for the drivers here in Micro. 2 wide, 3 wide at a time, all of them giving each other room. Great racecraft out of the youngest drivers here in the SuperKarts USA program. Schniegenberg, though, in the 17 out front.
Colton Schniegenberg, Maxwell Macha, little gap beginning to form here in the Micro Swift pre-final. They'll head through the final turn on the racetrack and onto the front straightaway, and we'll put 1 lap in the books, and we'll send it down to pit lane here. A very happy Brit. Oliver Hodgson is your pole award winner here in X30 Pro Senior after a tiebreaker. Emery?
Yeah, Oliver, it was a good qualifying for you. You were able to get yourself onto the pole position, and really the second lap was incredible to get you almost there. And then the 3rd lap, this time you got the 3rd lap. Yesterday you didn't. Just walk me through your strategy to stay away from the traffic and how that was able to pay off for you.
Yeah, so typically 2nd and 3rd laps have been really good. Got a really good kart, so strategy for me is stay well out of the way of people. And yeah, in that session was fantastic because I was a little bit closer to the pack. So I had a carrot in front of me, and yeah, lap 2 and 3 really good. Got a very good race kart, so I'm ecstatic to get it on pole.
Yeah, no, yesterday you had a 3/10 advantage on the field in the main event. Now, granted, you did have a bit of a tire advantage because of the DNF in the pre-final, but still, to have that kind of pace is rapid. What sort of things are you going to take away from that? And obviously, it's a different situation now starting on pole compared to starting all the way to the back, but still, what did you learn about your kart yesterday that you can transcend into today?
Yeah, so the kart was fantastic. The lap times in the final comparable to the best in the pre-final, so even given the tire advantage, I still thought it's a fantastic kart. And yeah, just a lot easier, a lot more of a pleasure to start off pole, so really excited.
All right, well, Oliver Hodgson is rapid yesterday, so going from the back. We'll see what he can do from the front here in the X30 Pro Pre-Final. Back to you in the booth.
I'll tell you, if I'm Oliver Hodgson, I'm feeling really good right now. The pace he showed yesterday, the ability to work his way forward, pass a bunch of karts, laying down good lap times. I expect that he's going to be super good. He's got to be very motivated to go into the main end. Of course, the pre-final first.
Oh, what a weekend for those guys. Even early in the week, he felt confident here. And now, I mean, you know, there's no better way to start. You pick up from what was a good ending yesterday, and you start off right on the right foot. You heard it from him there. Timing worked out, had a little bit of a car in front of him to kind of follow and toe off of, and it just all came together. But credit to him. I mean, he put 2 laps within 4 thousandths of each other. That first lap was 4 thousandths off Van Wallstein. Then he backed it up and went 4 thousandths quicker. That's consistent.
Yeah, the consistency there, and obviously the confidence in his kart. Back onto the racetrack, though, the battle continues here. We've got 3 laps in the books for a 10-lapper for the drivers here in Micro, our first wheel-to-wheel action of the day, as I had said before. Schniegenberg leading the way, just with Maxwell Macha right there. Got Garcias, Bergman, Burgess, and Nachawati. Then it's about 2 seconds back to Isaac Payne. So a 6-driver breakaway, not surprising the fastest guy in that lead 6. The guy at the very tail getting the full draft, a 106.1 for Isaac Payne, or rather for... Oh, sorry. That's all right. For Nachawati. Payne was the driver in 7th. Nachawati with the fast lap last time by.
6 cars, like you said, all together here. Schniegenberg hasn't seen them try to go by him yet, though. Maxwell Macha's been a loyal pusher, and just as we expected a little bit here to see more drivers join into the fray, Nachawati, Burgess, Bergman, they've all turned it up here on Sunday, and they have closed the gap to the leaders, where now they're having a shot at it, and this just changes the dynamic. It's one thing to have 2. It's a little bit different to have 3. It's a lot different to be racing against 5 guys all in one pack for the win.
And everybody seems like they've got great pace. No one's really getting dropped off here right now. They're both kind of checking up. In fact, we'll see a move for the lead coming down into turn number 1. That's Macha to the inside. So we are seeing a bit of action up front, but everybody's still running clean and nose to tail. Another move down the inside. Another one of the Sodi karts making a move from further back. I think that was Zane Burgess.
Yeah, Burgess back on by. Nachawati went by him in 1. Burgess said, nope, I want to stay right where I'm at. Goes right back on him in turn number 2, and then the draft to pull them back together. But Maxwell Macha leading the way there in the bright yellow helmet on the SLA Kart Racing Sodi. Garciarce followed him through to 2nd as Schniegenberg faded to 3rd. And we're coming at the halfway mark right now. 5 to go, 5 complete at the line. And at this point here, it's already close enough to the end that if you're 4th, 5th, and 6th, you got to start making some moves forward. You got to position yourself well, and then, of course, hope you don't get freight trained, because it can all go away in one turn. Schniegenberg got lucky in turn 1. Behind him there in 4th on that blue helmet, Josh Bergman on the PK Sports Sodi kart. He tapped his helmet vigorously, looking for help. They were too far back. Had he gotten it, Schniegenberg might be all the way back in 5th or 6th right now.
Halfway point coming across, 5 down, 5 to go. Isaac Payne by himself in 7th. Then Pasha Ali leading Grayson Walcott, and then Colin Kings there as well. That caps off your top 10. Ali, Walcott, and King all going their best laps on lap number 5, as did the leaders Macha and Garciarce as well. So you see the front 2 drivers, Andrew, trying to stretch away a little bit. Schniegenberg's going to get back up on it, use that draft, and maybe get some help from Bergman and Burgess behind him.
Let's see if he can do it here. Again, that gap will close a little down the backstretch, but it needs to get all the way up to the bumper before the braking zone so he can try and make a move. It will not happen this time, and he's going to actually get past. Bergman down the inside for 3rd and clear. Josh Bergman up another spot higher out of West Palm Beach, Florida, I believe, on the PK Sports Sodi, with home base right down the road from him. And he's now got his sights locked on that green and white Paralin for Orgelan Racing, Juan Diego Garciarce.
Yeah, he's made that move coming out of that hairpin. Now he's got to hope that he can get the draft coming up the straightaway and not allow a 2-driver breakaway. Macha and Garciarce, the leaders right now, and then the gap. Here comes Schniegenberg back on Bergman. He may get some help from Burgess behind as well. So, yeah, Bergman, who went to P3, now finds himself in 5th. Nachawati right there to watch. Schniegenberg on the energy gets himself back into 3rd. All this racing, though, for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Sander could allow Macha and Garciarce the opportunity to pull away, but Schniegenberg good out of the pole.
Very good through the bowl. The whole field, you can see that great shot as they go up on the high banks through turns, I guess that would be turn number 4 and 5 going into it, and through the bus stop. How much he's able to roll here. He's looking good in the higher speed sections. He's going to have a chance at Garciarce if he wants it, but he'll push him forward and just stay in line through the hairpin. This time by 3 laps to go for Maxwell Macha.
Macha has set the pace here early on, having taken that lead away from Schniegenberg. Fast lap still belongs to Nachawati at the tail end of this 6-cart pack. But again, wide run there for Macha out of the corner. A little tighter entry into that right-hander there for Garciarce. Does not hurt him at all. He's right back on the bumper coming up the straightaway. There's Schniegenberg as well. Little gap back to Burgess, but nonetheless, here comes Nachawati, a slider to the inside of Bergman. So Bergman, who got his way to 3rd, now finds himself back in the 6th spot, thinking about the inside as well. More racing further back as Bergman battling it out there with Nachawati for 5th.
Nachawati hanging strong on the outside, holds that spot. And now Macha here with 3 to go. When does Juan Diego Garciarce want to go by? His drafting partner in Santiago Diaz de la Vega got booted up to the mini class, so he's lost the person that he worked with the most and the best with yesterday. He's been working with Macha, and that's been going pretty well, but at some point you've got to make a hole for yourself and go through to the lead. And he knows that if he doesn't go, Schniegenberg, he's looking for that big breakthrough race win. It's been so close so far this year on that GWR Energy. He may not be too much more patient, and the rest of that group as well. I mean, we've seen them already. Bergman's made some moves to go forward, gone backwards. The same for the 54 of Burgess, the same as well for Nachawati. What does the front stretch look like for Macha at the 2 to go signal? He stays on the low side, down to turn number 1. We'll pick it up here as they go into the first corner. On the inside for 4th, Nachawati gets through on Burgess.
Yeah, that's back-to-back passes in turn number 1 for Nachawati. 6th to 5th to 4th. Now going to go to work here on Schniegenberg, and lots of time still. We've got a couple laps still to go. Nachawati trying to get himself forward here. Macha, Garciarce, and Schniegenberg, though 1, 2, 3, and Schniegenberg on lap number 7 went purple. So that cart still coming in as well. We'll see if he goes to 2nd. And Xander mentioned now the sense of urgency. You got to make the moves now if you want to go for a race win. P2's the place to be. Let's see if we get a pass. Indeed, Schniegenberg looking to the inside. Not quite done. Maybe a bit of contact. No.
Almost there, but just not enough. They're going to go 3 wide and swallow him in the middle as down the inside, but overcooking it is Liam Nachawati. Good crossover from Schniegenberg. The Sodis go side by side behind him as Bergman gets around Burgess, and it allows the top 2 to get away. That's what Juan Diego Garciarce was waiting on, hoping for all race. It's now a 2-driver mano-a-mano fight down the front stretch. Macha versus Garciarce. He's getting the signal to stay low. He doesn't stay low enough. To the inside and looking, new leader Juan Diego Garciarce in 1 as they battle behind for 3rd.
Yesterday's winner, buoyed by that success, the motivation to keep up front, gets the job done there, but we're not finished yet. Thinking about the inside potentially at turn number 4 was Macha, Maxwell Macha in that Sodi kart machine for SLA. I think he runs for SLA, right? For SLA kart racing for Macha. Again, so impressive at the Winter Series this year at Homestead. Does he have it to go back by? There's one more shot, as we know, through the chicane into the hairpin right-hander. Does he throw it to the bottom? He doesn't. A little defensive for Garciarce. And Macha now trying to size him up here for the final couple of corners.
Yeah, Garciarce low. Here comes the crossover attempt. Garciarce keeps it pinned tight enough. He should be okay. Macha gets to the bumper into the S's. Right here, maybe something, but it's tough. He tries to pin it narrow. It won't be enough speed to get there. And now we run to the line. It could be a last-second slingshot. He's going to try it, but Garciarce takes the pre-final here in stride on the Orsolon Racing Group, and the Parolin boys are fired up on the fence line. There's about 10 of them all pumping their fist. Even more excited, I think, than Juan Diego. But nonetheless, the number 30 wins out here in that Sodi Racing USA pre-final for Micro Swift. Then Bergman gets out in 4th, just behind Nachawati. Schniegenberg 5th, Burgess 6th, Isaac Payne 7th. Grayson Walcott leads that mid-pack. He picked up 7 spots to get to 8th from 15th.
Yeah, Collins King up a couple to 9th. Pasha Ali holding station in 10th. How about 68 thousandths of a second between first and second? Garciarce got the lead. Macha tried to find a way by. Couldn't quite do it on the drag race to the line. Haven't seen anybody make that drag race to the line yet. Really, it comes down to coming out of the left-hander before you go through the S's.
And now we switch from the Micro Swifts as the K100 Juniors get set to go 41 drivers. Keegan Kaminsky on the GFC karting, black and white GFC, will be set to lead the field to green when we come back for more from Utah Motorsports Campus. You're watching Kart Chaser. Welcome back to Greyhound Racing Seats KA100 Junior, headed onto the racetrack here as they head out through the access lane, and it gives us plenty of time to go through a lengthy starting grid. We mentioned Keegan Kaminsky on that GFC going to the pole. He'll be joined on that front row by the Nash Motorsports EOS kart of Victor De Alencar, who turns it up here on Sunday. Alexander Gonzalez will start on the inside of row number 2 alongside RPG Cosmic driver Ernesto Rivera.
We'll have Anthony Martella and Turner Brown, the two-speed Concept Racing drivers, on row number 3, starting 5th and 6th. Stephen Miller and Jackson Wolney will be on row number 4.
Rounding your top 10, Jensen Burnett in the 884 Kart Republic for Chad Dawkin Racing to the inside, and Max Taylor is RPG Cosmic to the outside. Then to row number 6, Shea Aldrich was kind of a sleeper pick yesterday, inside the top 10 almost all day, just outside of it, starting 11th for Shea to the outside of Aldrich. Alex Mercado in the Speed Concept Racing Red Speed.
Row 7 and row 8, Colin Royce on the inside, P13 alongside Chase Pasalia, and then we've got Alex Rantala and Christian Meyer, 15th and 16th.
Christian Garduno and yesterday's quickest driver from the B group, Giovanni Santora, make up row number 9. Enzo Vidmontien towed around most of the fast drivers in the top 10. He rolls off down in 19th. Keep an eye on that all blacked out Rotas Sport Parolin to go to the front as he starts to the inside of Archer Eversman. Then it's Max Altman, Peyton Westcott, Xander Malatesta, Jack Grote, Eric Doan as they head on the front stretch here, Rob.
Field getting themselves into the tram lines to get ready to roll for a 10-lap pre-final to set the grid for the main event. Kaminsky and De Alencar in the front row. Field set. Time to get things underway. Green, green, green. Racing into turn number 1.
Down to the bottom side here as the field goes into the first corner. 2 and 3 wide, a little further back. Still 3 wide coming out of turn number 1. We'll see if it stays okay as they head out of turn number 2. We've got a couple around. One of the SCR Red Speeds, one of the, I believe, Ruthless Karting Express collected. But up front, a great start for Victor De Alencar. He leads them to the bus stop for the first time as it's Kaminsky, Stephen Miller into 3rd, and I believe Anthony Martella in 4th.
And Xander, that's from the outside of the front row. We have not seen much of that on the weekend. P2 able to take the lead at the start of this one here. Let Stephen Miller getting aggressive there as well. Look at the contact coming. Keegan Kaminsky drops a wheel as well. Getting on the steering wheel there, jerking it back and forth, trying to see if he can't gain himself a little bit of pace. A pretty aggressive opening lap here at the front in KA100.
And I think both in the case of Miller, Kaminsky, and Anthony Martella, they realized that was a little bit too much. Miller tried to back up to line up into 3rd. Martella kind of got in line to go by him, but then gave him space at the end of the corner. So settling themselves out early as already De Alencar again heard the engines creeping up on him, and he went low to block. Miller still trying to work his way by Kaminsky. Crossover move out of turn 2. That one nicely done by Stephen Miller, and he'll go to 2nd.
That was super clean as he knew that he had Kaminsky kind of down on the inside. He was going to drift wide. coming through, and just a nice little over under the crossover for Miller. He goes to P2, and kudos as well to Keegan Kaminsky. Probably could have forced the order going into turn number 4, but checked back into P3. Long way to go in this one, obviously. Only the first lap in the book, so those guys up front running clean. Behind them, you got Martella, Aldrich up 6 positions, 11th to 5th for Shea Aldrich. As we got a big run around the outside, and indeed that is the
that's Aldrich right
of Aldrich,
there.
yeah.
And contact still as him and Kaminsky bang tires. Look at Jensen Burnett's dap cart down the inside. He'll run Kaminsky wide. Here comes the cavalry as Miller, a little bit of a bump and run to Day Alencar, got by. Now Day Alencar going right back on him.
Classic case of Keegan Kaminsky getting caught on the outside, just not able to get back down to the apex. There's a wheel drop as well there. And that was Gonzalez, I believe, dropping a wheel over there. A lot of action up front here. Stephen Miller, though, the driver, who's gone to P1.
Yeah, my mistake there on calling that the first few laps. It was Alexander Gonzalez, indeed, that went up to second and led early and started defending way too early. And Stephen Miller said, we're not going to block here from lap 1 to lap number 10. I'm going to make sure of that. And he forced his way by a little bit of elbow grease to do it. But at least he got the job done as Aldrich, for the first time this weekend, goes to the lead. And the pack is swarming. Alexander Gonzalez behind him for third. Jensen Burnett now up into the third spot. Martella is fourth. Gonzalez is fifth. And look at the rest of them all just swarming through.
I'm really impressed by Aldrich. Started in the 11th position, worked his way up to third, then second. Could have likely sat there with Miller and potentially pulled away, but I got to feel that he thinks he's got a tremendous kart right now. Immediately to the lead, immediately to the inside to go to P1. They're pulling away right now with Burnett all by himself as the action battling up there now for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Alexander Gonzalez going back on Anthony Martella, who's going to get shuffled to the wayside as Kaminsky goes through. So does Day Alencar. It'll put Martella down from 4th to maybe 8th or 9th as Aldrich and Miller get the opportunity right now, thanks to this battling behind, to maybe break away. Miller's teammate in Jensen Burnett is on the way forward, but Alexander Gonzalez there 4th, Turner Brown 5th, Kaminsky 6th. Let's see. They could work together right now and maybe go forward. They will not. Gonzalez tries to block. Brown goes anyway. Kaminsky goes as well, and he's going to get himself almost clear. Now he's clear, and Day Alencar around the outside nearly gets up in there as well.
Yeah, Day Alencar trying to run the outside of the left-hander there and not quite there. Oh, man, side-by-side action. This is getting pretty aggressive. Look at these RPG drivers diving to the inside as well. This is ugly here outside the top 10, Xander. They are throwing haymakers into each other. Every time there's an opening, someone's throwing 2 or 3 carts in there.
Yeah, Alexander Gonzalez, at first, I think he got a little bit worried being that high up on the field. Whoa! Way through the dirt. That was Martella down the inside, I believe. And a couple cars get kind of bottled up behind it. The midfield, well, we heard it from the team owners. Now it's looking nasty there. But that all really starts with Alexander Gonzalez defending on the opening lap for the lead. When he had a big enough gap, I think they would have followed him for a little bit. And so for a driver that spent yesterday in the midfield, he's used to just pass or be passed, do or die every single corner. Up front, there's more strategy. It's more relaxed. And so he was driving the lead like he was in the midfield, and the leaders were like, yeah, we're having none of that. And now he's back in the midfield in 14th.
14th now here for Gonzalez, falling to the back. And he just kind of run up front. I think he would have been, as Xander said, in really good position to come home with a solid finish. The 2 RPG drivers are lining up. You watch them go to the inside after there was some action there. And that's Max Taylor and Ernesto Rivera. They're back, I believe, in 7th and 8th. Aldrich has the lead now. Miller in 2nd, Burnett 3rd, Brown 4th, Kaminsky, who started on the pole, holding on to 5th after getting shuffled down a bit. The Alencar just went purple on lap number 5 with a 61.668, about a 10th quicker than Aldrich up front. Taylor and Rivera now run 7th and 8th. Chase Busalia up 5 spots into 9th, and Christian Meyer up 6 into 10th. Enzo Vidmontien 19th through 11th. A decent recovery for Vidmontien right now.
Stephen Miller, again, just like what we saw in parts of yesterday, I think we're seeing a much more mature Stephen Miller in the process right now on the early parts of these races, whereas maybe earlier in the year he might have felt like no matter who was in front, he needed to lead. He's put himself in a good spot, and he's pushing Shea Aldrich further and further up the road. And a big kudos to the Chad Dawkin Racing Group. They've got veteran racer Colin Warren helping as a driver coach as well. And you're seeing the fruits of the success here by keeping that lead pack at a small size. Well, they battled back for 4th. The only driver even within shouting distance is that red and yellow DAP car to Jensen Burnett. These guys on your screen here, Turner Brown, Kaminsky, and Victor De Alencar. They've got going, but it's a little bit too late. 2 seconds back for the leaders at the moment.
Yeah, and Xander, remember as well, when you're thinking championship, there are a lot of points up for grabs here in these pre-finals. If you're throwing things down, trying to make some maybe low percentage moves, high risk moves, you're losing big points if you're finding yourself outside the top 10. For Miller, who's trying to win a championship here in this KA 100 junior category, running P2, he'll take a shot, of course, for the race win before it's all said and done. But P2's big points when your primary contenders are way behind you.
Yeah, it is. And you don't need to win every race to win the championship. A top 5 average is going to get you a national title more cases than not. So second place right now, that's safe. And as long as he can survive the starting on the front row, that'll be good. But we know that, any points on the board, when you have the opportunity with a couple laps to go, he'll probably take it. So 3 to go now, just kind of waiting for that prime opportunity. Once he does make the pass, he knows they're going to lose a lot of time. The longer he can delay that time loss, the better. Now with 2.5 to go, he goes turn number 2 back to the lead. It'll bring Burnett closer, and the guys behind they're itching at the bit to get there.
I was going to say they better watch out for Turner Brown and Keegan Kaminsky. Brown that last time by was almost a half a second faster than the leaders. He's only 1.6 back with 3 to go. The pace as it is right now would get him up to that lead group. He's bringing Keegan Kaminsky with him. So as Miller has gone to P1, he's moved Aldrich back into second. And you can see how close Jensen Burnett's closing as well. He was a couple of tenths of a second quicker just a couple of laps ago. Matched their pace last time, but deep into the left-hander here to close back up. He'll be within draft range too as they work their way down the straightaway this next time by. It'll be 2 laps remaining. Burnett's coming. Miller's gone to the lead, and Brown and Kaminsky, 2 of the fastest drivers on the track.
Here they come down the front straightaway once again. 2 to go now for Stephen Miller and company. Their battle for the lead about to really get back going here. He took it a moment ago. Aldrich staying in line right there, and the longer Shea waits, the closer Jensen Burnett gets, the closer Turner Brown and Keegan Kaminsky get as they come out of turn 2. Little bobble there from Aldrich. You saw the dust get kicked up. He's going to need to toe back up to the bumper of Miller to give himself a shot to pressure him in this back hairpin. Here they go to the bus stop.
Yeah, Brown another half second faster than Stephen Miller this last time by. So that duo of Brown and Kaminsky, they're coming right to the left of the screen there. You can see how close they are right now. They're going to dive in nicely here. Look at this. Yeah, indeed. The closing rate is huge. They're going to be in the draft as they come down the front straightaway. White flag will fly this time by. Miller still the leader. We know he understands how to defend, but he's going to have Aldrich, Burnett, Brown, and Kaminsky hungry to find more positions.
Yeah, here they come out of the final turn onto the front straightaway. Stephen Miller, Shea Aldrich, Jensen Burnett, Turner Brown, Keegan Kaminsky. White flag in the air, 1 to go. They're going to get a big run on Miller by the end of the straightaway, and he knows it. He's going to stay on the low side and block it into 1, and open it up was Burnett. That's probably the last time he'll be able to open up without getting past.
Yeah, Turner Brown needed 1 more lap to be able to throw the flyer. Contact between Shea Aldrich
and Miller.
Wow.
And now he's on the curb, and he's just trying to hang on. I don't think he was trying to pass him. It looked like he was trying to block, and Miller was slower than what he expected, and he popped and around he goes! He bangs tires with Kaminsky, and Shea Aldrich goes from battling for the lead to sitting backwards in the bus stop. Here's the rest of that pack. Miller is gone. He's got Burnett right there, his teammate. They're dueling for the lead while they fight for third.
Miller has a look over him like, dude, what are you doing out there? You're not going to get this job done. He tries to go the over-under. They're going to go side by side. Look at this. Back into the next corner. Not quite enough. Burnett wisely pulls out of that one. Miller's going to cruise through to the race win here. The fight behind for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th is going to line them up as they come across the line. Checker flag flying for Miller. He gets the win. Burnett second. Brown ends up in 3rd. Ernesto Rivero somehow finds his way through for 4th. Kaminsky 5th. It is Taylor 6th, De Alencar 7th, Passalia 8th, Meyer and Vidmontien round out your top 10, a 9-position improvement for Vidmontien. But Xander for Shea Aldrich there, like you said, maybe trying to go for a block, got caught up a little bit, and then at that point was on such defense mode, just trying to hold on. You can see Kaminsky trying to get down the inside into the bus stop to the first left-hander. A little bit of contact, and that tremendous run for Shea Aldrich, which very likely would have been at least a top 5 finish, ends up seeing him fall to the very tail of the field. Where does he end up in the end? I'm trying to find out. I think he was able to continue on to get a couple of spots.
28.
20, where are you there?
Yeah, 28.
But that could have been a top 5.
Oh, man, that just burns for Shea Aldrich there. One little mistake, and then from that point on, he was just trying to hang on for dear life. So here's a look at the rest of the pack then as they scroll on through out of the 41 drivers in KA100 Junior. A little bit of cleanup definitely will need to be taken before we get into KA Senior. Let's take the last look at the storyline.
Let's go to Truly Adams. Remember, we talked about the fact he had an issue in the qualifying. We weren't sure what happened to Truly. Again, yesterday's winner on the factory kart, 41st on the grid, not getting a lap time at all in qualifying. A 23 position improvement. Truly goes up to 17th. He's going to need a lot of luck in the opening couple laps to try to get himself quickly into the top 10, but nonetheless, a great pre-final run for the driver of Southern California.
So the track gets clear, and Truly Adams will get an inside 8th row starting spot for the main. He can fight from there. It'll be a hard shot to try and get back up that win from yesterday, but at least potentially a podium if he can get towards the top 10 by the end of lap number 1. You just got to survive, and that's the big marker here as the engines come to life on the grid for KA100 Senior. Harley Keeble had to come from the mid-teens in that pre-final yesterday, half the distance in the main event, and he made it up to the lead for all about 500 feet, but he did make it there. Now he gets to start from the pole, so Truly Adams got to see how it could get done, and we'll watch as this 30-plus driver grid rolls off here. Harley Keeble, little stall there, he'll fire back up. Aiden Levy will join him on row number 1, and we start to go backwards through your starting lineup here with Henry Wheeler and Ryan Persing on row 2.
Peyton Phillips going to start on the inside of row number 3 alongside yesterday's winner, Colin Lloyd. Then we'll have Kane Martin and Braden Robertson on row number 4.
Dylan Archer and Josh Campbell will make up the 5th and final row inside the top 10 before we go back to Frankie Mossman, who yesterday crashed out of running in the lead pack. A little bit forward momentum going to be needed today. He rolls off 11th alongside a good qualifying run and good day yesterday for Evan Concepcion.
Row number 7 will have Ethan Rapp on the inside, Vinny Miskelis on the outside, a driver we saw in the top 5 yesterday, Tevin Robbins. Starting in 15th position outside of row number 8 is Aaron Littell, who was P5. Great run through the main event yesterday for the local kart shop owner.
Yesterday's pre-final was not good for Finnegan Bailiff, running in the midfield and getting knocked off the racetrack. He starts in the middle of that hornet's nest again today in 17th. To the outside of him, Brooke Berry on the 924. And your top 20 capped off with Zach Meyer and Christopher Martin.
We'll see Caden Bell and Camden Romanes there on row number 11. Stephen Eisert, Noah Rosser on row number 12. Deep run for Noah Rosser, but he was able to drive it up to essentially P3 unofficially after the issue. But a good run for him yesterday. P24 starting spot, lots of work to do.
Lots of work to do indeed. Lydia Small and Charlotte Trainer on row 13. Lorenzo Kaufman, Isaac Gutierrez, Luke Larson, Gino Sandoval, Luke Finch, Seamus McKendry, Bryce Engelhart, and Sam Beswick. 34 cars in KA Senior presented by Nash Motorsports. Harley Keeble at the helm here, Rob.
Yeah, and a big, much better starting spot for Aiden Levy as well, your point leader in the category outside of the front row for this pre-final, a 10-lapper. Just one more pre-final before the lunch break. Mini Swift drivers will roll onto the grid. But KA100 Seniors spooling up. Green, green, green. And not a good start for the outside row. And maybe a 3rd or a 4th or a 5th place position for Levy coming out of the opening runs. But he'll run the outside. He may actually come out in a decent spot. P3 for Levy.
Yeah, good job for Aiden Levy to keep the momentum up on the outside lane as a few more drivers on that outside group got shuffled further down the order, but it's Keeble, Wheeler on the BJR MDR machine, then Levy, then Peyton Phillips, the top 4. Colin Lloyd, yesterday's winner, into 5th here, but a little bit of a gap he's got to make up to Peyton Phillips. Let's go side by side here as the KA Seniors get underway. Our race winner, Stephen Miller, had a crazy final lap, but he's able to get the win. Emery?
Steven, it wasn't the most calm, clean race for you, but you were able to get it done. First couple laps had to go through some blocking stuff, and then at the end of the race there, show me through that last lap.
So the last lap went pretty good. I didn't see him coming, and I turned in, and he drove over the back of me. And then Burnett caught up to me, and we had a good battle on the last lap. I stuck the outside, and I was able to get the win.
Yeah, talking about the final now. You guys have a Chad Dobkin Racing 1-2 on the front row. You guys plan to work together or just try to get as much away as you can, if possible, in this KA Junior field?
We're for sure going to try to work together, and we're going to probably battle on the last lap. We'll see how it is. It'll be pretty good. So,
all right, Stephen Miller looks good in the pre-final. He wins it. We'll see what he can do here in the final. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery. Let's go back onto the action. A lap and a half in. Aiden Levy's then shuffled back to the 4th spot as Phillips went by. And they're pretty strung out up front here to start this one, Rob. Henry Wheeler closing up. He's still a car length away from Keeble at the end of the backstretch.
Yeah, I think that Aiden Levy very likely just kind of happy to be running in the lead group here right now because, again, yesterday kind of mired back there after getting spun around in qualifying. So maybe a little more happy to be running with maybe more of the top quality drivers up front here who know how to give each other room. P4 right now, of course, he's got yesterday's winner, Colin Lloyd, right behind him. That's a decent little breakaway right now because the gap from Lloyd back to Kane Martin now is about 0.8 of a second. Keeble, Wheeler, and Peyton Phillips right there. Purple lap for Peyton Phillips again on the podium yesterday in third. He'll make a move to the inside of Wheeler, move Peyton Phillips, the Texan, into P2.
Well, Harley Keeble continues to lead the way coming out of the bowl here. Let's see if Phillips can get to him at the end of the back straightaway. They'll head through the bus stop, and how much can he close on up for the race lead? Well, let's go to the other half of that last lap battle. Stephen Miller's teammate Jensen Burnett had an up and down yesterday between both junior divisions. He ends the KA Junior pre-final second. Emery?
Yeah, Jensen, pretty much all day yesterday, you kind of struggled, whether it be through just incidents, issues on your own part. Pace was relatively there, but there in the final, was able to move your way up through the field. But here today, looks really good. You were able to get yourself into third, follow the top two for most of the race, and then eventually get yourself in the second. Just tell me about how your race went, how you were able to catch up to them by the end of the race.
We were able to fix a couple things with the chassis, got it to where I really liked it. Then we were able to start looking at the data, start pushing, and yeah, I ended up catching up to the front two, and I figured just to make it look good, I wasn't going to risk anything on the last lap of a pre-final, so now Steven and I can work together till the end.
And working with your teammate, I mean, obviously didn't really get a chance to do that in the pre-final just because you caught them so late in the race. But when you look at yourself versus Steven, what are some of the areas that you feel like you may have the advantage on him as you get into the final?
I think we're both really fast, and I think that we're both going to work together and look at the data, see where both of our weak points are, and it's just going to come down to whoever can use it to the most.
All right, Jensen and Burnett, we'll see what they can do working together as a teammate pair. They'll start 1 and 2 in the final in KA Junior. Back to you guys in the booth.
Shout out to Jensen to try to make it look good for us. I like that. I wasn't going to make the move. I was just trying to make it look good. I like that. Hey, listen, that's maturity right there. There's no need to throw something into the inside to try to make it happen. He's now P2, much better than yesterday. And both those drivers, both he and Miller, very mature, very focused. A good opportunity to stretch away, as you said.
Well, speaking of maturity as well, how about Peyton Phillips here? He's had one, maybe two opportunities to dethrone Harley Keeble from the lead. He has not taken advantage of them yet. Happy to ride there in that second spot. Aiden Levy going back forward here as they've shuffled Henry Wheeler back to fifth. Lloyd up to fourth is also content to ride because they're pulling away from the rest of the pack at the moment. Kane Martin, sixth place, 2 seconds away. Here's a pass for second, though, as Levy wants to get himself back to his original starting spot. Phillips lets him go, checks the gap back to Lloyd, and no blocking there into the left-hander. They'll ride through the S's.
Indeed, good run here for Aiden Levy. Again, we talked about at that start, the outside lane did not get a good punch. He was a little further back, tried to work his way back in, and eventually fell back. Luckily to hold on to a position in P3. Lost a spot, but has got his way back up to second, so it's been a good recovery for Aiden Levy, a stark contrast to the battle that he was in throughout the day yesterday. It's Keeble, Phillips, Levy, Lloyd, and Wheeler. Then about a second back to, right now, Josh Campbell, Kane Martin, 7th, Ethan Rapp, 8th, Evan Concepcion up 3 spots into 9th, and Frankie Mossman has got himself 1 position to get into the top 10 right now. You go a little deeper in the field, big movers coming up through. Not a ton of them, to be honest. Most guys just up 2 or 3, Xander. Yeah, scrolling through. Nobody making up really any more than 3 or 4 spots. So not a lot of guys making big moves.
Yeah, not a lot there as they go side by side for third. There's one move at least. Lloyd over Phillips. He'll shuffle him back to fourth, but yeah, it's been a pretty tame pre-final, knock on wood to this point, at least here in Nash Motorsports KA Senior. Let's see if it heats up a little bit near the end. Now with Lloyd going by, that gap opens up to Levy again, and Levy's going to need to track down Keeble on his own. He's 2 cars back at the end of the lap here.
What do you think about Lloyd as well? The guy's been running with the Magic Kart guys on that different chassis throughout the year. Comes out here, all of a sudden he's with Speed Concepts. Throw him on the OTK. Seem really, really comfortable from the get-go.
I mean, I think the kid's a stud. He has done a phenomenal job all year long in the limited seat time that he gets on the national scene to go at it with all these guys we've seen at almost every single U.S. Pro Kart Series and SKUSA Pro Tour event. and he jumps right in here at a racetrack he's never been to before, and he's up front. I mean, that's very impressive to me, and I think very telling that he definitely, if they can make it happen, deserves to have a place at the table here and some opportunities to run some more big races. And so in the case for Magic, I'm sure they're keeping their eye on and being like, man, well, not only we wish we would have been here to have A.J. Myers and the likes of our normal contenders up front, but having this kid going and winning yesterday, it would have been nice to have him on our product again.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Colin Lloyd, the winner yesterday, as we talked about, running for SCR here this weekend. He's right there, P3. He's methodically worked his way forward. It's been a pretty good run for a driver who started 6th, now runs 3rd. And as we know, thinking about the points, you want the most points as you can, but starting on the inside of road number 2 would not be the worst idea. Here's the first move for the lead. Levy to the inside in turn 1. Book it. Aiden Levy, your point leader, goes to P1. Keeble back on the inside of Lloyd as they go into turn number 2.
Yeah, that was a smart move by Keeble. Didn't want to let Phillips get too close to him. He puts Lloyd back on the back foot, and now he can remain in the top 2 spots as they head through the bus stop. 2.5 laps remaining. Aiden Levy, his first laps led of the weekend. The points leader, like you said, Rob, a bad day yesterday. Couldn't really kind of dig himself out of the hole from qualifying. Now a better quali puts him in the fight, but that's just into the fight, not winning it yet. Keeble back to the lead. He goes to block into the left hairpin. Levy follows. Lloyd opens up, closes down, and he can't do that much more because Phillips and Wheeler are back there again.
Yeah, I feel like the intensity kind of amped it up a little bit here over the last couple laps of this pre-final. Again, this will set the grid for the main. Every one of these 5 drivers has that in his head, too. I don't want to throw this away. We saw guys do that in the KA 100 junior category. We see obviously a little bit immaturity, a little less experience from some of those drivers. We expect more from the older drivers here in the senior category. You don't want to throw away a good starting spot for the main event. These 5 drivers have developed a huge lead right now. They got almost 2 seconds over Josh Campbell back in 6th, who's in front of Ethan Rapp. So really, be smart, run well. You're going to be either in the front 2 rows or on the inside of row number 3.
Yeah, don't throw it away. They all just got to witness Shea Aldridge, unfortunately, see the downside of hard racing there and just one little mistake. So trying to make sure they don't make the same mistake here as Henry Wheeler with a big power move around the outside. That'll put him all the way up to 3rd as Keeble hugs the low side here into the double left.
What a great move by Wheeler. Saw everybody kind of stack it up at the bottom, ran the rim around the outside, and was able to hold right on the inside of Levy, and that just really kind of hung out to dry both Phillips and Lloyd, who were on the inside there, but of course on the outside when it comes to rolling into the next corner. So a good job there for Wheeler, seeing it and being able to go around. Now this battle has brought everybody back into the fight. It was 2 seconds the last lap I talked about. Campbell, Rapp, Concepcion, all back in the fight.
Look at that. Colin Lloyd going to give it right back to Henry Wheeler. He'll do his own power move on the outside, but locks up and through the shuffling. Phillips goes into 3rd, and Josh Campbell out of nowhere started 10th. Wasn't anywhere in this picture at all here in this pre-final. He's up in the mix to 4th, and Frankie Mossman at the end of the train as well. It's about 11 or 12 deep, while Levy is a little too far back from Keeble to pressure him into the back hairpin.
Final lap here for the drivers at KA 100 Senior, the pre-final to set the grid. A lot of action as everybody kind of got caught back up with that big side-by-side run of the hairpin last time by. Keeble's been able to pull away. Levy looks very comfortable. And then that's that next battle, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Lloyd back. He's going to try to make a move potentially to the inside of Campbell. Thinks better of it. A lot of action here on the final lap. Xander, they'll bring him out here. And Keeble able to defend. He goes P1.
Harley Keeble, your KA Senior pre-final winner, and he'll keep that sweep of the day alive as he tries to get that first win on American soil here later on this afternoon. That's a good start to getting himself there. He'll get to go from the pole, and our front row remains identical. Harley Keeble, your winner. Aiden Levy, second. We'll join him on the front row of the main event. And then down the top 10, Phillips, Campbell, Lloyd, Wheeler, Frankie Mossman, Ethan Rapp, Evan Concepcion picks up a couple to 9th. Kane Martin, 10th. Biggest mover in the top 10 was Campbell, up 6 spots. Then you look further back down the grid to see for any other major movers and shakers. Steven Eisert and Noah Rosser, they picked up a handful, 16th and 17th from in the early 20s. And in all the chaos that the KA class was yesterday, that pre-final was busy, but only one DNF.
Yeah, indeed. It wasn't as hectic as we saw. The end got pretty exciting with the top 5 drivers who had built essentially a 2-second advantage. They decided to go side-by-side through the hairpin right-hander and the far back right part of this racetrack. That brought everybody back and made things exciting and really opened the door for Josh Campbell to get back up in the fight.
Impressive run for Campbell and an equally impressive run for Harley Keeble. We'll talk to him in a moment. First up, a quick word from our partners, and when we come back, post-race interviews from KA Senior and the Mini Swift pre-final. All right, we are on the racetrack here for the outlap in Mini Swift. Let's very quickly send it down to hear from our winner in KA Senior, Harley Keeble, standing by.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. You're with Harley. Harley, it looks pretty solid for you all race. You're able to keep yourself in the race lead for most of the first half. Came under fire a bit, but we were able to get the lead back. Talk me through how you're able to get yourself back into the lead and then eventually white line it in through the rest of the race.
Yeah, well, I think they overtook me with like 4 laps to go, and I was counting down the laps after I saw the halfway. And I knew if I didn't go back in on 990, I forgot his name. If I didn't go back in, I would have got done by so many drivers, and then that would have been my race over. So I knew I had to go back in, and then after that, there was only 3 laps to go, so I had to defend.
All right, nice job defending there from Harley Keeble. He wins NKA Senior. Back to you guys.
Very confident Harley Keeble there, and a tactician counting laps down.
Yeah, I was thinking just a heads-up call, knowing that obviously there's a bunch of drivers there that were ready to get on him. The minute you get caught out, as we talked about that, if you get caught out and got a driver inside you and you can't get back to the apex, you're going to get guys diving on your left and right. So that move, maybe even though it was a little bit of high risk, to get back by Peyton Phillips to get himself back into second was crucial to be able to get him to go back up front. That was a wise move, got aggressive, and was able to get the job done.
And just like Harley said, you got to do it when you have so many guys in the game playing with you. There was 5 in that pack. There might be as many as 9 or 10 here because race winner Lucas Palacio on screen in the 102 starts in 9th. The pole is a Bennick for Royce Vega, a Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic for Travis Pettit. Troy Ferguson and Marco Romero complete the Bennick 1-3-4 duo with a lock on row 2. It's Michael McGoy, Alexis Bayarjan, Tristan Murphy, Mateus Romolo, Palacio, and Bronson Custas, your top 10, and a slow start. But it looks like, I guess, yeah, that one's weird, but it's green. And Bayarjan, again, that poor kid just can't stay out of the sand. He got knocked out of the inside.
And the tough deal there was Royce Vega brought it down so slowly that it really hurt his teammate Troy Ferguson, who is still, I think, trying to get that engine to spool up all the way to the tail, I believe, for Troy Ferguson from P2. You saw everybody diving across on the outside line. That is tough. Is that Ferguson there? Whatever, one of the
Romero.
drivers. That was
Yeah.
Romero. That's Romero.
You're right about Ferguson. We got one off. Matthew Cagle and the Musgrave Racing factory carts off out of turn number 5. But indeed, Troy Ferguson is nowhere to be found here in this leading group. It's Vega over Romero, Pettit. Then you've got the Sodi cart. I believe that might be Mateus Romalo there. Then Bayarjan to round off your top 5. So a big shakeup with how slow Royce Vega brought them down to the line.
Yeah, Marco Romero is 4th coming back across. The other Bennett driver able to get into the position. But, wow, good start there for Vegas. They're pulling away. But I'm sure that'll be controversial, the slow pace coming to the line. There will be a lot of mechanics happy and all about that. Lap 1 in the books, 9 more to go here for this pre-final for the drivers in Mini Swift. We'll head into the lunch break after this, scheduled to come back at 12:30 this afternoon. Pro Shifters will lead up the 4 remaining pre-finals we have before we go main event racing for round 4 of this year's Spring Nationals at 1:30 this afternoon here Mountain Time. But up front, the battle settling in. The Bennix run 1-2, and I believe that's Travis Pettit with a good start as well. Xander working his way up into 3rd.
Yeah, a great start for Pettit from the outside of the front row to survive that start. Let's go side by side for some more info from that KA Senior pre-final. Peyton Phillips just was, 2nd to 3rd to 4th to 5th and back, but not really enough to be able to fight for the win. He's close, and he's with Emery.
Yeah, Peyton Phillips. Peyton, it looked good for you for most of the pre-final, and then it went on. You were kind of shuffled back to the back of that group, found yourself back to 3rd by the end of it. Just talk to me about what you feel like you need before the final to get up to maybe lead for most of that race.
I thought our pace was good. Just kind of managed the tires a bit because yesterday we seemed to struggle a bit mid-race in. So, yeah, got a bit lucky on the last lap that Lloyd got hit. Yeah, I kind of think just mostly the tire pressure for the final.
Yeah, and we saw at some point or another pretty much everyone in that group try to go to the outside when Keeble was white lining, and for the most part it didn't really work out. Is that something that you kind of consider in the final when it comes to just positioning yourself in that pack to where you're not disadvantaged by trying to do different crossovers?
You have to know how many people are in the pack. In a pack like 5, you can't try it. 3, it's sketchy, but it cannot kind of work. Yeah.
All right, well, different packs lead to different results. Peyton Phillips was able to work his way up into the middle part of that and finish in 3rd. He has a good pre-final. We'll see what he can do in the final. Back to you guys.
I'm pumped about that final event. I think the KA100 final is going to be good. I don't think any one of the Americans want to let Harley Keeble win, which I think is good. You want to kind of battle back that foreign invader, if you will. And I think a lot of guys like Phillips, I think he's got a good hot rod. He looked really good yesterday. Was 4th on the track, ended up moving to P3 after the Rosser issue. I think Phillips is getting ready to go at it. Colin Lloyd as well. I think a lot of guys are ready to go for the front in that category.
Yeah, the KA guys, I mean, we know it's so rare that we ever get any kind of a breakaway in that division. It's almost always a group of 4 to 5 of them. The little bit of tow kind of keeps them together. It keeps it enticing. It keeps it fun for us to watch, and no different for the minis on screen. Travis Pettit, your new leader over Marco Romero and Alexis Bayarjan. Pullman Royce Vega's back. Look at that move by Romero into the bus stop, and it's going to really put Pettit on the back foot, and he goes back to 4th. They continue to shuffle as we go back down for some more. Let's hear from Josh Campbell here. Emery?
Yeah, Josh was not the qualifying you were looking for. You ended up in 10th, but come race time, you were up there. You were able to get yourself up into 4th by the end of the race. And really, by the end of it, it looked like you had the best pace of anyone. So just tell me about how you were able to find that extra pace between qualifying and the pre-final.
Yeah, the pace or the position in qualifying didn't really show our pace. I messed it up again, had a pass on the last lap. But we knew the race pace was better. It always is. But we got stuck in 6th for a while, and then we were able to make a couple move on the last lap, which was good.
Yeah, and like I was telling Peyton, obviously you have a big pack, and a lot of guys tried to make the crossovers work, and it didn't quite happen for them. If you get into the same situation in the final where you're trying to catching up to the pack from a few seconds back and you find yourself in that situation, is there anything you'd probably do differently next time around?
Yeah, I mean, it changes every time. I mean, turn 1 down there, I tried to go around the outside. It didn't hurt me or it didn't help me at all. So it's just about what position you're in and where you're at and obviously who you're battling.
All right, well, Josh Campbell, a great run to overcome what was a poor qualifying effort for him. We'll see what he can do here in the final, which will be a lot longer, 20 laps the distance. We'll get you guys set back to the Mini Swift action. Rob and Xander.
Thank you, Emery. Look at this. Wow, the action indeed. We were 3 wide for a moment ago. Now we're single file again. This pack is 9 deep here, it looks like, as they come onto the front stretch. Alexis Bayarjan, Saturday, forget about it. He leads them down to turn number 1 on the Beryl Art.
Yeah, the Beryl Art driver to the P1 position, almost 0.2 of a second across the line, but the draft bringing Romero right back into the fight. Romero runs in the second position, Michael McGoy third, Royce Vega in the fourth spot, Ashton Woon fifth, Travis Pettit, who led for a time, got shuffled back. He currently runs sixth. Mateus Ramalho seventh. Bronson Kustas up a couple of spots to eighth. Lucas Palacio holding station in ninth. Yesterday's winner back P9 right now, although he did just turn his fast lap, but he's 2 seconds off the leaders right now. And Braden Wagner, good run for Braden on the GFC, up 6 spots, Xander into the top 10.
Yeah, Braden Wagner's GFC is moving right now. He set his personal best last time by. Wasn't far off the leaders, and if they fight like this, well, he might get a little bit better. Marco Romero back to the lead. Bayarjan second. McGoy on the RPM Nitro kart still third. They're also 2x2 further back. That could open the door for these guys to pull away, because fifth is a mad dash right now. That super tuned Paralin of Ashton Woon now leads the grouping. Ramalho behind. Palacio, yesterday's winner, and the kid who's been the kid to beat in Mini all year, still trapped back there. He's seventh.
Yeah, exactly. Trapped as is. There comes McGoy. He's going to go to the inside now. Balageron, he does get the spot. So McGoy now into the second position. Romero still holding station there. And more racing side by side. One of the drivers up front there. Was that Ramalho potentially got shuffled out? Yep.
Indeed. Mateus Ramalho on that PK Sports Sodi kart getting pushed to the wayside. He'll drop down to ninth. Palacio now inherits that fifth position. So Lucas Palacio, I mentioned he was still trapped back there. Trapped no more. He leads the pack. We'll see if they follow him back forward as the leaders. Do we battle? We will. 2x2 to the hairpin. McGoy for the lead. Vega and Bayarjan around into the dirt again. And the Premier Karting PSL Karting Beryl Art of Alexis Bayarjan for the second day in a row here in a pre-final ends up facing the wrong direction.
Zero luck for Alexis going to the tail. Not all the way to the tail of the field at this point. We'll see how bad it actually is. Lap 7 in the books this time by 3 laps remaining, so we'll have a new look top 10. Romero, McGoy, Vega, Palacio, and Woon. Palacio, we talked about him locked down there in 7th. A little bit of luck and a little bit of craziness. He finds himself back up into 4th position. So Palacio P4, Woon 5th, Pettit, Ramalho, Kustas, Murphy, and Wagner as Tristan Murphy, your point leader, scrapping his way back into the top 10.
And while it sucks for Alexis Bayarjan, that move there that bottled them all up, that really was what that second pack needed to kind of connect back up to the leaders. Marco Romero and Michael McGoy get a little bit of a gap, but they're still not out of reach. Palacio now is able to get to the bumper of Royce Vega. Here he comes through the chicane, down the backstretch, and Vega's going to block on the inside here with 3 to go. So Palacio, it's not going to be easy. Vega knows he's there, and he's going to keep him at bay for now.
That's going to bring Ashton Woon back in as well there on the number 195. The defensive run down the inside for Royce Vega, although it did defend on Palacio, has also brought Woon back into the equation. And up front, again, Romero, who has been very good there in that Abendic machine, leading the way. But I'll tell you, Michael McGoy looks very strong. Will he go to the inside in 1? Thinks about it. Waiting. Slider to the inside. Wow, a lot of patience there. Just waiting for Romero to open up for the corner.
Just enough for a car width, but now he leaves a car width. Then Romero gets him back in turn 2. Nearly a crossover, and behind them, Palacio, I believe, did the same thing to Vega. Waited for him to give him just a car width of room. He takes it, gets to 3rd. It's Romero, McGoy, Palacio, then Vega, then Ashton Woon, who's joined the fray in that 5th position. With a lap and a half to go, Marco Romero down the backstretch has a gap. That gap will evaporate, but not in time, so he can take the normal line as Palacio has to block from Vega.
I'll tell you, this run forward for Palacio, really an example of patience. Just kind of bided his time a little bit here. He'll lose the spot as Vega goes back by to the inside of him. I think more so, Palacio was hoping to find his way back up to the leaders. He was asking for help, but no. Vega wanted to go back by to P3. So the leaders back onto the front straightaway. Let's see what McGoy has got for Romero, who went back to the lead. White flag flying this time by final lap here in the pre-final.
Romero knows that if he leaves even a car width, McGoy will go back on him, but now McGoy with a crossover nearly gets clear, does get clear by turn number 2. A slick crossover by Michael McGoy. Palacio got back around Vega for 3rd, and they are swarming for P4, so Palacio's going to get home free. Michael McGoy, your leader, to the bus stop for the final time.
And don't count out Palacio yet. They'll work their way through the bus stop. Can he get close enough to potentially capitalize on what could be an exciting last lap here for both Romero and McGoy, who leads the way through the chicane down into the right-hand hairpin.
Down to the bottom side for Michael McGoy, to the outside for Marco Romero. Palacio getting ever closer there in the background. Romero with that crossover, he's clear. New leader Marco Romero. Now he's going to go wide. McGoy alongside. They're going to go side by side to the S's. It gets tight here. They've got to give room. Palacio goes to second. Romero's going to block low, and Palacio follows.
Palacio with a better angle coming through the corner. How about a drag race to the line? Does he get some help? Who's it going to be at the line? Not by much. Romero by 46 thousandths of a second. If McGoy had a little bit of, Palacio had some more help from McGoy, he might have snuck through. 600ths of a second separating the top three. Palacio closed back up, and I expected some, a little bit of action between Romero and McGoy. Palacio indeed able to capitalize.
But that was a clean bit of action from McGoy and Romero. Very cool to see the Minis putting on a good show, as they always do. Vega, Woon, there you look further back for some of the drivers that ended up a little bit further down the order. Matthew Cagle we saw go off, Julian Sanchez, Mateo Richter, a handful of drivers there going off the racetrack at the end of it, but some big movers in the midfield. How about the lower teams there, Rob?
Yeah, William Kim up 12 spots, split the difference from 24th up into 12th, and Jensen Michelke as well, 13 into 14th. So an outside row 7 starting spot for Michelke as well.
So a good mini pre-final here, and a much-needed one after a very rough and tumbly one yesterday morning. We've got the lunch break coming up at 30 past, top of the hour, wherever you're at. We will be back. That's 2:30 Eastern, 12:30 Mountain Time, and 11:30 Pacific. We'll begin the second half of the pre-finals, kicking things off with Pro Shifter, and all the way through the main events. Get yourself something to eat and find a good place to watch racing coming your way here from Utah. Welcome back to Salt Lake City, Utah for the final leg of the action for the 2023 SuperKarts USA Spring Nationals as the pro shifters get the engines powered up and roll off the starting grid. Let's go down here trackside. Emery Lida, you got a copy down there on pit lane for us?
Yeah, Xander, I got you. And I was just talking to Kyle Wick before we got set to go here for the pre-final, and he, again, was very happy with his efforts yesterday to finish second, today in qualifying it up second as well. He said he's going to be a little bit different, maybe a little bit more easy on the tires in the pre-final, so he can try to find a little bit more pace to match his teammate Jacob Gulick as they get towards the final. Back to you guys.
There you go. You heard it from Kyle Wick in his post-race interview yesterday. That's the thing on his mind here today. He knows he's got the package to win. He can see everything Jacob Gulick's doing, from his driving on the data and video to the setup to the engine. They both of them on those brand new IAME KZ Screamer Generation 4 motors that have seemed to be the class of the KZ field here this weekend. But he was obviously off and struggling for grip by the end of that main event. So at least now, with both of them having everyone else behind them, if they can slot to first and second and just lock in a front row, he can try and put it on cruise control here for this pre-final.
Yeah, what I heard there too was that everybody, not just the guys a little further, but everybody's chasing Jacob Gulick right now, and that's the key. I'm super happy for Jacob. We know how hard he's worked and dug in and been part of the action up front, but to get that first win, hey, listen, man, when you get that first victory, it opens the floodgates. He's going to have lots of confidence rolling in. He's been good off the line, and I expect to see him lead into turn number one.
With all that said, you've got a couple of world-class drivers behind him. World champion and reigning U.S. champion Marian Kremers rolls off third. Senna Van Wallstein's fourth. Marian has felt like for most of his American stint over the last 2 seasons, he's had more weekends fighting with one arm behind his back, whether it's power or car, than with the power edge. He knows how to play the game. He knows what he needs to do. He needs to get in front of these guys early, get them behind, force them to drive harder and try to get around him. So he's good on the whole shot. Senna Van Wallstein was great off the line as well yesterday, who joins him on row 2. We heard from Giorgio Carrara. Chassis change overnight. He looks good. Billy Musgrave is one of the best in the business when it comes to getting off the line, and he's got a 6th place starting spot today on row 3 ahead of Hunter Pickett, Nick LeDuc, Philip Niemkowicz, and Remo Ruschetti. And keep an eye further down the grid for the big man, Danny Formal from 14th. We go to the lights for the pre-final, and we're away, and a great start for Jacob Gulick to the whole shot into one. Kremers is alongside Kyle Wick, though. He's going to try and muscle his way through to second, and he does.
Indeed he does. Came across the bow from right to left and held Wick at bay. He thought Wick might be able to try and move down the inside into turn number 2. Thought better of it, and again, it's the whole shot for yesterday's winner, Jacob Gulick. Kremers into the position. Right there, the GFC's flanking that Burrell Art driver as Wick runs in that 3rd spot. 4th, 5th, and 6th lining up. Carrera gets a good launch on the Lenzo for International Motorsports. He'll go P4.
Look at Billy Musgrave back there in the 5th spot. He also got around Senna Van Wallstein there, and Wallstein going to the high side to try and set him up. Loses a spot to Hunter Pickett. Pickett into 6th now as they go further back. And already, folks, look at the gap. Jacob Gulick launched out of a cannon here to begin this pre-final. It's a half-second lead as he leads them onto the front straightaway for lap number 1.
Yeah, you can't undersell the value of confidence in the young driver here who's got that first win yesterday, a big one for him. All the interviews, EKN, Kart Chaser, talking to everybody right after the race. Again, not super comfortable in the interviews, but you know what? When you're the spotlight like that for a kind of a quiet guy like Jacob Gulick, you take it all in stride, put your helmet back on, and when you're back behind the wheel, there's absolutely nobody to worry about. Just running up front right now, pulling away from Kremers.
Yeah, he's a racer true and true, a 2nd-generation racer. His father, a longtime karter as well, and they just like to get to the racetrack and handle business. And right now, business is picking up here for 2nd and for 4th. Musgrave all over Carrara, and Wick all over Marian Kremers for position number 2. And again, Kremers got one of them. Now he's got to try and keep Kyle Wick behind to lock in that front row starting spot on the clean side of the racetrack on the outside for the main, because Jacob Gulick has doubled that margin already, and he might already be sealed enough to lock that pole position in for the main. Look at this fight coming for 2nd down to turn number 1. Kremers under fire, Wick on the inside, back for position number 2. Gulick up the road, and indeed McCremmer's back on him, side by side. Wick's going to power around the outside lane.
Aggressive racing for P2 right now. We talked about Wick. Emery said that he was going to see if he can't just kind of take care of those tires a little bit. Not sure how much tire management you can do with Kremers right there. And Musgrave was able to get by as well. Musgrave by Carrera. So move the factory car driver now up into the 4th position. Musgrave looking to go to work on Kremers now as well. Big move to the inside. That was, I believe, Van Walston making the move to the inside as well. Carrera, 2 spots in 1 lap.
Nick LeDuc's up a couple spots as Hunter Pickett has faded back off of his opening lap down to the 8th position, I believe, behind Nick LeDuc. And he's got Remo Ruscetti looking on him as well. So as they go onto the front straightaway, Marian Kremers, here comes the part where he felt a little bit under the power yesterday. Look at the gap. Kyle Wick adds another car length in the toe for Kremers, and he just can't get there as they battle behind. Out of turn 1 here. This is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Billy Musgrave, he woke up on the right side of the bed today. He is a new man here on Sunday.
You know, you think about the transition for Billy Musgrave, who's done so much work, development on his kart, using that IAME 175 SSE power plant, which is no longer legal in the Pro Shifter category. You can still drive it in Master Shifter, but not legal in the Pro Shifter class. So he's making the complete transition over to KZ. He did do some KZ driving a little further back, but now it's a new engine. It's a new engine supplier working with the guys at SRP as well. So everything brand new every next session, every day of competition, something new for Musgrave to get more comfortable with.
And it looks like he's comfortable right now. Marian Kremers is starting to feel it a little bit. He's pulled the gap just a tick away from Billy, and now Musgrave's going to come under pressure. Here comes Senna Van Walstein for position number 4. Looking to the inside, late on the brakes, and he nearly gets into the right rear. They're side by side at the end of the corner. He'll muscle his way by Musgrave, who now falls behind Carrara as he had to get out of the power.
Yeah, you can see coming into the corner there, a little flick of the wrist there for Musgrave to try to get the thing to turn and potentially pinch down Van Walstein a little bit, but then he get kind of run off the side of the track on the exit of the corner, and he had to check up, which allowed Carrera to go back by. So all the work done by Musgrave essentially goes by the wayside as he slots back down into that 6th position as well. So Van Walstein up into 4th, Carrera 5th, and it's Musgrave back to 6th, but Gulick last time by a 1.5 second lead coming to the halfway point of this 10-lap pre-final.
Nick LeDuc and Hunter Pickett swarming Billy Musgrave. Now Remo Ruscetti is there. This midfield fight is picking up while they spread out ahead of them down the road. Let's see if we can try and focus in on 6 on back as the halfway flag flies. Nick LeDuc, Hunter Pickett, Billy Musgrave, Remo Ruscetti, and at the end of the train, Philip Niemkowicz on that PSL Beer Alert. Here goes Ruscetti for a move. Not able to get it done on Billy Musgrave in turn 1. Maybe turn 2. No, Musgrave covers it off.
Musgrave was so good there out of the gate. You wonder why he's kind of fallen back here midway through this race. Has not been able to spool back up to go to work on the 236 again of Hunter Pickett. Musgrave was up to P4 for a time, and you thought maybe he may be able to reel back up on Kyle Wick and Marian Kremers to potentially fight it out for 3rd, but instead scrapping back there for 8th, 9th, and 10th with Remo Ruscetti as well as Filip Niemkowicz.
So a good run. Oh, around goes Niemkowicz there in the hairpin. Niemkowicz tried the inside lane there on Remo Ruscetti. He's kept it fired up, but he'll fall all the way to the tail end of the field there in the 269.
Had so much wheel in it, Xander. When he got back on the throttle, it just kind of spooled right up, lifted the front off, and around it went. So he will drop from 10th position. That's going to bring Danny Formal back up into the top 10. That's not a position that the Costa Rican will be happy with at all. He expects to be running for race wins. Instead, P10 right now ahead of Connor Wick. Gulick's lead 1.6 last time by. This is a great battle here for P2.
Yeah, Marian Kremers faded back early. He's kind of coming back on strong on Kyle Wick, and it feels like a run back of the battle for 2nd in yesterday's main event. Kyle Wick in 2nd. Marian Kremers chasing him down, trying to put on the pressure. Kyle Wick, of course, doing everything he can to go as slow as possible but hold position because he knows he's got to save some rubber to challenge Jacob Gulick in that main event. And Gulick, probably knowing that, won't want to push that lead too much further out. He can probably start to slow that speed down as we come to 3 laps to go this time by. He's got a big gap to Kyle Wick. He could give up 3 to 4 tenths a lap, and Wick still wouldn't even be on the bumper by the checkered.
Yeah, that's it, right? Just lengthen your braking zones a little bit, roll some more corner speed, just take care of those tires a little bit as well. That's the whole key for Gulick right now, up front by 1.6 seconds. Gulick, Wick, Kremers, Van Walstein, Carrera top 5, LeDuc up to 6. What a great run for Nick LeDuc in the karting collective Sodi Kart. He'll go P6, Pickett 7th, Musgrave, Ruscetti, and Formal top 10.
Here they come to the bus stop. Kyle Wicks pulled that gap out just a little bit back on Marian Kremers. Maybe call it at half a car length back the advantage, going the way of the 209 Auburn, Washington-based driver as they come out of the hairpin. Again, we mentioned that we would expect Wick to dial it back. A 56.5, that's 0.6 off his best lap from earlier. Jacob Gulick slowing it down, managing the margin back to Kyle Wick. He can cruise to the finish at this point. It's just a battle of if his teammate joins him on the front row, or is it going to be the man in red, the reigning number 1 plate holder, Marian Kremers, still applying pressure here with 2 laps to go.
2 laps remaining. You can see a little bit of a gap there for Kyle Wick leading down into turn number 1. It was about 3 kart length. Of course, Kremers eats it up under the brakes, pushing as hard as he possibly can to stay there, potentially able to go to P3, because, or P2 rather, because, you know, even though P3 a decent starting spot, the way they stagger the standing starts, the driver from the outside, P2, with a decent launch, able to come back across in front. So indeed, P2 still a good starting spot. I think that's what Kremers would like. He needs to get himself back into second. He was able to get by Wick early on in this one here, but Wick finally just able to get right back by. As again, the GFC karts absolutely stellar here thus far today.
Yeah, they are really the class of the field. Kyle Wick still trying to hang on here. He's got 1 more lap to do it. The white flag will wave. Kremers is on the bumper as they come out of the final turn. He knows he might lose a little bit down this front stretch to Kyle Wick as the KZ power comes to 95 miles an hour down to turn number 1. And then through the bowl, he's got a chance right here, turn 2, but Wick will stay narrow.
Indeed, Kyle Wick doing everything he can. This is actually obviously helping Gulick as well, who's able to kind of cruise here now to take care of the tires. That bodes really well for Jacob Gulick to potentially go back-to-back here in round number 4 of the Pro Tour, the back end of the doubleheader here at the Spring Nationals. This is the fight we're watching for second spot, about 3 kart lengths. Again, it'll be a low-line run into the hairpin, no doubt, for Wick. Does not want to open the door at all for Marian Kremers, and indeed, both those drivers clean out of that hairpin right-hander. Back to the double lefts here, Xander. Going to be through the S's here, and I don't know that Kremers has anything other than potentially this corner here. He's not there. Going to probably be a clean run now through.
Oh, he tried it. Just not enough.
It's so hard to make a pass there. You almost have to throw it in as opposed to just tuck the nose into the inside.
Jacob Gulick, your pro shifter, main event or a pre-final winner and main event winner from yesterday, and he remains perfect through Sunday. Pole position in qualifying and a flag-to-flag victory here in the heat race. The ending margin 1.2 seconds as he dials the pace downwards to a 56.9 on the second to last lap. Goes a second slower to conserve. Wick second. Kremers has to settle for third after getting to P2 for just a moment. Stenevan Wallstein, fastest lap of the session on lap 2, but he could not hang with those boys when they got going in the midsection. Giorgio Carrara fifth. Nick LeDuc up 2 spots as he's continued to learn, being teammates there with Sodi Kart's leading man and KZ from Europe. The karting collective 4th and 6th. Hunter Pickett 7th. Ray Maruchetti 8th. Musgrave, after that phenomenal start, gets as high as 4th, goes down to 9th, and Formal picks off a handful. He gets from 14th to 10th, but it's still not where he needs to be, about a half second off the pace of the leaders.
Yeah, that's it. They're going to keep dialing that thing in to see if they can find a little bit more, but that Vortex package just not delivering really what he needs at this point here. Combination of what, maybe the chassis as well. You never know what it is, but the bottom line is the GFC IAME is the equation to beat here right now this weekend. Great run so far. And again, Gulick, Wick, Kremers, Van Wolfson, and Carrera, the top 5.
Very good stuff for Jacob Gulick here to go on through. Let's take a commercial break, folks, while the track clears on up from Salt Lake City, Utah. If you haven't gotten yourself a good place to watch, well, you better find it soon, because we've got nothing but pure racing action coming your way. 3 pre-finals set to go with X30 Junior Master Shifter and X30 Senior on deck. And right after that, the opening ceremonies and 8 fully loaded main events here to cap off our weekend in the mountains. We'll be right back. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. Here we are coming on to the front straightaway. X30 Junior, presented by Rawlson Performance Group, headed onto the front stretch to get ready to go green. We're missing a few drivers on that outside lane. Jensen Burnett to the tail. It looks like we'll get most of the field together, but I think we're missing one or two here, Rob, as Ernesto Rivera and Max Taylor bring us to the green.
We'll see what happens when we get rolling around, but indeed, maybe missing a couple of our drivers here, and away we go. Green, and we are underway into turn number one. Rivera from the pole position throws it down to the inside to hold the spot, and RPG 1, 2, 3 out of the first couple corners. The scrap happening further back. It is Rivera, Wolney, and Taylor leading it. 1, 2, 3. Taylor goes to second, Wolney back into third.
Let's go side by side for some intel down on pit lane while they begin to sort themselves out from the aftermath of that Pro Shifter pre-final. Jacob Gulick, the winner. Kyle Wick hung on to second. Emery Lada standing by here with our P2 finisher. Emery?
Yeah, Kyle Wick, it was a pretty solid heat race for you. You were able to get yourself into second after falling behind Marion early on. Just tell me about how you were able to get yourself back into that second spot.
The Sweet Tech IAME power helps a lot, and I was able to adjust my driving and work on doing a little bit better in the corners, and I was able to catch back up.
And do you feel more confident about your tires than you did this time yesterday?
No, I need to work on some stuff still.
All right, well, got a little bit to work on, but Kyle Wick still a great run to second place here in the pre-final. Back to you guys.
There we go. Good kudos to Kyle Wick, but yeah, that's not as much confidence I would have expected there for a guy P2, and it looked like he was doing a little better, but maybe not.
Man, listen, the tire degradation here at this track, we've talked about it. The temperature's 78 degrees, so it's not like it's cool here right now. The track is abrasive, as we know. You do the best you can, but listen, had he been able to pull out Xander to maybe, let's say, 5 or 6, 7 kart length lead over Kremers and Cruz, a little bit different when you got the former world champion and the reigning SKUSA champion on you the entire time. He had to work those tires to make sure he held on to second.
He definitely did, and at least, again, he gets that clean side of the racetrack, front row, clear racetrack starting position for the main. He'll need to work on his starts, though. Jacob Gulick got a pretty good launch off the lights and was able to do it. For Marion Kremers there, close but no cigar. Emery?
Marion, for a while there, it looked like you might be able to hang on to P2 and then eventually at the end get him back, but still ended up third. How was it compared to yesterday?
The power is better. We didn't get overtaken around the outside on the straight this time, so it's better. It's still not enough, I would say. The GFC boys have got it figured out. They're fast through the corners, fast down the straight, so we seem to have the speed through the corners, I would say, just not enough down the straight to really take the fight to Jacob. Kyle did a good job, overtook me cleanly. We left just enough space, and definitely not an inch left, but just enough. I think if we went on a little bit higher tire pressure, maybe would have been able to hold on to second place. As about 2 laps after Kyle go around me, my tires seem to finally kick in. So we'll take that with us to the final if it stays dry. I'm still hoping for rain though.
Yeah, well, rain notwithstanding, when you're looking at the final, 20 laps the distance, you have a lot of range of what you can do with tire pressures. Is it a consideration to maybe go a little bit off the wall, a little bit try to find a window of the race where you maybe have an advantage over those guys at the risk of maybe falling off or coming in a little bit late? Because as it stands out, it feels like if you're in the same situation, the same setup, you're going to end up in third with the power and them also being quick in the corners.
It's something to consider for sure, but I think at the moment we're looking good in the championship. Billy is a little bit further back. Danny's had some tough days, so those are my main rivals in the championship. Obviously with the GFC boys going as fast as they are right now, they'll be a factor as well, so we have to all things considered. A lot to consider before the final, but we'll figure it out.
All right, Marian Kremers ended up P3. Still a lot of things to work on those. He heads to the final. Back to you guys.
Still focused on the action left today, but big picture thinking as well for Marian Kremers. Thinking about that championship. What have I got to do? P3 is not the worst when you're looking at the fact that both of his competitors are outside the top 7, top 8.
Yeah, I mean, that right there gives you a good look into the mindset of a champion of Marian Kremers, right? You've got to be able to, we talk about all the time, mental game, mental toughness is so important in racing. And when you're at a day like today where you feel like you're just not the fastest guy and he's about doing as good as he can do, that can really beat you down. You can go into that main defeated, maybe drive a little bit worse, not have as much heart behind the wheel. When he can take solace in the fact that he probably will come out of here with the championship points lead if he continues the way that he is, that's something you can say, well, there is some good takeaway from getting a third place result here from today if that's all he's able to muster in the main event.
I always bring up, the reference from IndyCar, and that's Scott Dixon, right? You take your car to the best you possibly can. You may have a fourth place car. If you can go third, it's amazing, but fourth place car is a fourth place car. Take care of it. That's how you win championships. You maximize and extract the most you can out of your machinery. If a P3 is all he's got, he'll take a P3, go to the next event, go to the Summer Nationals, and try to win that championship.
And of course he's still looking for that first KZ win on the year as we see a pass from yesterday's winner, Max Taylor. That'd be a great way to walk it off like he was able to do so a year ago to cap off his 2022 title run with a win on the weekend in Newcastle. They'll need to get some work done if they really feel like they need horsepower. That's about as big of a horsepower racetrack as we find. Sure. It's close here to Utah Motorsports Campus, but I think still a little bit more. They luckily will have a month or so to continue to work on finding some more speed out of those PSL Beryl Art TMs.
5 down, 5 to go in the category on the racetrack right now, which is our X30 junior class, and it is Nestor Rivero now into the second spot. We saw the pass by Max Taylor down in turn number 1, yesterday's winner going to P1. Behind them, it's Anthony Martella, the young Canadian driver for Speed Concepts Racing on the red speed, able to get by Jackson Wolney. So Martella now up into the third. It was Martella and Rivera that got together at the final lap yesterday to kind of open things up for Wolney to get onto the podium, for Stephen Miller to work his way up to P4, kind of change things in the championship for sure. And for a driver like Rivera, who came in with a point lead, will be a likely drop race for him in the calculations for the 2023 championship. But otherwise, Taylor, Rivera, Martella, Wolney, and Miller, your top 5. Burnett runs in 6th. Smith 7th. Dupuis was on the podium yesterday in 8th. Antonino now 9th, and Alan Bonilla running in 10th.
Yeah, you talk about championships. We look at the X30 junior title fight in Orlando. It came down and was still all about Stephen Miller versus Ernesto Rivera with Max Taylor looking in. I thought Miller might have a little better day today with a better qualifying effort to 4th, but he's going backwards. His teammates gone by. There's Charlie Smith going on by as well for the 6th position. So Stephen Miller from 4th on the grid down to 7th now on that CDR Kart Republic, and lurking in the background is that SCR Red Speed of Nathan Dupuis. So again, for Kremers, he's going to come out of here pretty good in the points. Taylor's going to come out looking really good with that win yesterday, and Rivera having problems. He has a good day today here, even top 2. Even if Rivera wins, it'll still be solid going to Newcastle, although he'd love to get that top spot back as we see him on the bumper, having lost that lead in turn 1. 3.5 laps to go, and every point matters in a title fight. That's the other factor in. You may think, oh, it's just a pre-final, or it's just qualifying on the pole, but championships can be won and lost down to a tiebreaker, and tiebreakers, even if you hit all the same points, go all the way down to main event results, pre-final results, pole results. Every session on the racetrack counts, and you never know when you may need to look back and say, yeah, that was the difference.
Rivera's gone back to P1 on his teammate Max Taylor, and they have a decent little gap, about a half a second right now over Martella. But I'll tell you, Jackson Wolney looks like he's closing up a little bit for the tail as well. This is Wolney. This is Taylor in the 3, third last year in the championship points. And again, he's got Rivera in front of him. There's that next battle we're talking about. That's Martella versus Wolney. Wolney rolling right up behind him, trying to keep that 1-2-3. He'll look to the outside. And Martella will drift over to driver's left as well. Wolney putting the pressure on, 8 laps down. Xander will see the white flag this next time by. Almost done here with X30 Junior. I don't think Max Taylor and Rivera are done either yet.
No, definitely not. Taylor went back to the lead in turn number 1 while we went back to 3rd for a moment, and I don't think we'll have to go back much further because we know that pre-final yesterday, Taylor defended and Rivera had to struggle to hold on to 2nd, and now the 3rd and 4th place drivers again are lurking and looming in the distance as Taylor goes low to block into the back hairpin. This will bring everybody close. Rivera's going to cross him over, drag race him into the left-hander. Taylor hops in the seat to try and stay close, but Rivera sends it deep around the outside on the brakes. What a power move by Ernesto.
Yeah, that was a big move right there. A little signature action around the outside. Got the thing to rotate in there nicely, and they'll work their way back around to see the white flag. One more to go this time by Rivera. A big move from drivers right to left, come across the bow to take the spot. Wolney lining things up on Martella here in the final circuit as well, but Martella covers him off at the bottom of the racetrack.
And Rivera continuing to cover off from Max Taylor. That one defensive move and one kept him close. Look at Wolney. I think he just got by Martella back there in turn number 2. Indeed, change for third. Jackson Wolney up there while we stay on the leaders because this could break out at any moment. Rivera versus Taylor once again. Class of the field, the X30 Junior, as they pop the curbs in the bus stop. And here comes that long run down the back straightaway. It's a full throttle chicane into the hairpin. Rivera now goes low to defend. Taylor tries to go to the top side and cross him over. He'll drag race, but he's not going to have as much speed as Rivera did a lap ago. What does this look like here? He's still trying the outside, not able to hang there.
That was ideal. Perfection there for Rivera. Check up just enough to keep him not in front of you, but not behind you enough for the over-under. That's the way you handle it when the driver's on the outside trying to go into the inside corner. Rivera's going to get the race win, and again, it's still a good run there for Taylor in second. The margin of victory just 77 thousandths of a second. Rivera, Taylor, Martella getting back around Wolney as well. What a good battle between those two drivers, between Martella and Wolney. Wolney got by, Martella on the final circuit gets back into third. Jensen Burnett up a spot, he holds on to P5. All told, though, the battle up front between these two RPG drivers, I have no doubt it's going to be waged over 20 laps. When we go main event racing this afternoon, they're scheduled to roll off right around 3:35.
And they're not terribly far up the road from the midfield pace. I mean, the Charlie Smith, Stephen Miller contingent only 2/10 off to 3/10 off the best laps of them. So if they can get a little bit closer between now and the main event, we might see a few more players in the show. Otherwise, Max Taylor is going to need to still continue to try and put Ernesto Rivera behind him, because if those two get still good points today with the drop for Rivera yesterday, he's going to be looking really good going into Newcastle, just with no room for error, at least that is.
Next category getting ready to roll. Drivers of Master Shifter rolled it up. Folks, don't go anywhere. More to come live here on Kart Chaser. Welcome back, folks, to live coverage of the SuperKart USA Spring Nationals here from Utah Motorsports Campus. Round number 4 of the SuperKart USA Pro Tour. Rob Howden alongside Xander Clements here on Kart Chaser. Master Shifter brought to you by International Motorsports, a short field of just 4 drivers. Ken Schilling was in the field yesterday. Contacted Ken. I'll chat with you about him in a couple seconds. We're green flag and underway, and again, trouble for Luis Gauthier. He does not get off the line at all. He'll fall to the tail of the field. The whole shot goes to Luis Quinones and Michael Gouache. He almost was able to take the lead. They went 3 wide coming off the line. He got a good jump as well. Quinones to P1 on the factory cart, and Michael Gouache once again in front of Robert Fiege to take up P2.
He was definitely thinking about it there. He had that nose down the inside of Quinones going into turn number 1, but not able to get through, and that was bad news for Luis Gauthier because he finds himself in the exact same position he was in yesterday's pre-final, to the back of the grid here in Master Shifter, where he's got to drive back forward after qualifying on pole once again over Quinones. Not able to do too much here off the line. He's 4th. It's Quinones, Gouache, and then in the middle there is our championship contender and our championship winner from last year, Robert Fiege, on the number 1 plate. Let's go down to pit lane here for some pre-race interviews with X30 Senior with a lap complete of Master Shifter. Emery Lida, take it away.
Yeah, Jesus Vasquez with me here. Jesus, yesterday, obviously the final did not go anywhere near as planned, but today you're back with another solid qualifying effort. You qualified 9th position. First off, how was that qualifying session?
A bit rough, like to find the perfect positioning because everyone's like trying to get the perfect draft. But I put together, I feel like a decently good lap. Like I got behind Turney and was able to draft off of him and put a P9 lap in.
And yesterday you ended up getting yourself up to the race lead, ended up finishing 2nd in the pre-final. When you look at today's pre-final, similar starting spot. What's your mindset going into this one in terms of strategy and trying to figure out how to get yourself back to the field?
I just want to manage the tires to have them in the main. But yeah, I want to keep top 10 position for the main.
All right, Jesus Vasquez Jr. has been up at the front all weekend long. He'll start 9th here in the X30 Pros pre-final. Back to you, Xander.
Well, if he wants to keep that spot here, is Gauthier with a late move there on Fiege to get through for 2nd. Jesus Vasquez Jr. might need a shot of espresso here to hype himself up for the main event. Kid's been cool, calm, and collected, but it's almost a little bit too cool going into what should be an action-packed pre-final.
I agree. Fire things up a little bit. Yeah, espresso sounds like a great idea to get him rolling. No espresso shot needed for Gauthier. Maybe off the line, but not in that move. It's right as we came back to it, you can see 3 wide all the way down into turn number 1. Gauthier was able to get by Fiege, and Gouache going back there as well.
Let's go back here to Jesus Vasquez Jr.'s teammate. Blake Nash has had a lot of experience at the pointy end of the grid. Let's see how he's feeling here today, Emery.
Yeah, Blake, it's been a so-so weekend for you so far. You've had basic points, other times not so much, but you're starting in a relatively decent position. So how are you feeling going into this one?
Yeah, I think we had a lot more pace than what we've shown so far. Both the races I did yesterday, I crashed out on the start and fell back to last. So, and we were able to make our way back up. So I think we have a lot more pace than what we showed. So just hoping to keep it clean on the start and make my way up.
Yeah, and this is really the first time since the early winter months when you had Willie Westover where you have a teammate that's been up at the sharp end of the grid. And how much do you think that helps you when it comes to just kind of running setups off of each other and also using each other's data and videos?
It helps a lot. You know, usually it's just me, so I'm kind of all the pressure's put on me. You know, but with Jesus, it's good because I can pick out things that I can fix as a driver more easily rather than trying to figure it out on track on my own.
All right, Blake Nash, we'll see what he can do here in the pre-final. See if he can get through the first few laps cleanly this time. Back to you guys.
While we were away with that one there, you saw on your screen Michael Gouache has pulled into the scale line early, and that could be a mechanical or
what do you think?
I think maybe a little bit of tire saving there out of the guy. He was again second for a moment, then fell behind Fiege, and then behind Fiege, and then behind Gauthier. So now Michael Gouache is going to save about 8 laps or maybe 7 laps on the rubber, and that might give him a little bit. If he can get the launch off that second row in the main event to try and get ahead of these 2 leaders who have been a little bit quicker than him and hold on for a little more tire, we might see a little 3-way battle in this final.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Short field, he was running second, ended up getting back to 4th. And what do? Power down for 4th, burn up 6-7 laps of tires, trying to run P4, try to close back up. No, I think pulling off's a great idea. He's going to have a little bit more tire. We're all about this long run and tire dag here. And he's very good off the line. We saw that. He almost took the lead off the line. So I like the call to bring him in. And if that was his call or the team's call, whatever it may be, I think it'd be a good call there for Mike Gouache. I will say this. At the start, I talked about Ken Schilling, who's been a longtime SuperKarts USA racer, has been running in the Master Shifter class for many, many years. He was, of course, here this weekend. Yesterday, pulling a muscle in his lower back, and I can tell you how much that hurts. So electing to pull off. We saw him kind of pull off really gingerly there. Xander, we had the camera right off him when he pulled off the track in the pre-final. Not able to make the main event either. Still on the mend. I think today brought to you by probably Advil and a cold pack or a heating pad. So we send our best wishes out to Ken, and hopefully he'll get himself back where he needs to be, get that back healed up a bit. But that leaves us with 4 drivers battling it out. It's a 1.6 second lead at the halfway point for Luis Quinones over Luis Gautier.
Let's go down for a little more. Alessandro Di Tullio had a day that started really good yesterday and kind of ended a bit bittersweet. Today, not as good of a start. Maybe it'll end better. Simon?
Here with Alessandro inside the top. Copy, check 1, 2. Okay, we've sorted those issues out. Now back to the interview. Here, standing with Alessandro Di Tullio. A bit of a contact-heavy day yesterday. Obviously, that incident in the pre-final. Managed to recover a bit for that final. Moving into today, starting inside the top 10, what's the plan headed into this pre-final? Obviously not what you wanted yesterday. How can you rebound from that?
Yeah, hoping for a clean pre-final. Hopefully we can make up some positions starting P7. It's a good spot to start, so yeah, let's try to move forward and have a clean race.
What kind of strategy are you dealing with here moving into this pre-final? Obviously, it's hard-fought racing. We see strategy playing out. You sort yourself out at the beginning, and it seems like everyone's getting down to pace and trying to put those laps in at the end. What's your strategy heading into this one?
Get a good and just try to stay with the with the group and finish as best as possible and get a good start position for the final.
All right, well, good luck out there. Thank you so much. Back to you, Xander.
There you go, Simon. And again, another one that maybe could use a little bit of caffeine to get himself going here today.
Yeah, who's that?
Old Di Tullio, 818.
He always plays that way, doesn't he? He's
He
always
does.
kind of cool. Like,
He's a cool cat.
I'll say this, and again, here's the bottom line deal. You can ask these guys about strategy all day long. It goes out the window the minute the green flag comes out. Let's be real. You got to be reactionary. You can have an overall base of what you're going to do, but the bottom line is you're taking any advantage that comes. You kind of get yourself into position. Then you go on the years of experience, driver intuition. Where do I need to be? How do I need to pace myself? It's when you try to strategize and come up with a plan, you find yourself locked into a box. You've got to be an open thinker when it comes to running, especially an X30 senior. So much stuff happens over those races.
Yeah, so much happens, and it happens so fast. You've got to be really quick on your reactions, both with your hands and with your mind of what to do and where to put yourself. Unlike this one here, this one probably has a little more strategy in it with it being strung out. With Michael Gouache pulling in for what could be some tire saving. Luis Quinones leading, slowing down a little bit. Luis Gautier trying to hunt him down. He's been closing the gap for a couple of laps, but now coming to the white flag, I don't know if we'll see much of it. Let's go for one more interview on the grid. How about a guy who really knows his way around Utah Motorsports Campus? Ryan Norberg is standing by.
Thanks, Xander. Standing down here on the grid with Ryan Norberg. Ryan, starting P16 in today's event. He had that awesome race with Joe Turney yesterday. You also didn't have that great of a start yesterday. You said you had to start 14th. How can you use that experience to help you starting 16th today?
Well, luckily last race we had a lot of stuff going away. I mean, there's a lot of guys kind of running off the track, and so I mean, just trying to stay out of that, keeping our nose clean, and just staying out of the trouble is what really picked up a lot of spots yesterday. But yeah, I mean, we ended up 4th yesterday in the pre-final from 14th, so it's not a bad place to finish. So hopefully we can get back up there and challenge in the final.
Awesome. Are we going to see another fight with you and Joe later today?
I hope it's not a fight. I hope I win.
Well, thanks. We'll be looking forward to that. Back to you, Xander.
There you go from Ryan Norberg. Like he said, he's done it once before from the mid-teens. He's going to have to do it again as the white flag has been out and the checkered will fly. Luis Quinones will take the win in Master Shifter over Gautier, Fige, and Gouache here, Rob. But there's your intel from the reigning champion.
Yeah, again, Norberg's going to be able to get himself forward. Again, he's going to do the same thing. React with what's happening. Do we have any chaos? Make sure you're in the right position to get yourself to a place you can attack from in the race itself. Back on this one to cap off the Master Shifters, Luis Quinones, literally his last lap. He had a 1.5 second lead over Gautier. He was only about a half a second off his best lap. So I don't think he was saving that much over that last lap. Gautier actually backed up about a second in the last lap. I think tires are going to be something we're going to talk about in Master Shifter, even though only 4 drivers in the field. Guys up front ready to battle. Michael Gouache has saved about 8 laps worth of tires. I think it'll be interesting to see how this plays out this afternoon. 4 o'clock start time for Master Shifter, the penultimate main event of the day. But again, working our way through here to one more pre-final. This could be really interesting in X30 season.
Yeah, there's a look here at the kart that will be leading everyone to green. That fluorescent yellow, blue, and white machine of Oliver Hodgson, the former Miami International Final champion and multi-time British national champion, has yet to get a big-time SKUSA Pro Tour win here. He is looking for that today after such an impressive run through the main event yesterday from back in the field. He qualified good yesterday, too. That comp cart's been dialed in, it feels like, all weekend long.
You think of where was that kart at the start of the main yesterday? Dead last. Dead last. This time P1. This is another factor. If he's able to bring this home anywhere, obviously he's going to go for the race win, but if he can bring it home anywhere within, let's say, the top 5, Oliver Hodgson, most definitely a driver who could win a race here today.
And you've got to his outside that PK Sports North America Sodi kart of Senna Van Wallstein here getting set to go green, and he's all suited and booted and ready to go. There's the good luck given as well from one of the many members in the orange and black army here this week. And it's a big contingent between the Karting Collective, SLA Kart Racing, and PK Sports North America. Good luck being given around there. How about fellow countrymen? It's a British 1, 3, 4 as Harley Keeble and Brandon Carr line up on the second row. I talked to Brandon a little bit and joked with him on Friday. I said, after you guys locked the podium out for an all-English top 3 at the U.S. Pro Kart Series, there any budding rivalry to be the best Englishman here in the States? He said, well, not yet, but Harley and I, we've had plenty of battles over the years back home, and now things have kind of come full circle for them racing against each other again.
It's really cool to have Brandon Carr. Think of how many years he's been here. We started calling him when he was running back in the cadet days, right? Now here he is, one of the top guns in the headline X30 senior class. He spent a lot of time running over here throughout the years, and with RPM Motorsports looking to battle things out here with some big dogs up front. 3 UK drivers, the British pilots, as you said, up front. And of course, the Dutchman right there as well, and Senna Van Wallstein. The leading American drivers got to go a little further back for sure. There's more British drivers in there as well, a couple of Mexicans in there. We have ourselves an international field, no doubt, here this weekend in Utah.
Yeah, you got the Brazilian of Ramos, the Mexican of Donovan Bonilla on row number 3. Then we get back to our very first American. It's a Miamian in Alessandro Tulia, who we spoke to a few moments ago on that Prime Power Team Bureau Art, rolling off in 7th. To his outside from the United Kingdom here in yesterday's winner, Joe Turney in the Chad Dockin Racing Kart Republic rolls off in 8th.
Fantastic debut here for Jesus Vasquez Jr. starting in the 9th spot in that Nash Motorsports number 377. His teammate Blake Nash alongside, so an all Nash row number 5, or rather, yeah, row number 5. Row 6, Frankie Mossman on the CRG. He's been strong. And how about Mateus Morgado? We know what he's going to be able to do, but a deeper starting spot for the Burrell Art driver, 12th position, Xander.
You go back to the next row here. How about some of the fast drivers from the slow group? Paulie Massimino, after a bad practice day, in his quick interview at the end of the day yesterday, said, I know what we need to get the last little bit to win. Let's see what he can do from 13th on the grid. And to his outside, a driver who led some laps in yesterday's main event, Hurricane Hannah Greenemeyer's got a big fan club, and they are all tuned in and ready to watch that M2 Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed go to the front. And she starts on the outside of row number 7.
All RPG on row number 8. Gia Cicero in the 343 on the inside. 5-time champion Ryan Norberg on the outside in the number 301. Then we'll have Cooper O'Clair starting in the 17th spot in the 348. Not there yet, has not reported. And then Frano Crivelli in the number 331 starting there in 18th.
You see Noah Baker moving forward. I don't know what the issue is. Oh, look at the back of the grid. I believe that might be O'Clair's kart all the way back at the pre-grid. if he's not dropping to the rear. So we'll see what happens for the inside lane. A couple missing out on this one right now. Let's see if we can take a look back to the back of the grid here. Maybe we'll find what's gone on for Cooper Auclair on that J3 competition comp card. But until we go back there, there's Noah Baker, Jorge Ortiz, Aiden Ingrata, a rookie contingent right on there. And then let's see if we can take a look a little further back. Turn it around here over towards the back of the grid. Let's see. Back of the grid there. No, I don't see Auclair on the inside of the back of the grid there. So I don't know what's up with Cooper Auclair, but the engines have fired, and we might miss out on that young driver for J3 competition here in this pre-final.
Indeed. Drivers up front, firing up, getting on the throttle, and away we go. Hodgson will lead them out. Van Walston, Keeble, Carr, Ramos, Bonilla, DeTulio, Turney, Vasquez, and Nash. Your top 10 drivers rolling out of pit lane.
Here we go. Speed Concepts Racing X30 Senior. For the last few drivers didn't get to mention, let's take a look at them. You got Timothy Pernod on the outside of row 11 alongside Ingrata in the PSL Karting Bureau Art. The Canadian starts just ahead of Californian Steven Eisert making his X30 Pro Senior debut. Alongside him is Wes Duchak in that PK Sport North America Sodi. Caleb Schrader and Caleb Gaffera make it all Caleb row 13, 25th and 26th. Dustin Salavaria's Karting Collective Sodi Kart in 27th. Then it's John Burke, Dario Vizzaro, Charles Robin, and Jonathan Bischoff, your 31 drivers here in X30 Pro Senior. But I believe, again, we've only got 30 at most on the grid with no signs of Oliver Hodgson's teammate Cooper Auclair.
Hodgson leads them around now on this warm-up lap. We'll go green this time by the comp cart alongside the Sodi on the front row. Senna Van Walston has not yet found the success he hoped for. Rolled out of the trailer incredibly quick. See how things play out with main events. Again, round number 4 of this year's Pro Tour. We'll look forward to the end of July as we roll in with the Summer Nationals at Newcastle Motorsports Park, a doubleheader, rounds 5 and 6 to cap off this year's championship. Then from then, it's all eyes forward to the Super Nationals in November in Las Vegas. Hodgson and Van Walston row 1, Keeble and Carr row 2.
Here we go, onto the front straightaway as the field slowly forms up. Oliver Hodgson has them where he wants them. The black and orange Sodi surround him there. Brandon Carr fourth. Let's see how the start shakes up as they get into the tram lines. We get closer to that start box. Here we go. Dario Vizzaro pulling out a line at the back, but the rest of the field is clean and green. Down to turn number 1 in X30 Senior. Look at that move by Frankie Mossman down on the inside and up and over. Nearly way off the racetrack is yesterday's winner, Joe Turney. He was about halfway up and over, and yesterday's winner in the 307 goes all the way to the rear.
I cannot believe he did not go all the way over. We saw the bottom of that race cart as he came out at turn number 1, up and came back down, able to continue. He's on the racetrack now. Full recovery mode for Joe Turney, yesterday's winner on the Chad Dockin Racing Kart Republic. A great start out of the gate here for Oliver Hodgson. He's got a couple of kart lengths. Obviously, opening lap, you're going to see a bit of contact, a little bit of craziness. All these drivers getting aggressive on the opening circuit. They'll eventually slot themselves in to that single file through the chicane. We'll see some moves coming down the front straightaway, but probably about a 3 or 4/10 of a second lead for Hodgson coming out and across the line for the first time.
It was a terrible start for that outside lane. Turney getting popped up in the air. Ryan Norberg is outside the top 15. Good start for Cicero, who started on the inside of him. And now a pass there between the Bureau Art teammates. ADT going through on Diego Ramos. He takes over what is now the 5th position, I believe, down at the end of the front straightaway. Up front, it is still Oliver Hodgson over Keeble and Van Walsteen. Then you've got DeTulio, Ramos, Donovan Bonilla with a much better Sunday here. Brandon Carr is 7th as we watch them go to the bus stop. And at the end, great start going high, then low, and 3 wide for fast Frankie Mossman to P8.
Yeah, the idea was to try to get cleanly through that corner. We've got drivers moving further back, but again, do whatever you can to get cleanly through one. But even in one, and there's some aggression there further back as well. Mossman having at it here now, trying to get another spot. He does get through the left-hander. Mossman's going to get another position. What's he, 7th, 8th right now as they work their way to that corner?
That was for 7th on Brandon Carr's Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart. Paulie Massimino now latches onto the back bumper of Carr as they come down the front straightaway. His BJR MDR LN kart wants to get by. Carr saw it. He's going to go back on Mossman, brings Massimino, who overcooks the turn 1 corner, and Mossman gets back, and it's net neutral from a lap ago. Carr, Mossman, Massimino, while they battle further back there at the outside edge of the top 10. all the while, Oliver Hodgson continues to show the way.
Yeah, and taking no prisoners right now. Everybody putting their elbows up to get things underway here. Van Walston doing whatever he can to try to reel back in Hodgson, but with that open racetrack, the driver who came from 31st to 6th in the main event yesterday, Oliver Hodgson setting the pace early on. The Sodi Kart's giving chase, though. Van Walston runs second, Keeble in third. They've got a bit of an advantage as well. Again, everybody's settling in, but the front three drivers, Xander, with some opening, they're able to kind of stretch away here now.
Yeah, how about the run for Donovan Bonilla? He got by Diego Ramos about a lap or two ago. He's latched onto the rear bumper of Alessandro Tutulio. Both of them were a tick quicker than the leaders the lap prior. This lap a little bit slower, but Bonilla is having a day here. Your SKUSA Winter Series February race winner is trying to get himself a little better starting spot, currently in the 5th position. Haven't really talked about Dono here much this weekend because he hasn't had much to write home about, but a good pre-final in the works, and just as Tutulio mentioned he was hoping for, a clean start, but it looks like it's tightening up for the lead here, Rob. Harley Keeble on a burner lap right now as he's closed that gap to Oliver Hodgson down to a car length on the back straightaway.
Yeah, his teammate Van Walston went purple last time by. He went back into third, but again, there's the move for the lead. Keeble to the inside of the hairpin right-hander, so the Sodi Kart goes up front. Again, these drivers are going to want to settle in to see if they can't pull away, but Van Walston, you know he wants to make it a Sodi Kart 1-2. Let's see what kind of pressure he puts on Hodgson here right now. And Hodgson, Xander, most definitely outmatched and outnumbered here in terms of the Sodi Kart guys. They're going to go to work on trying to put him back to P3.
Yeah, that PK Sport North America group's got to be stoked here. Hodgson, little waver, looking to the inside and won, but he thought better of it and tucked back in line in the braking zone behind Harley Keeble. Again, just noses low there through turn number 2. Possibly also to get a little bit out of the wake. Oh, big dust cloud coming out of turn number 1. Don't know who's gone off. We'll get an update there in a moment. There's been some hard racing further back, but up in the lead, it looks good. I don't think we've lost anybody, so if anyone went off, it was just barely. Here's your update on the field as they go. The timer took a minute to collect itself, but 4 laps completed, 6 to go. Keeble, Hodgson, and Van Walsteen, Tutulio, Bonilla, Ramos, then back Brandon Carr, Mossman, Vasquez Jr., Massimino.
So a little update further back in the pack while they battle it out here. Steven Iser did not start either. Noah Baker went out early. Somehow Cooper Auclair able to get himself out of the racetrack. We didn't see him on the grid. He's 25th right now. Joe Turney has got himself back into 21st after that near flip in the opening lap.
Here comes a change in the lead. Halfway in and halfway home. Oliver Hodgson wants the top spot back, and he'll take it away from Harley Keeble in turn number 1. And Senna Van Walsteen continues to ride behind them now. And I think in Senna's case, he's probably happy to start third, knowing these two probably have no penalties coming. There's no chance that he'll end up in second or first outside of Tech. So I think for Senna Van Walsteen, just riding right there and taking care of his equipment is probably a safe bet unless things really change, because they're not really getting reeled in at all by Dono Bonilla or Alessandro Tutulio, who, by the way, Bonilla now is up to 4th. He's pulled away from Tutulio, who's getting reeled in by Diego Ramos.
Again, past the halfway point, as Xander and Seb will put lap number 6 in the books when they come back around. The last pre-final of the day. Last pre-final of this year's Spring Nationals. Round number 4, the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour here at Utah Motorsports Campus. This track has shown extremely well. The racing has been exciting and really only a couple of primary places to overtake, but you do have to make sure you really handle certain parts of the racetrack to set yourself up for passes in those corners. Coming out of the left-hander onto the front straightaway, so we got some more trouble here.
Laurent Legault's involved, and he disappears into a dust cloud and a sandstorm onto the front stretch as a few drivers went wide. We're looking to see who those might be as they update across the line, but for now, we stay on the top 3 there. Nobody went off, at least to fail to finish, but it's probably getting pretty wild further back. 4 to go. Hodgson, Keeble, Van Walsteen still the top 3.
Turney up into the 19th position right now, closing up on Dustin Salivera. That's the next run. He's right there with him as well. So a potential for Turney to get up to maybe even Norberg. Norberg in the 15th position right now. Things not going well for the multi-time SuperKarts USA champion. Norberg back in 15th position.
Let's look at the wide shot here. Here's everybody coming on through. Here's, we'll pick them up. Ryan Norberg leads this train. He's got rookie Aiden Ingrata behind him. Blake Nash off a not-so-great start is back there as well. Cicero in line, and at the end of it, I believe, is Franco Crivelli. Down the front stretch, Blake Nash with a run up to Aiden Ingrata. Does he do anything with it? He'll push him into turn number 1 with 3 laps to go. Norberg at the helm of this group here. All of them, again, 13th, 14th, 15th. Not an ideal run through the grid for Ryan Norberg or the rest of that grouping.
Indeed, laps winding down in this one here as well. 7 down, just 3 more to go. And again, watching this battle, we'll get back to the front here momentarily where Hodgson has led over Keeble. There it is, Hodgson, Keeble, Van Waalstein. Then it's Medea and Ramos right there as well. DeTulio's got a spot back as Ramos able to get by DeTulio. He goes to P5. DeTulio back to 6. Carr, Mossman, Massimino, and Morgado the top 10.
I will say here, Donovan Bonilla is not going away. He's matching the pace of Oliver Hodgson. He was 0.3 faster than Senna Van Waalstein last time by. Diego Ramos as well, turning up late here in this one. Another 10th better than the leader for Bonilla and Ramos, and 2 better than the comp cards off the racetrack. That's Cooper O'Clair, the driver we saw have to start at the rear for missing out on the grid spot. And now his pre-final and early exit with 2 laps remaining.
Just 2 laps remaining again on the racetrack. Does Bonilla have anything for Van Waalstein? Last time 0.2 of a second quicker. Picking up the 3:13 of Ramos. There's the fight a little bit further back with Carr. And did Carr get by DeTulio? He did. Yeah.
He did, yeah. Brandon Carr up to 6. DeTulio was strong early. He's faded backwards now. You can see there's the leaders on through. And back behind them, Paulie Massimino in that 8th position has picked up another spot. He's gone by Frankie Mossman. So it's Carr and DeTulio. There's Massimino, Mossman. And welcome back to the show, Mateus Morgado, who had to start on that outside lane that got such a bad jump there off the line. He's had to play catch-up most of this pre-final. He's up to 10th while his teammates currently ride in the 5th and 6th spots with the white flag in the air. Let's see if this heats up at all. Down the front straightaway, Mossman covers low. Morgado put his hand in the air saying, dude, what are you doing, man? We're 9th and 10th. He tries to go by there, not going to happen. Mossman, I think he's happy with that 9th place starting spot. He wants to stay there.
Yeah, you know what? There's a difference in perspective, right? Morgado, if he's not running P1, he's like, what are we doing here right now? Where Mossman's trying to scrap his way forward to get anything he can in terms of a solid starting position as well. Final lap on the racetrack. Does Keeble have anything for Hodgson? They'll work their way through the chicane. Will it be an inside run? Maybe middle of the corner there for Hodgson. Doesn't block too aggressively to the inside. Keeble right there with them. Keeble will try the over-under coming through. Hodgson a little wide. Not right there as of yet. Hodgson, though, looks clean and green coming through. Although Keeble throwing everything at him here, Xander, in the final couple of corners.
Final time, all across the line. Oliver Hodgson is going to do it. He will win the pre-final here in X30 Senior. Keeble gave him everything that he had. Not able to do much with it. Donovan Bonilla, what a late race charge. He was 0.4 better than about anybody else on the racetrack that time by. He got right to the rear bumper of Senna Van Waalstein just a lap too late. And Dono will start P4 behind Van Waalstein ahead of Diego Ramos.
And that cart coming in like it did at the end. Think about 10 more laps for Bonilla. He's going to, I think, feel really good about the setup that they put on that RPG Cosmic. Hodgson wins by just over a 10th and a half. And think about Hodgson where he started the main event yesterday. What a difference a day makes. 31st yesterday. Stark contrast, black versus white. He'll be P1 rolling off for the main event this afternoon. Keeble in 2nd. Van Waalstein ends up in 3rd. Bonilla in 4th. About a half a second back with Diego Ramos in 5th. Carr 6th. Tulio 7th. Massimino, Mossman, and Morgado. Ryan Norberg in 13th position. Joe Turney got one more spot. 17th for yesterday's winner. Wow, what a difference for Hodgson and Turney, the way these days have kind of rolled out compared to yesterday.
Yeah, what a turn of events here. And again, Turney, like you said, all the way down 17th. Dario Pizarro from the back of the grid got up to 18th. Norberg ending 13th. Greenemeyer 12th. Everyone just so evenly matched by this point in the weekend here. Starting position makes a big difference. And when the pre-final's pretty tame like that, you can't really count on attrition or battling to get you back forward. We're going to go to main events here in a moment, folks. But before we do, we'd like to ask that everyone in the paddock please rise and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem here in a few moments as we get set for main event action. Once again, we'd like to ask all drivers, all mechanics, everyone in the paddock, please rise and remove your hats here for the playing of our national anthem. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, main events are getting set to go racing here for the 2023 SuperKarts USA Spring Nationals. Micro Swift presented by Sodi Racing USA, getting the engines fired up as they begin to clear the grid, Rob, and it gives us an opportunity here to take everybody through our starting lineup here for the young guns that'll kick off our afternoon.
Yeah, Juan Diego Garcia will start on the pole position alongside Maxwell Macha. That was P1 and P2, and they'll battle it out for the race win here today. Liam Nachawati alongside Josh Bergman on row number 2. Colton Schniegenberg and Zane Burgess will be on row 3. It'll be Isaac Payne on the inside of row number 4, starting 7th alongside Grayson Walcott, while Collins King and Pasha Ali will round out your top 10. In the sixth row, Samuel Chavari on the inside, Nathan Ramirez on the outside, Paxton Romero and Connor Lipka will be on row number 7. Dutch Westbrook and Hudson Hidalgo will be on row 8, capping off your 18-driver field. Drew Jensen and Ajax Capitan Garduno. 18 drivers set to go here in the Sodi Racing USA sponsored Micro Swift category. They'll roll their way off the line to get things underway. Drivers onto the track, time to go racing for 18 laps of competition here for the drivers in Micro.
We've seen, of course, Juan Diego Garcia's, Maxwell Macha, Liam Nachawati, Josh Bergman, Colton Schniegenberg, and Zane Burgess all make up that 6-driver contingent in the pre-final. While they get set, let's go down here as the scale lines have just cleared on out. Oliver Hodgson has scored himself another one, and he is standing by here with Simon Sykes coming out of the tech area. Simon?
Check, check. Thanks, Xander. Standing down here with Oliver Hodgson, your pre-final winner in X30. So, to start off, you got the pole. We got into that heat race, and you managed to hold off the attack. You didn't lead every lap, but you held them off and got the win. How'd you do it?
Yeah, so again, really fast kart in the lead, and we had some areas on the track we were strong, so just capitalized in those areas and tried to keep a cool in the others.
Awesome. What would it mean to you to sweep the day here at SKUSA at Utah Motorsports Complex on Sunday?
Yeah, it'd be big. It's something that's not on my list of accolades, so I want it badly.
That's awesome. We'll look for you in the final here coming up later. Thank you. Back to you, Xander.
There you go. Something there on a driver's resume that's already plenty full for Oliver Hodgson to get a SKUSA Pro Tour race win, to do it with the J3 competition group that has done so much for him, giving him the opportunity here to make a living with their driver academy over in Phoenix, with all the racing they've been able to put him behind the wheel for and coaching their young drivers. Unfortunate for Cooper Auclair, he'll have to mimic the run that Oliver was able to do in yesterday's main event to come from way back on the grid. But for an English front row, we now go to an American and a Brazilian-based team front row in Micro Swift. We're underway down to turn 1 and into the first corner. Juan Diego Garcia's, Maxwell Macha side by side, and around goes, oh no, Liam Nachawati and Maxwell Macha. They're off over in turn 1, out in the dirt, and more drivers collected. 3, 4, 5 cars over in turn number 1, and at what had been such a clean start and a clean run all the way through the weekend for everyone in the Micro Swift class explodes here in the Sunday afternoon main event. Diego Garcia leads the way. It is then Colton Schniegenberg, then Isaac Payne, who started back in 7th and got to avoid it all as they go out of the bus stop and towards the chicane. So give it now to Juan Diego Garcia, who leads them into the back hairpin over Schniegenberg and Isaac Payne. I do believe you've got some more post-race interviews with X30 Pro Senior that we'll be sending here in just a moment. So let's send it away to Emery Lida, who's caught up with one of the hardest chargers there in that heat race, Donovan Bonilla. Emery?
Yeah, Donovan, it was a pretty good heat race for you. You were able to start 6th, got yourself kind of away from the melee of the outside, and put yourself in a good position to chase down the 2 Sodi Karts and Oliver Hodgson at the front. Just tell me about how you were able to kind of get yourself into the rhythm in this race.
Well, surprisingly, I got a good start at the outside. I think I stayed in the same position, and then I passed the 2 Barrel guys, Diego and the Tulio. And yeah, then I was just trying to save the tires a bit, not push that hard, and yeah, it was good. I finished 4th and hope for the best.
Yeah, and talking about the pace, towards the end of the race, I mean, you guys were all running similar pace up at the front. Was there anything that you really felt like your car was able to do that maybe some of the guys on older tires that were in front of you couldn't quite do?
Well, no, I wasn't that close to see, and I was saving tires, so not so much I could see.
All right, we'll see what the tire saving does for Bonilla and the rest of the field in the final. Donovan Bonilla, a solid fourth place run here in Xfinity Pro Pre-Final. Back to you guys.
If he was saving tires, doing what he did over those last couple of laps, he's going to be a monster in the main event.
He's going to be mega, and it is an all-international first couple rows there in that one. You've got the English guys up front and Oliver Hodgson and Harley Keeble. You got the Dutchman and Senna Van Wallstein, and then representing the Mexico flag, Donovan Bonilla there rolling fourth. As we look back to the grid here, let's see it. A pass on the inside attempt from Josh Bergman for third. Rob, as you stepped out for a moment, things went crazy down in turn number one, and we lost a number of our contenders. Maxwell Macha and Liam Nachawati got hooked together as we go side by side for third. Macha is down in 13th, trying to dig back forward, 8 seconds away from the lead, and Nachawati is 11 seconds back as both of them were off in the dirt at the outside of turn number one. Now, the only saving grace they've got to go forward is more battling like this here. Isaac Payne fending off Bergman. The bad news is it's only two guys up front. As they battle for third, it might even open up, and you might see Colton Schneegenberg and Juan Diego Garciares walk away from the rest of this field.
Hey, listen, if you're up front like they are right now, a quick look over your shoulder to see how much gap you have. You know you're going to have the crew yelling at you at the line, give you as you come across start finish, give you the hand signals. But if Schneegenberg and Garciares are able to pull away, this is easily a 1-2 finish, depending on how it rolls out. It all depends on whether or not they can keep it up, they can keep focused, and keep going, because the guys behind them are pushing as hard as they can. Bergman, Payne, and Walcott lined up 3, 4, 5.
Well, Colton Schneegenberg's got a lot of podiums over this 2023 national season, but he has yet to get that big breakthrough victory. Juan Diego Garciares got a national win earlier on in the year. Of course, Macha's had a few. Bergman looking for main event win number one as well, back in third, but he needs some help. He's a second and a half back, and Schneegenberg, even with Diego Garciarce there on his bumper, I mean, he hasn't been really pushed by him just yet. Schneegenberg was kind of holding about a 2-car length cushion back to second place as they go down the backstretch for a little bit of this one. So as they head down, oh, wow, that's surprising to see Schneegenberg defending into the back hairpin.
Yeah, pretty early for a defense, lap number 3. You got to work together here. Of course, Garciarce in that Ursuline Racing machine winning yesterday, right? So he's already got the victory. He's got to get the momentum and the confidence rolling here at UMC. Right there, he hasn't really even tried that much. Schneegenberg just needs to stay focused, look forward, and put the laps down now. So early in what will be an 18-lap contest, no need to do any kind of defensive runs right now.
Here we go down to turn number 1. We'll put another lap in the books, mark it 4 complete of the 18. Lap time update. Bergman was the fastest, but only by about a tenth of a second over Schneegenberg. He cuts the gap down to 1.2 off the rear bumper of the number 30 Ursuline Racing Parolin. So Josh Bergman, now the lone contender, unfortunately, for what was such a big contingent of Sodi Racing USA machines. He runs third. Grayson Walcott with a great run again, like you mentioned, up to fourth. Drew Jensen started tail end of the field there. He started 17th. He's up to 6th. So we've got some movers and shakers with all of the changing going on in the pack, and we'll keep you updated on the rest of the drivers that got collected early, like Maxwell Macha and Liam Nachawati, but they've got a slim chance of running the rest of the field down with how strung out we are this early in the going.
Yeah, let's just work on Maxwell Macha, right back in 13th spot, 10 seconds back. A 107.1 for Schneegenberg, Macha a 107.9. He's losing time anyways. Really, everybody in the front, he's losing time to. Macha does not have that draft. Again, when you have 2 or 3 of these carts locked together, you're turning much better lap times. Macha all by himself. He's going to try to reel in Paxton Romero here. He closed up about a second that last time by, so watch for Macha to potentially move his way up into 12th. May have got the job done already. Indeed, he has. He's in the 12th position now. He's 2.7 seconds behind Hudson Hidalgo. And last time by was not even as quick as Hidalgo. Nachawati just turned the fastest lap back in 14th. A 106.9, a little bit faster than Schneegenberg. But when you're 13 seconds back, that thought of a win pretty much out the window.
Yeah, and it all went up in smoke 500 feet after the drop of the green down at the outside edge of turn number 1. These two looks like it'll be the story of the day. Colton Schneegenberg, Juan Diego Garciarce there, first and second. Josh Bergman was gaining, now not gaining, now that he's by his lonesome in third, 1.3 seconds away here And I don't know if we'll see too much. It'll give us at least the opportunity through these two working together to probably start working our way down the grid on the pack and highlight some more drivers, because as you and I both know, Rob, in these draft-dependent classes, these kids are trained enough, they've raced enough, they've seen it happen. If it's two of them, they're going to wait until that double sticks comes out.
And let's pick up one thing here. This battle across the line, that's Walcott and Payne. Josh Bergman, who runs in the third spot, Xander, all by himself right now. No one to help him at all, 1.5 seconds back. Last time by, he was at least a tenth and a half slower. Schniegenberg and Garcia say all they have to do is run exactly like they're running right now for the next, say, 10 laps, and they'll have 2 laps to battle it out. This thing's essentially locked and loaded if these two drivers right here can just do what they're doing, again, for the next 10 laps.
And Juan Diego Garcia is really in command of that by being in second. He's the one that decides whether or not they pass. And yesterday we saw him and Diaz de la Vega work together beautifully to do that just as well and keep it 3 drivers up front. I think that's what we'll see from them. Here in 4th and 5th, again, as you mentioned, Walcott versus Isaac Payne. The Isaac Payne there in the number 77 Parolin. Walcott behind him there in the number 82 or 32 machine. Walcott was 4th, now 5th. Isaac Payne went by him there on the front straightaway to take back that 4th position and move himself up now 3 spots net gained since starting down in the 7th spot on the grid. So now they're getting the signal from the Parolin guys to work together. And I don't know what kind of ground they can make up, but it definitely doesn't make sense to battle too early on, because with just 2 karts around in this class, they're going to stay around each other all the way to the finish, whether they pass or whether they work together, so no need to pass.
Deeper in the field, another purple lap for Liam Nachawati. He is the fastest driver on the racetrack, a 106.829. I'm sure both he and Maxwell Macha just kind of beating themselves now, being as far back as they are, as quick as they know they can be. They're trying to reel in Hudson Hidalgo now. Last time by, Macha was about 4/10 quicker. He's 1.6 back, so it'll be 4 laps for him at that pace to catch up to Hidalgo. Payne, though, doing a good job here in front of Grayson Walcott. That's 4th and 5th. We'll look at their lap times as well. In fact, not quite as quick as Bergman. They're 2.8 seconds back. So as they run on the racetrack right now, barring any kind of real aggressive racing back and forth, it looks like our podium could be pretty much locked down with Schniegenberg and Garcia battling it out for the win, and Bergman very likely just to cruise around to P3.
Yeah, nothing more deflating than that here, but these kids have a good little race going. About a 6-car train led up by Zane Burgess there in 7th. You got Nathan Ramirez there on the OTK in the 8th position. Here comes Burgess in the 54 down to turn number 1. He's actually pulled away a little bit this last time by, back in that 7th position or 6th position for Burgess. That's Drew Jensen there in the number 56. He's up 10 spots. So there go your leaders. They're all the way up into the bus stop. Bergman there by himself. Isaac Payne and company there 4th and 5th, with Schniegenberg still showing the way down the backstretch. We'll see 9 down, 9 to go at the start-finish line, halfway in and halfway home for the Sodi Racing USA Micro Swifts. Still with that Team GWR Energy leading the way.
Indeed, the Energy card up front. Here's that fight again between Walcott and Payne. That is for 4th and 5th. Walcott slipping back by, coming into the double apex left-handers here, back through the chicane. And he'll have that spot coming through again through the last couple of corners. Another fast lap for Nachawati. Continues to go purple, and I would expect either has caught Macha or has gone by Macha at this point here, because reeling up nicely here on Hidalgo, but the fastest driver on the racetrack isn't even battling right now for the race win. It's further back in the pack with Nachawati.
Yeah, let's see it here. As there we saw Isaac Payne go back around the outside of Grayson Walcott for 4th, but that pack we were on, I think at the end of it, that's where our fast 2 drivers were from lap number 1. Macha and Liam Nachawati are both in this 6 or 7 car train coming out of the bowl. Burgess has broken away. He's in 6th. 7th place there, you've got Drew Jensen and Nathan Ramirez. And then behind them, you've got Hudson Hidalgo there on that blue and white machine coming out of the bus stop, just a little bit out of frame. So this is 8th and 9th here with Drew Jensen and Nathan Ramirez on the Sodi. Then you've got 10th place there. Collins King, sorry. And then you've got Hudson Hidalgo, and right behind Hidalgo, Liam Nachawati, who has driven back up. Now he's on the edge of the top 10.
Here comes Nachawati, the fastest driver on the racetrack. He can probably pick his way off here. Really, if you look at Nachawati, he's in a second, half a second, couple of tenths. Drew Jensen's really only about 3 seconds up the road right now from Nachawati, who is that quick. So watch for Liam Nachawati to potentially fight his way back, maybe up even to as high as 7th position, having fallen to the tail of the field.
Yeah, so Nachawati was working Colin Kings there. I think he, working Hudson Hidalgo. He got clear of him down by turn 1, so he's up to 10th. Maxwell Macha behind him there in that 12th position's picked up another spot as well. There's your leaders once again through the bus stop here as they go towards the chicane. We've got 7.5 laps to go here for Colton Schniekenberg and Juan Diego Garcia Arce, and we'll keep you updated on the progress for Liam Nachawati and Maxwell Macha going back through the top 10 coming out of the hairpin here.
Sandra, I think you made a really good point about the fact that the battle here really is going to be about Garcia Arce. It's his decision to go at him, to stay where he is. And right now, he's been very patient to run P2, letting Schniekenberg push it out front. We're into the second half of this race now, 10 down, 8 laps to go. In fact, when they come across the stripe here, it'll be 11 laps in the books with 7 laps remaining. And Garcia Arce potentially looking to the inside. Is this his bid? He'll go to the bottom of the racetrack and book it. He's through. New leader here with 7 to go in micro.
And I think that decision came all the way back from that double left-handed hairpin going into the S's where you saw Schniekenberg go wide. Garcia Arce kind of got into the back of him a little bit, and he was like, man, I didn't think you'd be going this slow in the middle of the corner. Maybe I can lead. Maybe I can try and pull away from him. It's not an easy task here in the microswift class by any means, the hardest class of them all because it's the slowest of them all on these super speedway racetracks that we take the SKUSA Pro Tour to. But if, again, you're getting bottled up in the center of the corner, you might as well give it a shot. He's got no reason not to try it at this point because Bergman is still 2 seconds away. Schniekenberg is going to want to follow him and learn a little bit as well for his pocketbook when it comes down to the or playbook coming down to the final few laps because he's led the whole way. But for Diego Garcia Arce, you got 6 laps. Try it. Maybe see. Okay, you got time to burn. Let's see if I'm better out front. Can I get away and avoid having to do a 2-lap final dash for the win?
Worth the shot for sure. Schniekenberg is giving the answer pretty quickly here, right back on the rear bumper. This is definitely going to be a 2-driver fight to the very end. Bergman, as we said, although 1.3 back right now, this kind of battling back and forth. Bergman just turned his fastest lap of 106.774. If they continue to fight, or as Garcia's not quite as quick up front, the gap that was 1.9 down to 1.3.
Yeah, that was a big lap from Josh Bergman there. My goodness, was he moving. And again, this is all by himself. The lap that Liam Nachawati hit was while he was catching up to somebody, so he got a toe lap there to go to a 66.3 at a 66.7. I mean, that's hauling the mail, and then some for the PK Sports Sody Kart driver. This race isn't over, and while we thought it might have been a lock for the top 2, it may not be. Hello, Josh Bergman with 5 laps to go this time by. Can he get there? And like you mentioned, Rob, are they slower in this formation with Diego Garcia Arce leading and Schniekenberg back in second?
Visually, you can see how close he is right now. It was not 1.9 seconds a couple laps ago, 1.3, and now across the line, 1.1. Bergman quicker again by about 1/10 of a second. He'll continue to check his way forward. Remember, all he's got to do is be close enough for when they start going side by side for the race win. 5 laps remaining. Nakawati up into 7th position. He's 3.4 seconds behind Zane Burgess. That could be it for him as he and Burgess both turning 66.9 this last time by. Nachawati was all the way down in the, 15th position, has fought his way back up into 7th. Maxwell Macha trying to come with him. He's into 9th. But we're kind of keying on the 40 here of Josh Bergman. Really the driver to watch. Kind of the outlier. Can he get in here and make it a 3-driver battle for the race win?
Yeah, Josh Bergman, like you said, he doesn't have to be on their bumper yet. He just needs to be within probably a second and a half when that 2-to-go signal goes up and they start fighting each other for the win. And it helps him a little bit if they're slower this way. You saw the gap as well. Not only was Bergman closer and almost into frame, but Schniekenberg was fully disconnected coming on the front stretch, and he'll be almost disconnected this time by as well because he's not as fast in that final sector of the racetrack as Garcia Arce. When they're disconnected, when they're not pushing and shoving each other, they're not as fast. That time a 107.2 for Garcia Arce and a 106.9 for Bergman. That's a 3/10 gain. He's 1.1 away. He's only, again, a second away from Schniekenberg. Cut that down to 7 or 8 tenths, and the draft will do the rest of the work for Josh Bergman. So we have 2 chances right now, Rob, I believe, at a first-time national winner in Colton Schniegenberg, and now potentially in the PK Sports Sody Kart of Josh Bergman.
Be 3 laps to go next time by. If Bergman can get another 0.2 of a second, that puts him 0.8 back. And Xander mentioned at that point you're in that window of getting the toe off the draft coming up the front straightaway. And will they start to race? Still 3 to go and they get back to the line. Bergman on that beautiful Sody Kart, laying it down. Part of this big French manufacturer contingent we've seen grow since the launch back in late January. They've signed up dealers and race teams looking to win some big races. Look at Bergman. He is the man to watch right now. There's no doubt about it. A second was the gap last time by. They'll come across the stripe, and the gap between second and third, now 0.6 of a second.
That was a flyer. Bergman picks up 0.4 that time with a 66.8. Schniegenberg still doing everything he can to try and keep him at bay, but it's not going to matter. The 2 to go signal will come next time by. They'll start to battle, and Bergman will be there. I talked with his team owner, Carlos Iaconelli, there at the lunch break. I said, well, Carlos, you have a good day yesterday? He said, well, not so much. I mean, we were good in qualifying, good in practice. The racing didn't go our way. Yeah, they had Macha, who qualified pole, finished third. Senna Van Walstein, that DQ in the pre-final, took him out of pro shifter. And for Harley Keeble, of course, the crash on the final lap in the KA Senior main event, all nothing but bridesmaid results there. Second and third at the best. They would love to get a win with the big group they've got as the road to Las Vegas continues to give some confidence to their whole team and all their drivers that they can get it done on America's biggest stage. This time by, 2 to go. Garciarce with the biggest lead he's seen all day at 2 car lengths.
One of the best feelings you can have as a driver when you're closing. You just know how much you're gaining every lap. It just feels so good to close and close. Here comes Bergman. And again, 2 to go this time by. Here goes Schniegenberg. He'll go to the bottom. Big over-under. Thinking about it for Bergman, but he is there now into the 3rd spot, making 3 drivers battling it out. Schniegenberg on the energy. Back to P1.
Colton Schniegenberg made that move because he looked back and he saw nothing but black and orange of the Sody Kart 2 car lengths away. If he didn't go there, Bergman might have gone in on him. So a lap and a half to go as we rocket through the bus stop, all nose to tail. Schniegenberg might be the slowest one of the 3, but he leads them here onto the backstretch, which means he's going to need to make that kart nice and wide. How low does the blue and red energy go? All the way to the bottom side. Garciarce to the outside lane. Bergman opens up. He didn't get a good launch out of the bus stop. It'll close in. And now what does Josh Bergman do? He's just going to wait for now. 2 to go. And now coming to the white. Garciarce gets held up. Here comes Bergman around the outside through the S's. Now gets the inside, but he can't hold it. Garciarce holds second.
Wow, this could hurt Bergman a little bit of the run down into turn number 1. Indeed, he's going to be P3 and back a little bit. Checked himself up, trying to make the move. Right down to the bottom goes Schniegenberg. I'd go way wide if I'm Bergman. Get that big run out of the corner. He is wide on the corner, but he misses the apex a little bit. Here comes the side-by-side action. He's ready to pick it up. Schniegenberg drops the wheel. Garciarce back to P1.
And that'll hurt Schniegenberg through 2, 3, and 4. They go out of 2, over to 3, into the bowl, turn number 4. Then this bus stop, 5, 6, 7, 8 here coming up. The big run to the inner loop here in the infield. Juan Diego Garciarce trying to hang on. Colton Schniegenberg's back on him here as they come out of turn number 8. We go to that right-left chicane, turns 9 and 10 to the back hairpin at turn 11. Down to the inside goes Garciarce. Schniegenberg has to go somewhat narrow to watch for Bergman, so it's going to come down to right here, this double left. Going to turn 12 and 13. What do we see here, Rob?
Bergman looking for the over-under. How many times have we seen this? They're side-by-side coming through. Right together. Will there be contact? Bergman trying to go to the inside. Schniegenberg has the spot. They're going to make contact. Bergman to the inside. We've seen it before. Can Bergman bring it home? Indeed, out of the final corner. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Here comes Garcias. Who's going to win at the line? And it looks like Bergman. Bergman wins for Sody Kart. Bergman winning for Sody Kart. What a huge one. There's the celebration right there. Xander Clements on my microphone, my volume control perfectly there. And there's Terry Germanovich, the leader of the karting distribution, the program that has brought Sody Racing USA here. Josh Bergman taking advantage of it. We saw a couple of guys do that yesterday. How about 4 thousandths of a second at the line?
And he got lucky there, Rob. He was celebrating as soon as he came onto the front straightaway. And Josh Bergman nearly had Juan Diego Garciarce rip his heart out.
4 thousandths of a second. But how about that? Welcome to the national main event winner's circle, Josh Bergman, and welcome to it for the first SKUSA Pro Tour win this year for the PK Sports Sody boys. And how about that to turn your weekend around and kick off the main event? They've got a lot more bullets in the gun to go at it for the next 7 mains, but they've got main event number 1 checked off. Josh Bergman, Diego Garcia Arce, Schneegenberg the podium. Isaac Payne wins out on that battle over Grayson Walcott. Burgess 6, Nachawati at 7th, Macha 8. They rebound to the top 10. That's good. Ramirez and Jensen the top 10.
So think about this. You're the coach and the parents of Josh Bergman. You're celebrating, but you're trying to figure out the time to sit him down and do that little coaching lesson. Please don't celebrate till you get to the line. Like you said, he was punching the fist already. We've seen drivers lose races like that, and indeed, it came down to almost the slimmest of margins, 4 thousandths of a second at the line. And Garcia, you can see him time it perfectly. Got a run, just got the run, pulled out, cleared the left rear tire, and almost stole that away from Josh Bergman, who took it because Schneegenberg was throwing everything at Garcias there. They were side by side coming through. And speaking of coming through, let's cross our fingers this doesn't make it to the racetrack.
Yeah, look at this, folks, here again. We talked about it yesterday, the beauty of being down here in the valley with nothing but a beautiful landscape around us. We can see the weather out for miles, and yeah, you can see that. That's the dirty word here at the racetrack, the R word. Marion Kremers is hoping it comes this way. I know a lot of drivers probably are not. Let's talk about the KA Juniors as they roll onto the racetrack, and they're probably hoping for a dry main event, and it looks like they should get it for this one. But that sun that's kept us so bright here on the circuit has kind of popped in and out of the clouds. Now it pokes back out and we get a little bit lighter, but it is all Stephen Miller that will lead us to the green here. A little radar update from around us. A small cell down in downtown Tooele, Utah, just south of us, but it's moving north, Rob.
I don't like to hear that. Stephen Miller, folks, starting on the pole alongside Jensen Burnett, Turner Brown, and Ernesto Rivera will be on row number 2. Keegan Kaminsky and Max Taylor on row 3.
Then we go back to row number 4. Victor Day Allen Cars, National Motorsports EOS Kart, started 3rd in the pre-final. He salvaged a 7th place starting spot here for the main. Alongside him, it's that team GWR Giller to Chase Buscalia. And to round off your top 10, you got Christian Meyer and the all blacked out Motorsport Paralyn of Enzo Vidmontien right there in the 895.
Just outside the top 10, row 6, Alex Mercado on the inside, Alexander Gonzalez on the outside. We'll have Alex Rantala, and keep an eye on the driver starting 14th and 15th, Anthony Martella and Jackson Wolney, and yesterday's winner as well in the 16th spot, Truly Adams. 14th, 15th, and 16th with the speed to run up front.
Colin Roos and Jack Grote make up row number 9. Nico Sarvati and Jaden Johnson, who started on the front row yesterday, starts in 20th. Then you got Peyton Westcott and Eric Doan on row 11.
Outside of that row, row number 12, Giovanni Santora and Johnny Stamps. Then we'll have Xander Malatesta and Shea Aldrich, who is running up front as well. Field now set Xander into the staging lanes. Almost time to go racing with KA 100 Junior.
It's a Chad Dawkin Racing front row. Stephen Miller versus Jensen Burnett. We heard from Jensen. He said he made it a good show in the pre-final. He just wanted the front row for the main. He's happy there. Now, boys and girls, it's time to fight. 41 drivers, 20 laps. We're underway down at turn 1, and Stephen Miller with a great jump into the first corner as they all lock the brakes up and head into the bowl.
Turner Brown aggressive onto the turn into turn number 1 as he needed to try to hold off Jensen Burnett, but Burnett capitalizes, pounces to the inside of turn number 2 because he does not want to let his teammate get away. Look at the jump, Xander. Out of the gate comes Stephen Miller with a massive lead.
Stephen Miller, my goodness, give yourself one there. Probably about 7 or 8 tenths of a second already through the bus stop. Let's see, can everybody make it through? That's been a trouble spot in some of these starts when they get so packed up that they go side by side there, and the outside guy ends up for a ride. Down the backstretch here, Max Taylor saying, all right, Jensen, we're too far back. I'm going to go, and he's going to bring a lot with him here as the field goes. Kaminsky saying, all right, Taylor, I'm with you. Taylor looks back, yeah, let's go forward. Turner Brown is 4th, Rivera 5th. Burnett is 6th. They're sorting themselves out. That's Shea Eldridge there in that black suit on the RPM Tony card way back, but he's already picked up a number of spots, to be fair, after that pre-final that saw him off in the dirt.
Yeah, that was a great shot coming through that corner, that left-hander. We've seen so much action in. Everybody fighting up, elbows up, everybody trying to get as much as they could. Look at this scrap here as well as Jensen Burnett trying to hold on. He's going to get rolled, I believe, by Victor de Alacar and Alexander Gonzalez coming through there. So Burnett potentially back to P8.
Yeah, Jensen Burnett here, not the start that he would have liked, but it's a long race here, plenty of time. He's just got to bank on Max Taylor having a lot of horsepower and speed on that RPG Cosmic to run down Stephen Miller, because Miller's already out of the drafting window by the end of lap 1. It's Taylor 1.3 back, then Turner Brown, then a couple tenths to find Keegan Kaminsky's GFC. There's Ernesto Rivera in the 5th spot. Let's see if there's any moves on the backstretch. Kaminsky covers low. Gonzalez on the inside of Victor de Alencar. That pre-final, we saw our front row sitter, Alexander Gonzalez, go straight backwards. He's going straight forwards here in the main as Enzo Vidmontien makes a move on Burnett there behind him.
Indeed, everyone trying to get as much as they can in these opening couple of laps. It's the best opportunity to take advantage of those having trouble in front of you. If somebody goes too wide, you try to do the over-under, whatever it may be. Everybody fighting hard. Big runs down into turn number 1. We'll see lots of moves to the bottom. Indeed, here comes another one here further back. That is, I believe, for the, 5th or 6th position. Rivera for P4 and inside of Kaminsky.
And Kaminsky's going to go for a wild ride there. He'll bump it through the dirt a couple times and lose 2, 3, 4 positions as he drops behind Vidmontien. He tried to fight the pass for 1, ends up losing 3. We've seen that so many times over this season, and especially here at Utah Motorsports Campus. Now, up ahead of them, we also saw Turner Brown going by on Max Taylor. That's not helping their progress to hunt down Stephen Miller. Someone's got to decide, all right, I'm the fastest, and everyone's got to agree and push that guy forward. Otherwise, we keep trading second, and Stephen Miller is going to laugh all the way to the bank with a main event win.
Yeah, 1.4 seconds up for Stephen Miller. The fast driver last time by was Alexander Gonzalez. He's been making moves, as we saw, by de Alencar. We know that. He's right there with was with Ernesto Rivera. It is actually Kaminsky who moved back. We know Kaminsky dropped down a couple of spots, so we'll see a new look top 10 this time by. Leaders rolling through. Miller, Brown, Taylor, Rivera, and Gonzalez. De Alencar runs 6th. Vidmontien this time with the fast lap of a 62.118. He goes 7th. Burnett back to 8th. Kaminsky 9th. And Truly Adams, yesterday's winner, who started 16th, now finds his way up to 10th. Remember, no qualifying time at all, 41st in qualifying. He drives to 16th in the pre-final. He's now 10th for Truly Adams. What a run for the factory kart driver.
And I know we're on the Avinco Blues. We're on that harder compound tire, but it's still a very abrasive racetrack. Truly Adams has 1 less heat cycle than everybody on the racetrack, and he's using that to his benefit, getting a good start from the tougher side of the circuit on the outside lane to work his way forward. As Victor de Alencar is going to lose his spot there, Vidmontien going by. Alexander Gonzalez still pushing Rivera, and this is a much different Alexander Gonzalez. He seems a lot more collected and confident where he doesn't need to battle every corner. And I think he may have been a little bit nervous in that pre-final starting as high as he did. Now here, he's looking a lot better. As one driver got turned around further back, that might have been Peyton Westcott, unfortunately, there further down the order. And indeed it was the 898 of Peyton Westcott going around out of 17th.
I think not by herself either. I think a couple other drivers going around with her. Potentially Roman Felber. Yeah, Roman Felber, I think, as well. So a number of drivers going around there. Contact, as we said. Again, though, another fast lap for Vidmontien. Although at the tail of this group, Xander, he is rolling right now in P6.
And I'm keeping an eye here on the pavement as well, Rob, with it kind of going back and forth from sunshine to clouds to see if at all there's any little bit of liquid sunshine coming down on the racetrack. I think we are okay, but we're going to keep a tab on it all here as the field works its way out of that back hairpin. De Alencar back on the bumper of Alexander Gonzalez as Vidmontien was able to get by Gonzalez now. Enzo Vidmontien is the fastest driver on the racetrack here in the Motaz Sport Parallel. That blackout number 895 machine takes him onto the front straightaway, a couple of car lengths back from Rivera. But Rob, checking the weather there, I must be seeing things because we're A-okay for now.
Yeah, that said, we do have a big black cloud that's just starting to work the way over the head, coming essentially across the front straightaway, and you can see some heavier clouds at the back. We saw a look of those in the shot we gave you before. It does appear like the rain clouds are at least coming this way. Not yet raining outside, but again, could be just a matter of time.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what happens here as the Greyhound Racing Seats USA KA100 Juniors make their way to the bus stop. And while we've been looking further back at some of the battles and carnage, the drivers in second and third have been going to work. Max Taylor, Turner Brown, and Count Ernesto Rivera in that mix as well. Rivera going to pass Taylor here for P3 at the back of the hairpin, but
they've cut the gap in half to Stephen Miller. It's about 7 or 8 tenths of a second now. Turner Brown looking for a big-time win. Remember, of course, that Super Nationals run in Mini, crosses the line first, and unfortunately loses it in post-race penalties and tech inspection as everything went on through. It was unfortunate for Turner Brown, and it robbed him of what would have been a first career national victory. Now here in KA Junior, 7 months later from that fateful Super Nats 25 experience, he's in a great spot to try and fight for the win.
And I want to say that over the first 6 months of the year, this kid has just grown in leaps and bounds, right? The amount of racing he's done, he's really stepped things up in a big way. And to see him running where he is right now, I think it's a great job for Turner Brown laying him down. And again, like I said, we knew the cloud was coming, and Xander potentially, we're getting reports of potential light rain.
Just a little bit here, just starting. That's not going to affect it much, but it can freak you out as a driver, especially if you're Stephen Miller. If you get a couple rain drops on your visor, you don't know how wet it is just yet. You don't know if the grip is all of a sudden going to go away. Last time by, he was 2 tenths slower.
And he's the first guy into every corner. Every time they roll in, if the rain is there, he'll be the one everybody can key off of. You are going to see it. Remember, it has been mid-70s, almost high 70s all day long since noon on, a little bit more. Any precipitation that hits this pavement is going to evaporate really quickly. It's depending on whether it stays consistently and we start to cool off that track and start to dampen it up.
Well, we're going to get an idea. You can see how dark it is down at the end of the front stretch in turn number 1, and it is heating up at the same time here on the racetrack for the lead. Turner Brown picked up another 4 tenths, and they're all together once again. Took a few laps to run down Stephen Miller. We're 7 in, still 13 to go as they head for the bus stop and into that bus stop chicane. Miller, Brown, Rivera, Taylor, Vidmontien all there. Gonzalez has come along for the ride. Keegan Kaminsky owns the fast lap of the race thus far. He's 7th. Dale Carr and Truly Adams is 9th as they fight for 2nd. Here goes Rivera and clear on Turner Brown.
Yeah, Brown did a good job of holding position on the outside to be able to come back in. Did not lose another spot, as Max Taylor would have been more than happy to put him back to P4, but Brown did a good job to minimize the issue there and get back into P3. Of course, Taylor right there 4th. You can see the group, as we said, right behind Truly Adams. Alex Mercado trying to close up here as well. There's your front running 5, 6, 7, 8. Back to Truly Adams at 8th. That's Victor Alencar at 9th. Mercado, I said he was right there. No, he is 3 seconds back. He leads the next battle with Colin Roos there as well.
Yeah, we'll wait for them to come through turn number 2. Oh, there's the field coming down the front straightaway. We'll pick them back up through the bowl. So here we are with Rivera over Turner Brown. He took over the lead. We were getting everything ready for the rain here
right,
because we know that it's still sprinkling, trying to make sure our equipment's good so we can bring you all the action. And again, it's just mind-boggling to me as now, oh my goodness, what a move. Miller's on the outside coming out of the chicane, through the chicane. This is 2x2 for 2nd on back. And Vidmontien is through. Miller is 3 wide on the outside. Now Kaminsky gets by on, I believe, Dale Carr, and Truly Adams is just looking for a hole.
Yeah, Truly Adams had to check up a little bit there. A lot of drivers. I honestly think, although he lost a couple of spots, that was probably the best case scenario for Stephen Miller. He could have got hung out to dry by everybody on the outside. He was able to come back in as one of the drivers deeper in. Came, I think, a little aggressively and got into Taylor. So a big shakedown there. Rivero leads. Vidmontien 2nd. Brown, Taylor, Miller back to 5th, Gonzalez 6th, Kaminsky 7th, Truly Adams still 8th, up 8 spots, although he's got some room there on Dale Carr.
Yeah, let's see him through turn number 2 here. Stephen Miller right behind as he lost 2 more spots. Kaminsky going by along with Alexander Gonzalez, I believe. So Gonzalez sent it. Kaminsky got around both of them. Max Taylor's up the road. Ernesto Rivera has now been gifted a 9-10th lead. Back to Enzo Vidmontien, who's up 8 positions from 10th on the grid. He's got Turner Brown right there locked and loaded. Turner Brown's already run down 1 leader before. He's got to do it again. It took him 7 laps last time. Let's see if Vidmontien, who's looked to be one of the fastest drivers this race so far, can he make up any ground any bit quicker as they continue to try and chase down the rest of them. 4th on the racetrack, there's Max Taylor. 5th is Kaminsky, and that pack still goes all the way back to Dale Carr in the 9th spot.
Yeah, Kaminsky able to get by Stephen Miller, so he'll go up to 5th. Miller back to 6th. Truly Adams getting by Gonzalez that lap, so Truly Adams now up to 7th position. So a little bit more battling outside the top 5. As I said, Rivera out by almost 8/10 of a second now. Vidmontien getting chased here by Turner Brown. Brown's got a bit of room. He's got 8/10 back to Max Taylor as well. And then Taylor leads that next group. Taylor, Kaminsky, Miller, Adams, and Gonzalez.
Through the bus stop here. Let's see if Kaminsky decides now that he's caught up to Max Taylor. Does he want to work with him? Does he believe that he can lead him forward and it was the toe, or does he think he's faster? Going to the chicane. Here we go down the back straightaway. Max Taylor, Keegan Kaminsky, 4th and 5th here. No change that time through the hairpin.
Indeed, I thought Kaminsky may have pulled the trigger there, but indeed more comfortable to sit there with Miller right there. There's Truly Adams as well, yesterday's winner on the factory kart. Miller driving that Kart Republic. And again, Taylor, winner yesterday in the X30 junior class, currently running P4 here. Rivera, 0.8 of a second, make that a half a second now as Vidmontien just chopped at least 0.2 of a second off the lead for Rivera, as he's got some help here with Turner Brown. 1, 2, 3, and then about a half a second, a little more actually, 0.8 back to Taylor, who leads that next group of 4. A long way to go, still 11 laps down, 9 more laps of racing here in KA 100 Junior.
Through the bowl here, going to the bus stop again. Rivera was 0.8 not long ago, up half a second. Back to Enzo Vidmontien as the field heads on through the bus stop over to the chicane. Kaminsky has been patient behind Max Taylor for a lap or so. I don't know if he's going to stay patient. There's your top 3. He is. It looks like at least he's happy because they are seeing progress. They were 0.3 better than race leader Ernesto Rivera, so no need to go by yet. Some maturity being shown by Keegan Kaminsky here, and I wouldn't expect him to not to knock him, but he's been roughed up a little bit. Remember, he's already had one pretty heavy off-track excursion. True. That sometimes can rattle a driver and say, you know what, one guy did this to me, screw everybody. I'm going to get my elbows out and just continue to pass. But right now he's working with Max Taylor and doing a good job, although as I say that, there he goes, finally getting by him in turn number 1.
Yeah, it was time for him to go through. Indeed, he does. He brings Stephen Miller with him. I think even Truly Adams might have came through as well. Yeah, he's bad. No, actually, may have hold on. No, Adams potentially able to get by before they get to the bowl. Nonetheless, the move forward for Keegan Kaminsky. Again, had a shot at it yesterday. Trying to roll things up here for the young driver here now as he's in P4, trying to close up. Good job here for Kaminsky. Top 3 drivers, though, now nose to tail. Remember, it was 0.8 of a second a couple laps ago. How about a new leader, Enzo Vidmontien, in the Motaz Sport Machine blacked out kart. Pretty easy to pick up on the screen. It is Vidmontien, new leader here in KA 100 Junior.
Yeah, for the first time today, Enzo Vidmontien's Motaz Sport Parallel now commands the field here as the screen continues to just slightly darken there with more ominous clouds staying behind the paddock as we head onto the front stretch. That was a good look at the top 5 and the gap back to now Truly Adams in 6th, Taylor in 7th. Here we go, back for the lead. This will get the rest of them into it as Rivera goes through with Brown, with Kaminsky, trying to go with Miller, and he does as well. Vidmontien first back to 5th.
This is just fantastic. KA 100 Junior racing back and forth. The door gets open. The freight train comes with him. You think you're the leader. You come out of the corner in your P5. Vidmontien probably felt pretty good coming out of the hairpin. I got this. I just went by Rivera. Now he's P5. Press the reset button. Get the strategy game going again because you got to start working your way back forward. Miller would have thought the same thing. He's thinking about going to the inside of Kaminsky. Does he pull the trigger? Does he hold it? Yeah, he gets roughed up again. Kaminsky gets off. Vidmontien trying to hip check him down to the inside. Can't quite do it. Kaminsky trying to hold on to Vidmontien as they'll go side by side coming through the S's.
He still holds his ground, but now by fighting that pass so much, he's almost got caught out by Max Taylor, and Truly Adams got lucky to find a gap in line there. And just like that there, it's one of those things, kind of risk reward, right? Sometimes the guy will back out it, but if he's going to race you hard too, you both can race yourselves backwards. And that's what we've seen. It's now down to 3. Miller now to the inside of Brown, and Stephen Miller went from kind of leading and dominating the first half, then kind of going nowhere through the middle segment, and now up to 2nd here as we watch them go to the bus stop.
Didn't we talk yesterday about Stephen Miller maybe showing this level of kind of maturity and kind of more calmness that we haven't seen over the start of the season? He's been much more relaxed. I would have said he might have been out of the race. He was down to about 5th or 6th position. He's just waited for things to happen. He's making a move now to the inside of his arch rival here in Rivera, and Miller confidently and calmly back to P1.
Yeah, nicely done there out of the hairpin for Stephen Miller. Ernesto Rivera, then Turner Brown, and here comes the rest of the pack off that single move for the lead. We're back together again, 7 deep here. 2 more. The Nash Motorsports EOS karts run 8th and 9th of Alexander Gonzalez and Victor de Alencar there. They would love a little more battling to bring them back into the showing. Down to turn 1 for Stephen Miller. Rivera back on him. He's going to take over the lead again. Brown goes through, shoves him through, and so does Vidmontien as Taylor gets clear on Kaminsky. Almost, they make contact, and around the outside, Truly Adams once again as they start to break apart for the lead group. Truly Adams just lets the C's go left and right, and he shoots the middle.
Xander, I'd like to say with the amount of races you and I have watched over the last decade that we could pick a winner here right now. There's just absolutely no way any one of these drivers right now here in the top 6 or 7 could have a chance to win this one. All it takes is to be in the position at the right time. Remember, Vidmontien's going for the lead again. He was led and then was 5th just 2 laps ago. 6 drivers in the lead group. What a battle we have so far.
Through the double left here, Vidmontien got away a little bit as Rivera had to defend from Turner Brown. That'll give him a car length lead, but it's almost like getting out too far front gives those guys an even bigger slingshot effect down the front stretch, although Brown's not hooked up with Rivera, so he's not going to be as fast, but he will be fast enough, and Vidmontien knows it. He covers low. Opening wide is Rivera. Look at him, 3 wide. Kaminsky into Taylor, into Miller, and that breaks the pack up. Keegan Kaminsky felt like he was getting used up a little bit, and he sent it on the inside, and that unfortunately ended up the worst. Stephen Miller pays the price.
So did Truly Adams. He was on the outside with nowhere to go. Had to go full 4 wheels off on the outside, all the way around 1 and 2 on the outside, because literally the track was completely blocked for him. And then there were 4 drivers up front right now. Vidmontien is your leader. Look at the move to the inside. Here comes Rivera once again. Also in there is Turner Brown. And I believe, is that Keegan Kaminsky as well? Yeah, it's Kaminsky. So a number of the big guns are out. 4 drivers left to battle it out here over the last 3 laps.
Let's see him through the S's here. Ernesto Rivera through the final couple corners. Enzo Vidmontien, Turner Brown, Keegan Kaminsky coming to the line. 3 laps to go for the main grouping as they head down to turn number 1. Vidmontien right there. He signals to Rivera to go forward. They're all signaling to go forward. But the thing is, they know, and that's why Rivera knows. He says, all right, go forward. I'll go to my line. You're going to pass me. So he stayed low there in turn number 1.
Exactly that. I go wide to get in the line for us to stay together. I'm going to be P4 coming out of turn number 1. There's no doubt about that. Still some battling further back as both Brown and Kaminsky going out. You can see them fighting it out now as they come into the bus stop. Brown's going to try to hold the spot. Kaminsky on the inside. He'll get to the apex first, so Brown goes back to 4th. Kaminsky holds on to the 3rd spot. They better watch out. They don't want Rivera and Vidmontien to pull away. 2 to go this next time by, but that's not going to happen with a defensive run down the bottom for Rivera.
And he was just able to get clear on Vidmontien. He nearly got done around the outside as Vidmontien, a little nudge there into the brake zone. That's going to put him all bottled up again. Still, Rivera holds.
You think about that corner, Xander, really it's the race into that hairpin. It's the race to the exit point. The first guy out to the exit gets the corner. You can go way wide. As long as you're the first guy to the exit, you don't need to pinch on that corner. So, indeed, that's exactly what that happened was. Here goes Vidmontien. He'll go to the outside. Kaminsky's going to try it. Can Vidmontien go around the outside? No, and he'll lose a spot and move Kaminsky back to 2nd.
2 laps to go. Keegan Kaminsky to 2nd, Brown 3rd, Vidmontien back to 4th. He tried it. He went as deep as he felt like he could go without driving off the racetrack on the outside lane. And can you believe it, Rob? Max Taylor, Stephen Miller, they wrecked. They're back up here into this mix in 5th and 6th.
Wow, Truly Adams was in that wreck too. We talked about him going off. He went back to 12th, but not for Taylor and Miller. They're right back in the fight here now. All this defensive driving up front is bringing everybody back into it once again. Who's it going to be? As right now Rivera leads.
Down to the bottom side, Kaminsky gives him a little love tap again in the zone. Turner Brown, Vidmontien, there's just nowhere to go right now. Well, there is somewhere. It's the outside, but the outside man's been a dead man most of this race, so it's all covered off. Ernesto Rivera's done a great job making that purple, pink, and white RPG Cosmic nice and wide. He's got 1 more lap to do it. Down the front straightaway here, all the way to the bottom side. Kaminsky and Brown are on him, and look at Max Taylor trying the high side. He'll go side by side, and Brown gives him a hip check, and Taylor's off and around.
Taylor tried it on the outside, his only shot at going to the podium. That did not happen. Contact between he and Turner Brown. That's actually allowed Vidmontien to get through. He also brings together Miller. Miller goes to 4th now. Here's the battle up front. So Vidmontien, Xander, he and Miller breathe a new life into this one. They're able to come back in. Kaminsky looking for that first big national victory. He's right there on Rivera.
Let's go down the backstretch here. Final time. 3 wide for 2nd. Miller trying to cross over. He's going to get all the way alongside for the lead. That'll force Rivera to the low side. Kaminsky on the bumper of Rivera. Sends him wide. Vidmontien! 4th to first as they go to the S's. He's got a 2-car length lead, and they'll come out of the final turn, Rob.
No one's going to take it. We saw this yesterday. The big battle between Rivera and Miller. He gets shuffled off. Rivera back on the racetrack, and Enzo Vidmontien will get the win. And there are some heated drivers in this one here for sure, as Miller essentially drove Rivera off the outside of the final corner. Rivera had to take to the gravel, and that was the same over-under we saw for Truly Adams yesterday. Vidmontien saw it all happening. He stayed way wide and then was able to tuck back in and literally rocket out of the corner where everybody else was trying to stay on the racetrack. Turner Brown, not a happy driver, and he runs into the back of Miller on the cool-down lap.
It is just anger everywhere on this cool-down lap, and Turner Brown's like, dude, did that just pop my bumper in? I mean, Turner Brown was 5th there at the end of it. He's frustrated. This is just going to be a very chaotic scale line.
That's a great point about that pushback bumper. Yeah, look at that thing. Indeed.
I think it just popped in on the cool-down lap for Turner Brown. He's looking at it and checking it and being like, oh, my gosh, man.
They'll be going to the video on that. What a tough one there. You could see him the entire time coming across the line. He was furious. He was right in the back there and climbed up the right rear of Stephen Miller, who ends up second. Vidmontien gets the win. Again, same thought process as Truly Adams, right? Into the corner, sees it happening on the last lap. All of a sudden, you go to the apex. Everybody else is pushed off wide to the right, and you're literally with a free pass through the S's. We got the camera heading all the way up to the scales right now. Vidmontien, Miller, Kaminsky, the top three. The Alencar heads up in 4th. He was back in 7th the whole time. Turner Brown and Ernesto Rivera right there as well.
Yeah, we're watching them all here. Nobody is happy. Max Taylor's not happy with someone further back. I don't know who they're all chatting with. That's with Turner Brown. He's like, dude, what are you doing on the cool-down lap? This is not so good for the KA juniors. So a lot of chaos there in the scale line. But let's see here as the younger kids talk it out here. Max Taylor, Turner Brown just saying, oh, what happened there in that one? And Taylor nearly trips over the cart. But this is frustration, and again, here's the thing about it, though. All of them, like, hands in the air on that half-lap cool-down. That's the whole reason they wrecked, because they weren't fully focused on driving into the scales.
Indeed that. You got to, even on that cool-down lap, keep your head about you, even though you've got the emotion from the end of that race and the craziness we saw in that final lap. That thing, the way it played out was wild for sure. And again, what a big victory, as we said, for Enzo Vidmontien. He was a racer throughout that entire run, was leading, then back to 4th, then got himself back to the lead. But when you're P4, just like Truly Adams yesterday, coming out of that hairpin, and you know everybody in front of you, Xander, all three of those drivers ready to throw everything they possibly can. Miller was on the outside, Rivera on the inside, Kaminsky was there, and all it took was that over-under to be able to get that free pass over to the S's. I think that was a great job for Enzo Vidmontien. He took a page out of Truly Adams' book. He was the guy able to do it this time, and it's a big win for Vidmontien.
Well, that was all up front. Let's look back on the end of the order. How about Shea Aldrich? 18 spots gained to 8th there. Hard charger for Shea. Alex Mercado ends up 9th. Truly Adams rebounds from 12th back to 10th, so decent recovery. But, man, if that wreck doesn't happen, Truly Adams might be standing on the box after it all, with Enzo Vidmontien having a very similar move. And again, these KA seniors in the National Motorsports sponsored division, their class right before they watch is that one there in KA junior. So they are watching how these last lap battles are playing out, and I'm sure all of them are like, oof, that was maybe a little bit too angry for my liking. Hopefully our race isn't like that. Harley Keeble on that PK Sports Sody kart, still looking for American win number 1. Today could be the day. Pole in qualifying, pre-final win. He's joined by your championship points leader, Aiden Levy, there on the Alonso kart.
You thought that one was good. This is going to be big time here in KA 100 senior. Peyton Phillips and Josh Campbell on row 2. Yesterday's winner, Colin Lloyd, alongside Henry Wheeler on row 3.
Down the front stretch here we go. Harley Keeble trying to do everything he can to get some heat in the tires as the temps have cooled off. The sprinkles have threatened rain. It's dry as we go into the boxes. Let's go racing once again, boys and girls. Main event number 3 is underway down to turn 1. Peyton Phillips on the inside there is going to get a good start behind Keeble and try to get himself to second.
and he does over Levy, but Aiden Levy, for the second time in a row, has to start second, and he gets a good jump to jump into third.
Yeah, still a great run for Levy. You watched him as soon as he cleared the green, able to come down to the inside to pinch everybody low. That gave him an opportunity then to get around the outside and hold on to the best he could, I think, ask for, and that's P3. He's locked into that position right now, so Keeble with the lead. Phillips goes to second, Levy in third. They got a little bit of room. Carbon copy of the start of the pre-final with Josh Campbell running in fourth.
Let's see him down the backstretch here, side by side for position number 5. Colin Lloyd will get by on Henry Wheeler, and there's side by side behind for 7th on back. That'll separate your top 6. So it's Keeble over Phillips, Levy, Campbell, Lloyd, Wheeler, the same group we saw in the front of that pre-main. Behind him there, I believe Ethan Rapp has moved his way up into that 7th position, if not Evan Concepcion. We'll update them as they hit across the start-finish line. 1 lap completed here, 19 laps to go. It was indeed Ethan Rapp, then Kane Martin, then Concepcion, and Frankie Mossman down in that 10th spot as they head to turn number 2.
Keeble trying to get this pace set where he needs it to be early on. Remember, a 20-lapper. Tire management has been one of the talking points throughout the entire weekend. A little bit of abrasive on this particular racetrack. Again, these drivers will do the best they can to run up front. And again, in the opening laps, especially if you're in the lead group, just run clean. You don't want to push super hard. You're going to get the gap on the guys behind you just on sheer pace and on the fact that they're going to be racing harder behind you. And right now, Peyton Phillips doing a good job P2. This kid is showing a lot of patience, a lot of poise. No need to get aggressive here early on to see if he can't just pull away with Harley Keeble.
Through the S's for Harley Keeble, along with Peyton Phillips and Aiden Levy. They'll come out of the final turn here to put 2 laps in the books. And thanks to that little shuffle for 4th, they've got a touch of a margin back to Colin Lloyd, who's gone around Josh Campbell. So let's update the rest of the lineup here. 2 down. Rapp still in the 7th spot, about 7/10 away from this group of 6. And then he's got Martin, Mossman, Braden Robertson's up 5 spots. Great start for Braden Robertson on the Tesoro Raceworks CRG in the 10th position. That black and orange machine. Here's a look. That is, again, 8th Kane Martin, 9th Kane Martin. Concepcion got around Martin there, I think, at the end of the lap. So it's, is that correct there? We'll see. As they cross the line, it was Wheeler. Maybe that's Ethan Rapp up the road. I think Martin, Mossman, Robertson. It was Concepcion that got shoveled back to 12th. My mistake. So that's a look there. 7th, 8th, and 9th. Here's 10th. Vinny Muskelis got back around Robertson. He's under fire from Steven Eisert, who goes by, and they're side by side as well. That might be Rapp there on the Scuderia or Concepcion.
You can see how aggressive these drivers are. They do not want to get hung out to dry on the outside, so diving big time into the inside of that corner once they get cleared through. You don't want to get caught out to dry. We talked about that. You get hung out to dry and you're having trouble getting back to apexes. You're not going to lose just 1. You may lose 2, 3, or 4 spots as everybody behind you aggressive to try to take full advantage of it. Front 3 drivers are pulling away a little bit. Not a bad of a gap right now, about a half a second from Aiden Levy back to yesterday's winner, Colin Lloyd.
Harley Keeble, Peyton Phillips, Aiden Levy, 1, 2, 3. And all 3 of them in all their interviews have kept things pretty close to the chest of how they're feeling and how they feel like they're doing so far today to try and probably keep that information out of their competitors' hands. But they all look pretty strong here to start this final. It's a long one, as always. 20 laps for the full-size classes here, beginning with the juniors and then moving into the seniors here for group number 3. As they head to the double left-hander, let's see, Keeble a little bit wide there coming out of there, and closing back into picture is yesterday's winner, Colin Lloyd, who, by the way, as much as that kid has been a superstar here this weekend, and I got to give him a lot of credit, seeing him and his dad at the end of the day, he said, yeah, I got lucky a little bit. I said, dude, there were 3 guys in that lead pack that were above the field. You were one of them. That's more than enough to hang your head on, as Levy goes for second.
Yeah, I've called a few hundred races, and it's not always the guy that's the fastest who wins. You got to be lucky sometimes to win races. A lot of guys have done that. Look at Joseph Newgard winning the Indianapolis 500. They don't go back to green flag for a 1-lap dash. He doesn't win the 500. It's Marcus Ericsson. Everybody gets a little bit lucky, and luck is when opportunity meets preparation.
Absolutely. So you got to be in the show to be able to win the show, and right now it looks like 4 of them are in it. Lloyd's pulled away. He hit the fast lap of the session last time by. Josh Campbell has fallen back a little ways. This might bring him back forward as Levy takes over the lead now. Keeble back to second. Phillips third, under pressure. Lloyd wants it, and Keeble also going by on Levy there in the double left. So now it's back to Keeble in the lead, but Colin Lloyd is up to third as there's more carnage further back.
Yeah, a couple drivers having trouble coming out of that corner in the back. right part of that racetrack, that right-hander, the hairpin. So many drivers getting aggressive in there. That's a primary place to pass, as we know. Here's another move for the lead as Levy's going to go down the inside. Colin Lloyd wants to see if he can put Keeble back as well. They have not been able to move Keeble back any further than second, and he, as we know, was able to take that lead back one corner later from Levy. We'll see if Levy holds it for a bit here. Colin Lloyd did the best he could to get by, but you can see the gap there as more dust coming up from the fight a little further back. Big gap actually back. I want to say that's from probably 8th back to 9th. Mossman runs 8th. It's over 2 seconds back to Muskelis and Isert in 9th and 10th.
Yeah, we saw those guys for a moment early on. They were going at it. It looks like they still have been, and that could be what you talked about with those team owners yesterday, saying the midfield has just still been pretty nasty. And look at this, folks. The rain is here. The rain is starting to come down in Utah. You can see it on screen. We've been waiting on it all day long, and it's finally arrived, and Aiden Levy's going to be the first one through the fastest section of the racetrack, pushing probably 70 miles an hour at the end by turn number 1.
This is all about feel for these drivers now. Get used to it. You're on the slicks. There's no need to go to the reins at this point. It's all holding on. Again, the concept here for these drivers, manage your situation. The rain starting to fall here trackside. Is it enough yet? Remember, as I said, it's been 75 plus for the last 3 or 4 hours. This pavement is very warm. It's going to evaporate that rain that's falling quite quickly. But as that temperature cools down, the more rain comes, it starts to pool a bit. That's when the grip is going to go away. Right now, as we said, Xander Levy will be the first guy to every corner to test the grip levels. Keeble's going to go to the inside to try to take over the lead.
Well, you know the Brits are used to this weather. They hardly ever get to see the sunshine over across the pond. So Harley Keeble's probably got the most rain experience out of anybody, and he's able to take him through and pull a car length away. Look how everyone else, by using the lead group as a marker, were able to go deeper, go faster, and quickly hunt down the front 4. So it's now a front 8. Keeble, Phillips, Levy, Lloyd, the first group. Then it's Ethan Rapp, Henry Wheeler, Frankie Mossman, and at the end there, Kane Martin on the Nash Motorsports EOS cart. Look at Phillips. He's getting pushed forward. Can he hang on to it? He does, and so far, so good for the leaders. Nobody's gone off as Keeble is back to 5th, and they're side-by-side for 2nd.
First time we've seen Keeble that far off, and 2 drivers collected, and they're off the racetrack. Keeble, I think, is one of them.
Mossman and Henry Wheeler. Frankie Mossman for the 2nd day in a row gets to the lead pack and crashes there in turn number 2 this time. Mossman is out along with Henry Wheeler coming out of turns 2 and 3.
Xander, that was 7th and 8th coming through turn 2 to turn number 3. They got caught up on each other, both those drivers going off. Mossman backwards. I think Wheeler able to continue. We'll see how far he falls down the order. But those 2 drivers together, I thought it might have been Keeble because he had fallen to the tail here. There, he's going to get together. Oh, a big move there as he gets to the inside. Ethan Rapp. I don't think Rapp's going to like that too much as he essentially rooted him coming through the double left-hander.
Yeah, Ethan Rapp there back to 5th now. Keeble up to 4th. Little gap to the top 3. Lloyd still following. I think the rain might be lightening up a little bit now, so it might have just been enough to slick the track off and scare everybody. As Lloyd goes to 2nd, Rapp goes back by on Harley Keeble there, and Phillips back by on Lloyd. So nobody happy to stay where they are. It's just try and climb your way higher at this point. And we're still so early in this one. Again, I can't stress that enough. It's 12 to go, only 8 complete, lots of racing left. Granted, you never know when a wreck like the Mossman deal happens because that really hurt Kane Martin. He almost lost touch with the leaders. Thankfully, they battled enough to bring him back into it, and this will fully seal him back in 6th at the end of the pack as Phillips and Lloyd go by. Levy's going to go back on Lloyd. The rain is still there. It looks like it's maybe still staying consistent. Just enough to make things slippery, not enough to make it where we got to go red. This is going to be fun to watch. It's a slip and slide here in Utah, Rob.
Yeah, I love it. I like the fact that the racers get challenged like this. You know, the conditions are changing. You have to be ready for it, right? Here comes Levy. He's going to go back to the inside of Phillips. He's going to bring Colin Lloyd along with him. I think Ethan Rapp's going to come there as well. Does Keeble get through? Keeble does get through, and Phillips goes all the way back into the 4th spot. And Keeble essentially roots out, I think that, who was that, Rapp or Lloyd? Lloyd, yeah, he again kind of hip-checked Lloyd a little bit.
Yeah, so Lloyd goes all the way back to 6th there as it's so dark on the far end of the racetrack and still so bright on the other end. It's just crazy, the difference of the weather end to end, it feels like. And I don't know if the drivers are experiencing that as well as the rain you could still see on your screen coming down. Levy, Rapp looking for the lead for the first time today. Ethan Rapp
is trying to lead his first laps of a SKUSA Pro Tour. Levy wants it back, though, in the double left. They're 2 abreast, and out of the corner, Phillips is going to be on the outside. Keeble trying to take advantage. He will. Keeble the third.
I'll tell you, Keeble not making any friends in this category at all. He's hip-checked a couple of guys here over the last couple of laps, and he gets himself into the third spot. Crossed halfway flags this time by 4 down, 4 to go. And it's Ethan Rapp. He wants that lead. Almost had it over in the hairpin, but going to go by the inside of Levy. And Keeble trying to come through with him. Keeble trying to hit, does it again.
Oh!
Exactly the same thing. Back-to-back laps, and Keeble has run the driver on the outside of him off into the gravel. That is 2 laps in a row where Keeble has just essentially pushed the driver on the outside off onto the gravel.
Now here's the thing, again, going on etiquette for those watching along at home. The normal etiquette, of course, is if you're side-by-side going in the corner, you can do that. But it's different when you're the second or the third or the fourth driver in line trying to follow. It'd be one thing if Ethan Rapp pushed that blue and yellow car to Aiden Levy off. It's another when you're further back. You didn't start passing that guy into the corner. You pulled alongside by exit. You don't exactly get the right to kind of root him off the racetrack.
Yeah, great clarification, because I've always said this many times, if you own the apex, you own the exit. But if you're the driver who's kind of following through, you didn't get that apex. It's kind of a gift to you, and you kind of got to give a little professional courtesy. And again, this is one of the things about racing like this, especially at the senior level. When you've done that to guys a couple times, you're not going to get any favors coming back. I guarantee you when Aiden Levy gets back up there, if he gets a chance to go back at Keeble, there'll be a little bit of payback.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, and again, like you said, he's not the only one that he's kind of gotten into a little bit. And Harley Keeble already had a target on his back by being as fast as he was in that pre-final. So they were already gunning for him. Now he's giving them kind of more reason to, a little more ammunition to fire them up to get after that PK Sports Sody Kart driver as they go to the bus stop here. Ethan Rapp leading laps here, doing a great job on that Christian Bird Motorsports OTK. And down the backstretch through the chicane, does Keeble try to go on him? He does. He wants the lead. Rapp's trying to hang on the outside. There he backs off. And then again, there's Phillips kind of doing the same thing, but it wasn't as egregious, I would say.
Oh, right over top of Levy.
God.
That is Rapp pushing hard in the corner, got caught up and drove right over the top of Aiden Levy, right across the bow, and able to continue. Levy, is he still on track? He may be, indeed, potentially.
But he's back now, and he took the entire brunt of that over his shoulder. I mean, I can't believe Aiden Levy's back's probably not bleeding at this point. That was brutal to watch.
To me, it looked like Rapp kind of got up there a little bit. Here's a pass to the inside. Phillips is going to go back in. Lloyd now up on Keeble. Keeble goes back to the inside as Phillips couldn't hold the spot coming through 2 and 3. But it looked to me like Rapp coming out of the corner may have lost the rear a little bit. He got pinched, was trying to get back in and lost the rear. That's what dropped the wheel.
Through the bus stop here, Harley Keeble, Peyton Phillips, Colin Lloyd, and now Kane Martin is higher than he's been all day long. How about Vinny Miskelis? Miskelis was 10th, about 6 seconds back a few moments ago. Vinny Miskelis is into the top 5 aboard the Tony Kart. And as they head towards the double left, the rain's still falling just enough to slicken off the racetrack. To give you an update on lap times, they are about 1.5 seconds, nearly 2 seconds slower than where they were at the beginning of this race on lap number 4.
Indeed, Keeble is your leader right now. We are working lap number 13. We'll put 13 in the books. Here comes the move to the inside. Could be a couple of runs here as they're going to go down the inside of the racetrack. Indeed, both drivers go by. Keeble will go back to the third spot. Keeble trying to find a way by Colin Lloyd, and right in there as well as Kane Martin. So Lloyd goes into second. Phillips back into the lead. 13 down. Again, a 20-lapper, 7 to go. Still a long way in this one. Aiden Levy falling all the way back to 11th after having Ethan Rapp drive over top of him over in the left-hander. And I'm hoping that Aiden Levy's all right, because that was a pretty aggressive dive over the top.
Yeah, down the backstretch here now. Colin Lloyd going to the inside of Peyton Phillips. That's in the hairpin. He'll bring Keeble with him. Harley Keeble into second. Fourth is still Kane Martin. Miskelis there. Tevin Robbins started back in the 14th spot in the mix. Braden Robertson as well started deep back in 15th. He's there on that black and orange CRG. Down the front stretch, it's 6 laps to go. If Colin Lloyd sweeps this weekend, it'll be one of the big storylines coming out. This kid that's never visited the track before, that's flown under the radar here for most of his career, is going to be a double winner, but he's got to fight off a lot of them through turns 1 and 2 as the rain continues to fall. Keeble, Lloyd, Phillips, 1, 2, 3.
Stacking everybody up behind him. Look at this lead group now. What's that? Probably maybe 10, 11 drivers in the lead group. Yeah, 11 to Levy. You got to go 3 seconds back from Levy to Wheeler. So top 11 drivers all within 2.6 seconds now. Levy, you see, just a little bit back there, not quite in the tail of this lead group. Call it 10 drivers in the lead group. Soon to be 11 as Levy closes up, and it's Keeble back out front.
Harley Keeble blocking low on the inside now with still 5.5 laps to go. It's a little early for that, but then again, the pack is pretty big, so I don't blame him totally as Kane Martin kind of roots Colin Lloyd up the racetrack a bit, and it hurts him from completing the pass on Peyton Phillips, and around goes Martin. He'll take Robertson through the dirt, one of the forward direction comp cars through the dirt, as well as Aiden Levy, and that pack just got a little bit too big, and now it is Keeble, Phillips, Lloyd, and Miskellis alone up front.
Yeah, that was, I believe, Dylan Archer in the forward direction Motorsports comp car that got collected there as well. Wheeler went back, as you had said before. Ryan Persing going around. That's moved Evan Concepcion now up into the 7th spot. So a little bit of action there as Kane Martin had some trouble coming through the S's.
All right, so coming out of the bowl, here we go for Harley Keeble. Peyton Phillips right there. Phillips felt like yesterday, both in the pre-final and the final, just didn't make the right decision to put himself on the top step of the podium or the pole in the main. It looks like it's starting to come down a little bit harder now with a few laps to go. This could get tricky as Keeble leads them out of the back hairpin. It's still not a wet tire racetrack, but it's almost there, and it is picking up here, folks. If it gets too bad, we're already past the halfway marker, so that turns us into sudden death as thunder now hits across the racetrack.
Yeah, and I don't know that, like, even if it gets wet, as long as the drivers stay on the racetrack, there's no need to throw the black or even the checkers. You run to the end at this point here, because of what we got going, it's the changing conditions. Be ready for it. Keeble thinking about the inside. Here comes Phillips. He's going to get a hand here from Colin Lloyd. Lloyd goes back to the inside, move Keeble back into P3. Again, they'll put lap 17 in the books. Essentially 4 laps remaining, 3 to go when they get back around. Phillips your leader. Lloyd second. Right there, Vinny Miskellis closing up from P4. Can he get himself into the fight for a podium position? Hey, we saw a guy just win from P4. This rain is going to make things really interesting before it's all said and done.
Yeah, here they go coming through the bus stop chicane, or bus stop over to the chicane. Peyton Phillips, Colin Lloyd, Harley Keeble down the back straightaway, down to the inside for Peyton Phillips. Lloyd going with him. Keeble to the outside over to the double left here. Still 3 drivers away. The rain picking up here as they slow down further. Miskellis trying to stay close, trying to stay in contention.
I'll tell you this, if indeed the track getting more and more damp, these drivers are putting on an absolute clinic for us here now. Miskellis closing up from P4, Kane Martin 5th, Robertson, Concepcion, Persing, Levy, and Archer the top 10. It's Phillips leading. He'll low line it down in to turn number 1. Big outside run, and Keeble trying to get to the inside of Lloyd. Can't get it done.
Now over to turn number 2. Phillips still blocking low here. Again, obviously the low side of the racetrack is already slow enough in the dry. When it rains, it gets even more slippery and tricky to get through. So as they come out of the bowl here for Peyton Phillips, Colin Lloyd, and Harley Keeble, over to the bus stop once again. And through the bus stop, we go to the chicane. We'll switch the camera over really quickly there. Here they come through the chicane. Peyton Phillips still leading towards the back sector. 2.5 laps to go. Does he leave the low side open? He goes center track. Keeble goes wide to cross him back over. They are now 4 seconds off the race pace in the dry. So going even slower around the racetrack is Lloyd, a little bit too deep. Phillips just trying to cover the inside, not blow a corner.
Wow, everybody just kind of tiptoeing around here. As Andrew had said, 4 seconds off the fast lap right now. They are really trying to be ginger through some of these corners. Take care getting up on top of that painted curbing. It's going to be uber slippery. It is 2 laps to go. 2 laps remaining for Phillips. Keeble trying to find that win as well. He keeps going wide as they run down the center. Cannot make the over-under again. We've seen this happen before. It's still Phillips leading. Lloyd second. Here comes Miskellis back into it, as is Martin, Robertson, and here comes Aiden Levy back to the show.
Yeah, Aiden Levy through the dirt there. He said if he could avoid going through the dirt, he'd be better off today. Well, he had to do it, but he still is in the hunt. Braden Robertson is there. Look at Lloyd. What a move in the bus stop. He catches Phillips off guard as he goes wide. Colin Lloyd to the lead. A lap and a half away from backing up his win yesterday. Harley Keeble trying to get the Sody boys a win. Trying to get himself his first American win as Phillips and Miskellis run wide. That's going to give a big gap to the leader. Now Miskellis back to 5th.
Phillips trying to see if he can't rebound up, knowing that they'll be on the defensive a little bit. Couple drivers well off the outside. That, I think, was Bailiff. Bailiff trying to bring it back in here as well. He's up 10 spots from 22nd to 12th for Finnegan Bailiff.
Good run through the grid for Finnegan Bailiff. Down the front straightaway for Colin Lloyd. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go. Harley Keeble still on his bumper. Peyton Phillips trying to get help from Kane Martin, but he might have to block for that 3rd spot as Keeble goes high, cuts low, crossover move. New leader Harley Keeble to turn number 2.
Keeble takes the lead. Great move to the inside. That's how you had to get it done when you're low lining, able to come out. That's going to bring Phillips right back into it as well. Lloyd getting ready to line up. Will this be Keeble with the win, or does Lloyd go back-to-back jacks here in Utah? The Sony Kart driver up front. Lloyd right there with him. Phillips back in the action as well. You know it's going to be a low-line shot, or do we get a bump and run coming down into turn number 12?
Down to the back section here, down to the inside. Keeble. Martin tries to go wide. Miskellis as well. Martin side by side for 3rd. He'll take that from Phillips. Lloyd has to follow Keeble. Moves him up the racetrack. Side by side, we're 3 wide for the lead. Here comes Keeble. He'll get back clear. Lloyd to 2nd. Phillips, Miskellis, everybody's wide. Who's going to get through? Out of the final turn, they're 3 wide connected, and Harley Keeble is going to get it done in KA Senior.
Keeble with the win across the line for Sony, but not by much. 91 thousandths of a second. Keeble with the victory as it was all elbows up. The Sony Kart team cheering again for another win. They've got a couple to start the day already, make it 2 of the last 3. Keeble with the victory, 91 thousandths over Colin Lloyd. Aiden Levy in 3rd, Zach Meyer in 4th. Zach Meyer up 23 positions from 27th to 4th, and all that crazy action at the end. Evan Concepcion in 5th. Finnegan Bailiff somehow shows up in 6th. The last lap was crazy, some people going off track for sure. And then we've got Ryan Persing, Vinny Miskellis, Henry Wheeler, and Gino Sandoval. Aiden Levy holding on. And Xander, that is what we have to look forward to right now.
Well, let's switch this here. So this is a look. You can't see all the mountains anymore for the rain. Check out the grid. It's a mad scramble for the Mini Swift main event to switch to rain tires or to stay on the slicks. What do you go with? We've got a lot more to come here as the command will be given shortly for the next main event. It is a mad dash of what do you do on a quickly dampening racetrack.
Not. Attention the paddock, folks. Attention the paddock. Being told by Superkarts USA we are going on hold for lightning. Everyone should take shelter and return to their pits, please. As you can see, we have some severe weather coming through the area. So again, we are on hold for lightning. Everyone, please take shelter, return to your pits, get to a safe place. Batten down the hatches, folks. It could get ugly here. We don't know how bad it's going to be, but the rain is coming. A storm is coming. You can hear the thunder. So once again, we are on hold for lightning. Please, everyone, take shelter and return to your pit areas. One more announcement, folks, as well. If you have a rental transponder and are wrapping up your day here, make sure you bring that rental transponder, please, back to Superkarts USA registration. Again, anyone with a rental transponder, when you're done for the day, please bring that back to registration.
All right, everyone, update in the paddock. We are exactly 12 minutes away from going green. We are going green at 3:08 p.m. The lightning hold will end, and we will go green with the Mini Swift main event at 3:08 p.m. Quick announcement in the paddock here. If you need to return your rental transponders, please go ahead and do so over at the scale area. Also, we believe someone may have walked off with the tools from the scale area to remove transponders. So if you walked off with a pair of snips from the scale area, please return those as we're trying to get all the rental transponders collected back up so everyone can make it home safely. Reminder, we're going green in 10 minutes at 3:08 p.m. Mountain Time here with the Mini Swift main event. 10-minute warning. Reminder in the paddock here as well, we do have dumpsters for used tires here at Utah Motorsports Campus. So teams, if you need to get rid of your used Avinco rubber, there are dumpsters located at the back of the paddock by the garages. You do need to make sure those tires make their way to the dumpsters, but Utah Motorsports Campus does have a policy so you don't have to take your used tires with you. For those of you watching along at home and for those of you here in the paddock, we are 5 minutes away from going back green from this lightning hold here with the Mini Swift main event.
thought I just wanted it. See, here's the thing, right? I got the bag on top. Are we gonna have any more rain?
It's unpredictable. Nobody can tell.
Because, like, how am I gonna open this up and like not fuck everything up?
I don't know.
Oh, wait. I may have the technique. No, I'm gonna go up the top. There we go. That's all I need. Look at that.
Hell yeah. Fucking mountains.
Fucking mountains. Dude, Pasha Ali's dad said that I'm welcome to come get anything from them or ask for anything.
Really?
Okay? So I was, because I know him from my track.
Oh.
And he like hugged me. I was like, what? And I was like, if I see his ass walk through here, I'm like, hey, I need a Coke.
I need food.
No, because I see them getting fucking sodas. I need goddamn
Yeah,
soda.
I know.
What's the fucking guy have to do around here to get goddamn soda?
Attention the paddock, folks. Attention the paddock. Just a reminder once again, I'd said that transponders, take them back to registration. We all actually need to bring the rental transponders back to the scale house. So if you have a rental transponder, please bring that back to the scale house. And as Xander mentioned before, we do have dumpsters for tires. So if you have tires, put them in the dumpsters. They're between the two bathrooms, the restroom areas, right in the garage area. So there are dumpsters marked Supercarts USA on them. So if you have tires you want to get in the dumpster, it is there for you.
Check this out, ladies and gentlemen here. So I was just talking a moment ago during the break here with K senior race winner Harley Keeble. You'll get to hear from the captain of the Sodi Kart camp on the 100cc class here in a few moments. But look at this. This is on Mateus Romalo's kart, that PK Sports Group quickly switching him to slick tires. Karts on the ground, most of them going with slicks. Chatting with Harley, he's like, man, we were 4 seconds off. We were battling every lap. Like, I think the track is going to be dry in an instant. And again, talking with him as well, he agrees that with this abrasive surface, it'll dry that much quicker. It already had a lot of heat in it. It's been a hot enough day going to this point. Granted, it's cooled off now with the wind and the rain, but this track not retaining nearly as much water, and of course, by that surface being a little bit more abrasive, you're not getting that gloss overcoat for when they are on the slicks. But here is the big gamble. Let's see if we can get that camera back. Lucas Palacio is on the grid on wet tires. That is your top starter. On the outside of him, Michael McGoy is on slicks. And there goes the 1 minute sign. So the karts need to be on the ground by the end of the 1 minute marker. Travis Pettit's kart is still, I believe, up in the ground, up in the air on the 129. Palacio is riding it out on the wets. McGoy on the slicks. This is all you can ask for, Rob, here. A 50-50 split down the grid line of wet tires to slick tires.
Listen, it's obviously interesting. Which way do you go on this program, right? You're going to be good out of the gate. Remember, this is 20 laps long, and we'll see what kind of a lead the guys can get on the wets. It's going to be pretty moist out there. There was a bit of rain that came down for a while. I don't know. We're going to find out very quickly when we see what the delta is on times.
Let's go down to pit lane for a quick report here. Emery Lida's got the scoop for us along with Simon Sykes. Boys, what do you have down on pit lane really quickly?
Hey, Xander. All right, we're down on pit lane. Cars are hitting the track here. We've got a wild mix. We've got slicks. We've got range. Your pole sitter going out on rain tires. The outside line on slicks. Throughout the field, everyone's taking a free choice. We've just had the rain come through. No more rain at the moment, but the track is still slick, so we'll wait to see what happens in this mini Swift final.
Avinco Tires Mini Swift. There we go. Again, just as Simon mentioned, the inside lane for a couple rows deep on wet tires, the outside lane on slicks. The track is darker, but there's no standing water here, Rob. What are you going with?
You know what? Kevin Manning asked me that when I was coming back to the booth here. I said I didn't really know. I kind of figured I may go for the reins only because you just don't know what it's going to be like. It's tough because it's the mini Swift category as well, right? It's not like these drivers are experienced in this kind of conditions. I think if you have a driver with a lot of experience, maybe you roll towards the dries knowing it's going to come in late in the race. If you're not, stay with those wets and give those guys as much grip as you possibly can give them.
Well, if you're in that Lucas Palacio Trinity Karting Group camp, you are doing your best rain dance. You want those dark clouds to come back in and douse this racetrack over these next 18 laps. If you're in the Michael McGoy Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro camp, you're hoping that it stays dry, the sun peaks its way out, and the temperatures skyrocket to get you guys good because, again, McGoy and the guys on slicks, they're going to be at a disadvantage probably in the opening couple laps. When they build some temperature and they get a little more confidence, then maybe they'll be able to charge to the front. But it's anybody's guess. This first turn is going to be absolute insanity with a 50-50 split on the field from rain tires to dry tires. Let's take it through the lineup here. Palacio on pole, McGoy second, Ashton Woon, and I believe Bronson Custis on the wet tire, or Ashton Woon on the slicks, Custis on wets, I believe. Tristan Murphy, Braden Wagner, row 3. Marco Romero, Mateus Romalo, Travis Pettit, Troy Ferguson. It's a 30-plus kart field. It is anyone's guess what's the tire of choice. It's 8 to 12-year-old superstars on the national stage. And for the SKUSA Pro Tour Mini Swift Division, for their final session of the weekend, let's drop the hammer and go racing down to turn number 1.
I'd want to be as quick as I possibly can into 1 if I'm on those wets because that's going to be the best grip you have. Everybody else rolling through. Again, you see the drivers working their way out here up front. Again, slicks versus rains. Who's going to have the early grip? You see some of the drivers on the rains going out. There are the two drivers on those wets are pulling away quickly right out front. And again, Palacio, you've got to use everything you can on these opening couple of laps. Build the gap now if you lose it at the end.
Yeah, Michael McGoy has slid like a rock down the order. It is Woon on the wet tires in that Super Tuned Paralin, trailing Lucas Palacio's TKG Kart Republic. Not to mention, Rob, you're guessing gearing as well. Did any of these guys in that 20-minute lightning hold make an adjustment? I would think that they did.
Interesting thing about having the wets as well, when they do get a dry line, that is where they're going to have to stick if you've got dry tires. Wets, you can go searching around. You can see how slippery it is still right there for Palacio. Had a little bit of opposite lock rolling through. They'll be able to run around different parts of the racetrack as long as it stays damp. But right now, using everything they possibly can to try to stretch away early. The first lap of 18 in the books coming around right now, and it will be Palacio with the lead. We'll see how far back McGoy is.
Let's see him down the front straightaway here. Lucas Palacio, Ashton Woon, about a half-second margin. Jensen Michelke started 13th. He's on wets there to third. Bronson Custis on the wets is up to fourth on that Nash Motorsports Energy. Michael McGoy slipped back 12 seconds away as around goes the 128 of John McClellan on the factory kart further back. But 15th at the end of lap 1 for Michael McGoy, already 12 seconds down here. That's a rocky start. But again, it will take time to get the tire heat. When that tire heat comes in, when this track heats up and that dry line develops, all of a sudden this will change. So how big of a gap, like you said, Rob, these guys got to get out there and they got to leave them.
Yeah, they say make hay while the sun shines. It's more like make hay when it's still wet out here right now, when the clouds are still here, because they've got to leverage this wet track as much as they possibly can. Here's the one interesting thing as well. If the drivers on the wets run the traditional wet line, it's around the outside of the racetrack. That's not going to work that great for the drivers on the slicks, right? They're going to want to run that racing line. So if these guys are smart and run the outside line as much as they can, they'll keep that racing line wet throughout the entire duration.
And again, tire pressure as well. When you get it to a full rain setup, you're going to blow those puppies up to probably 20 PSI. Normally, these guys' racing range is between 8 to 12 PSI. So then when you're in the middle on rain tires, you'll leave them a little bit deflated. Down around that normal race tire pressure for slicks at 8 to 12. What do you do setup-wise? Where are the lap times going to be? Mateo Quinto, the fastest at the end of the first lap. He's up 23 spots. What a drive for Mateo Quinto to fifth right now. Quickest driver by half a second. And Michael McGoy, that time by, Rob, there's your update.
10-second delta, 1:14.7 for Palacio, 1:25.4 for Michael McGoy on the slick. So 10 seconds on the opening lap. He's lost 22 seconds here to get 2 laps in the books. 10-second difference. That is going to be tough. Were the slicks a good call? There's still a long way to go.
And again, if you're Mateus Romalo, he was one of the last drivers, was on wets with 2 minutes to go before the green, switched to slicks. That gamble here, they're going to look like superheroes or super villains in the eyes of Mateus Romalo, knowing we had this winning setup and we switched, or we were on the losing one in the last second. That call put us on the box. Look at Mateo Quinto here. That kart, they've already made many adjustments. You can see the rear tires are sticking inside that rear bumper. That means that they've definitely made some track width changes to get it more to a full wet style setup where you bring the rear tires in to give more grip and you move the front tires out, and that's going to make him fast. And he's again fastest, although Palacios found a little more. He only gave up 1/10 of a second that lap. He pulled half a second on Ashton Woon.
Again, watching these drivers, you potentially have the drives on. Mateus Romalho being one of them. What does he have? He went a 1:23.9 last time by. Again, about a 10-second delta. Same goes for McGoy, but they have not even come around yet. Romalho, 22. All right, so he's gained a couple of seconds. He's down to a 22. McGoy, another 25. That is not going the right direction for these drivers, but still early, although they are 33 seconds back.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to hit lap traffic, and the policy is to black flag lap cars. They are running 1 minute 15, so they're still a ways from that, but the leaders will also probably get to the back of the field. You saw bottom of your camera angle there, John McClellan, who spun on the opening lap. He's already on the verge of going a lap down because the leaders are that much faster. It's a 10-second improvement from the, or 8-second improvement from the wets to the dries. And how quickly does that change? As off the racetrack, that's another one of our slower drivers that went to slick. That's one of the Paralins. Looked like the 154 potentially. 125, Oliver Chasse. Chasse is out. That was a contender earlier. Here goes Mateo Quinto for 4th on the inside of Jensen Michelke. He's through.
Good pass there using the inside of the racetrack. And again, these drivers all on the wet tires right now. Palacio goes down to a 1:14.2, and you'll see that of the rains, right? They're going to get to the point where they're going to not be rains anymore. They're going to, if it gets dry, they'll burn them off. They're going to get some decent lap time still at that point. But remember, the rain tires are so soft, way less contact patch, as we know, with the treaded tire. So again, as it starts to dry out, we'll continue to watch the times. Right now, Palacio's going quicker and quicker. Right now, 4 laps in, still only 14 laps to go. A long way to go, but we go back again to the first drivers who are on those tires. Romalho did a 23.4 again. He's 38 seconds back. McGoy's 43 seconds back. He's literally in the position to potentially get black flagged off in 4 or 5 laps.
Yeah, Michael McGoy and all the boys and girls on slicks here. I think the slicks outnumbered the rains. It looks like, again, the top 12 all on the wet tire, going back to Kason Hodges, Speed Sense Xpree in 12th, as there goes some more lappers into the pit lane. So they're not even going to get the chance for the payoff. Ashton Woon still by his lonesome there in 2nd on the 195. But how about Mateo Quinto? He's another 7/10 better than the race leader. Mateo Quinto, this might be the farthest back drive in a long time to go to the lead and the win. If he can pull it off from 28th on the grid, he's 24 spots up. He's half a second from a podium finish right now.
Right now, it looks like the top 12 drivers. Let's see how many drivers stay on. Now, top 12. I think 12 drivers, I'm going to say, yeah, maybe back to Kason Hodge potentially on the wets. Everybody else on the dries potentially, and they're being brought in here right now. Again, where is McGoy? Outside front row starter. Where is McGoy? He is 43 seconds back. He's only gained about a second. He did turn his fastest lap with a 24.3, but he's 43 back. What is he here? He hasn't even got lap number 5 in the books as of yet.
Another pass from Mateo Quinto. He's onto the box.
Wow.
That was on Luca Popescu, no, not Popescu, sorry. That was on Bronson Kustis, his Nash Motorsports Energy Kart. So now Mateo Quinto onto the podium and digging for more. And again, we talked about all the little changes throughout the day. Well, and none of it mattered here for Mateo Quinto. From dead last, it feels like, all the way up into the top 3.
Again, watching this here right now, McGoy could just be the guy on the bubble. You never know. He got down to a 120.8 last time by, so he's 5 seconds faster already, but still, right now, about 6 seconds off that of the leader. McGoy, 50 seconds back. He's looking at maybe another 2-3 laps and potentially going to get pulled in unless he finds some more speed.
Here they come out of turns 2 and 3. There is, again, the good part for Bronson Custis. Now he can follow the line a little bit of Mateo Quinto and try to follow him up the road. Ashton Woon is fading fast here. He was over a second slower than Quinto last time by. He was half a second slower than Bronson Custis. Quinto still half a second better than the race leader, Lucas Palacio. We could see a first-time national winner out of the Tony Kart of Mateo Quinto there in the 134.
Interesting for Palacio, too. This is another one of these races that he really doesn't have to win. That's the key thing about him right now. He's trying to work his way back forward outside the top 3 in points coming in. But a big race win yesterday, second place today. Even if Quinto ends up being the guy to beat here on pace, if he still gets a second place finish, huge for the championship.
We just heard another big contingent of drivers on slicks pulling into the scale line as they were black flagged about to go a lap down. They were 50 seconds back, the fastest of them, McGoy along with Mateus Romalo. How far back are they this lap? They're probably only in turn number 4 or 5 as Mateo Quinto now closes in on Ashton Woon. It's going to be a minute before those guys get around, literally probably 60 seconds back at this point. Quinto still going faster on those wet tires, and again for the boys in Pro Shifter, they're watching this with anxiety because it obviously looks like the wet tire was the right decision for this class, but what will it be for the gearbox divisions as we go side by side for second? Mateo Quinto, Ashton Woon, Quinto is through and he's only 3 seconds away from the race lead and a first win.
Last time by Quinto, 0.4 of a second faster than Palacio, so he is chipping away at it. The key right now, especially if you're a shifter driver, watching how fast the guys go with the slicks, like a Romero, like a McGoy. Right now, Romalho at 20, McGoy got down to a 19.8, but he's still 6 seconds off, 5 seconds off. He's not, the track is not dried up enough that McGoy's got what he needs. Again, looking at the gap, McGoy across the line, 58 seconds. Again, about 16 seconds behind, ahead of Palacio, who could potentially put him down a lap. More drivers coming in. Cole Medeiros, Mateo Richter, Maximilian de Guzman, John McClellan, Olivier Chasse. 5 drivers already set off. I think Matthew Cagle getting the send as well.
And I think a few more that lap there, but we're just about that transition point with McGoy at a 116 to Palacio's 113 and Quinto's 112. It may be the slick tire that's the tire of choice for Pro Shifter. But then, Rob, okay, now you know what tire. What setup do you do?
Yeah,
what gearing can you do? Do you make changes? Quinto looks like, to me, he's on the closest of anyone to a full range setup. Most of the other guys went on an intermediate or dry setup, just changed the tires. So what kind of setup do you put on those machines? What can you imagine what it's like to be Gary Carlton right now?
Yeah, I know what Marian Kremers is doing. He's smiling like heck over there with a potential opportunity to hit the right setup and make the right calls, right? Because I think straight up dry, we expected the GFC carts to pull away again with Gulick and Wick. This kind of blows everything wide open. Again, watching here, lap number 8 in the books. Still 9 more to go. Oh, here we go. Balageron turns the fastest lap. Alexis Balageron, the quickest lap time, a 112.294. Tristan Murphy now a 112. Where is McGoy? He's down to a 113.6. The dries are there. A 113.6 for McGoy, but he's 60 seconds back, a full minute back, and we are just at the halfway point now. It all depends on what the guys up front, how good are those wet still? Can they go to the end still as they chase moisture around the racetrack?
That's the thing, right? 60 seconds, you would think that's over, but at 6 seconds a lap, better than in 10 laps or 9 laps, Michael McGoy could drive all the way back up to the lead in the win. Palacio is starting to stabilize with Mateo Quinto. That full range setup's brought Quinto to second. He's faster, but only 2/10 better last time by. This rapidly changing lap-by-lap race here continues to get more and more interesting. You see Palacio, he's still kind of on that rain line in that back hairpin, but here in the double F, he's back on the dry line.
Indeed he is. You can see him right pop over the curbing a little bit as well. So that big rain run around the outside where you run the rim of the racetrack, staying away from where the rubber's all been laid down, that is done. They are 100% using the full racing line, and we'll continue to look at lap times. Palacio, a 112.3 last time by. McGoy was a 111.7. So he was, again, about 0.7 of a second quicker. But that's not enough, right? He's going to have to be 3, 4, 5 seconds quicker a lap if he's going to be able to do it here over the last 8 laps of this race.
So now you can see the rain drivers are struggling a little bit on the turns 1 and 2 complex. That asphalt is starting to lighten up. Let's go side by side. We talked about Marin Kremers. Let's hear what's on his mind while his PSL boys are prepping his red Army machine. Emery?
Yeah, Marian, it looks like it's going to be completely dry tires by the time you guys get out on track and shifter, but as you're watching this race unfold, what are you seeing?
We made the gamble with our drivers to go on slicks rail. It's paying off at the moment. I think they're going to catch, so yeah, it's going to be an exciting final for the final few laps for them. So looking forward to seeing that happen, and then preparing myself to get ready, go out there and do the best I can. It's going to be dry for us. I don't think it's going to be very much different than what we've seen the rest of the week, unfortunately, but I'll give him my best shot.
All right, Marian Kremers there. Maybe would have wanted a little bit more rain than that, but still should spice things up here in the Pro Shifter final coming up in a few minutes. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Emery. Mateus Romalho, fast lap now, 3 seconds faster than the leader. But Romalho, 49 seconds back, 3 seconds faster. That is not enough with only 7 laps remaining. Romalho's going to start working his way through the field. Those that rolled the dice on the slicks, they're going to find their karts coming alive right now. They got the temperature built into the Avincos. And again, now it's time to find the right racing line. Stay on it, nail it down. Xander, this could get pretty exciting. Romalho currently 14th position as the fast driver on the racetrack.
Well, for Marian Kremers, we jump also side by side to Senna Van Wallstein. Let's see what's going through his mind. Emery?
Yeah, Senna, it's been a good day so far for the Sodi boys. I mean, you guys have 2 main event wins already, but it's interesting. It looks like obvious slick tires for you guys, but as you're watching this track, what are you seeing?
Yeah, definitely the track is drying up, so I think we run on slick tires. Just need to see about the pressure and the gearing. But yeah, it will be an interesting race. For sure the grip is different than it's been so far, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking ahead to the shifter race. I mean, obviously we've seen so far a lot of good pace from you in the drive, maybe a little bit less tire on worn tires, but so far with this maybe slicker track, you think it'll play into your hands a little bit?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest, what to expect, but I think we just need to see it. Hopefully it's all the best, but hopefully we find the speed in the final. Yesterday in the final was good, so maybe this can help us.
All right, so then we'll see what he can do here in the final for Pro Shifter. Starting on row 2 here in his Sodi kart. Back to you guys.
There you go from Emery Lida. Again, everyone's just like, I don't know.
That's exactly
I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea. We're asking the questions. They're being honest. We don't know. We have no idea what it's going to be like when we get out there. We know, as Senna said, it's just not going to be the same grip level as they've had all weekend long. It'll be unknown when they roll out onto the racetrack, as it was for all these drivers, those on the reins, those on the slicks. Right now, I believe Travis Pettit and Mateus Romalho on the slicks.
And look at this here, Mateo Quinto on that full rein setup versus what looks to be Bronson Custis on a more intermediate setup. Quinto's fallen off about a second. Custis is still staying even at the 1:12.4 to 5 second range. So Bronson Custis could get himself his best career SKUSA Pro Tour result, I believe, with a second at the moment as Palacio pulls away.
So top 11 drivers all on the wet tires. You go back to Rocco Simoni in 11th. Travis Pettit leading the way of drivers on the slicks, but he's 19 seconds behind. 41 seconds behind the leader, but 19 seconds behind Simoni. Last time by, he was 5 seconds faster. We've got 5 laps. That's only 25 seconds. He's probably going to be able to get up to Simoni and maybe Santien and Fianchi, but that's probably going to be about it, because that right now the delta between the wets and the dries, not enough for these guys to overcome what they were able to do over the opening laps.
Well, right there we saw that change for second. Bronson Custis getting by Mateo Quinto, and it looked like for a moment the race was playing into his hands, but now that card is fading. Here comes Ashton Woon to steal that last podium spot away. Custis up to second. Palacio still your leader, and like you said, Rob, keeping our tabs on the drivers on dries. They're down to 37 seconds away, still only about 14 seconds back from Rocco Simone. It'll be an outside shot, a long shot to try and get to the top 10 for everyone on slicks at this point. Woon closing in here on Mateo Quinto. This is a fight for the podium at the moment. It's a big gap out back to Luca Popescu on the National Motorsports Energy in 5th, about 10 seconds away. But for Mateo Quinto, so close. He saw the leader. He was seeing the gap come down, and now it's opened back up, and he's trying to hang on with 4 laps remaining.
6 seconds lead for Lucas Palacio up front in the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. They went for the wets as is the top 11. That was the right call right now for a race win. It's with 4 laps to go. It's Palacio, Custis, Quinto, Woon, and Popescu, your top 5. Harrison, Porter, Michelski, Shi, and Santien, your top 10. Rocco Simoni still trying to see if he can't keep his head down. About 5 seconds slower than that of Pettit, Romalho, and Balageron. and they are now 7.6 seconds back. I think they're obviously going to catch him and get there. Pettit's going to be on the roll, a 107.3. So, yeah, a 5-second delta right now between first and second. 4 more laps, that's 20 seconds. He may be able to get his way up, I want to say potentially to the top 5 if Pettit makes as many passes as he possibly can. But right now, with his 4 to go, 20 seconds to make up based on lap time.
Here's that fight for third once again. Ashton Woon has got it down to a car length back from Mateo Quinto, and he can see Bronson Kustas up the road. Woon's been quicker than both of them the last few laps. Was second, then third, then fourth. Now trying to get back up there, get himself some good points on that Super Tune USA Paralyn. Quinto down the front stretch, still tucking his head. This is second, third, and fourth still together. Here comes Woon, big run, and that longer gear ratio that's going to put him back to third as he powers around Quinto into turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, he actually, Ashton Woon coming into the weekend third place in points here in Mini Swift, so they made the right call, and it's working for them. A nice podium finish would be good for Ashton to be able to come home with a solid result here. Palacio still up by 6.7 seconds. Balageron just turned the fast lap at a 106.5. He is now 6 seconds faster than the leader right now, but again, 27 seconds back. They're cutting it in with 3 to go. That would be 18. He'd end up probably being about 9 seconds behind all told. And again, that would put them potentially, up into maybe 5th. I think Popescu could be a driver they may be battling in the final lap.
Yeah, it might be there. Popescu is just hanging on, and we'll keep an eye on this battle for the podium. But as we get closer to that last lap, we'll try and see what we can do to also show that battle into the top 10 for the likes of Simone, Romalo, and Pettit. They're still 6 seconds away. They'll get up to, I believe, Romalo, from Simone. He's on him. He probably already got by Simone. 2 to go now. Second, third, and fourth still together as they come down the front straightaway. Here's a look further back as the leaders come on by. There is Jackson Porter on that Hy-Vee factory cart. Here comes that group right here. Here's Romalo. Here is as well, I believe, maybe Fianchi and Valentino Santillan. No, that's the Paralyn of, no, it is indeed Santillan on the Sodi. And then you've got, of course, Romalo on the Sodi, Santillan on the Paralyn, and then right there Fianchi. So he's got around, and Fianchi there in that Super Tune Tony car that time by. He's the next one in line.
We talked about the fact that getting the pass done in the rain in the dry tires, and now that they're running in the rain line, they're going to have to kind of go outside the line to get the pass done on the wets, or the dries rather, so it makes things a little bit interesting. Here's that fight further back as they're really going at it right now.
That's
with the 156 of Michelke.
I made a mistake there, Rob. I apologize.
That's all right.
That's Romalo. Valentino Santillan was the Sodi on our screen. In there is the Benick machine of Marco Romero.
Yeah.
He picks up a spot. Pettit right there in the white helmet. Look at this gaggle coming out of the corner. And Alexis Baillargeon gets around all of them. Alexis Baillargeon, who again crashed out of the pre-final, has fought his way to the top 10 on the slick tires. Romalo as well. Pettit is right there, but he's trapped along with Romero behind Santillan. Here's the fight for second, third, and fourth. Woon versus Kustas as they both have dropped Quinto, and Ashton Woon is now trying to hang on for position number 2. Up to the high side, down back low for Bronson Kustas.
Good scrap here for second. 9.1 seconds up the road is Lucas Palacio. Woon trying to hold back Kustas here. It would be a big run here, a result for Woon, who's going to be in a championship battle with Lucas Palacio up top. Kai Johnson, the fight not here. Tristan Murphy well down the order, I believe, here as well. So there's Palacio. It was a great call by that team. Bunch of people rolling the dice on wets, or rather dries. The wets were the way to go, especially if you're a front row starter. 9.1 seconds to lead. Balargeron, the quickest driver right now on the dries. He's up to P8. We'll see what he gets on the final circuit. But Sander, here comes. It's going to be 2 in a row, potentially here for Lucas Palacio.
The awesome year continues, and the winning streak does as well. Palacio out of the final turn while they battle behind him. Lucas Palacio masters the wet, the dry, and everything in between to sweep the weekend in Utah. And now let's go back. Woon, Quinto got around Kustas, and Ashton Woon will get second, and it's a first career SKUSA Pro Tour podium for Mateo Quinto. If he can hang on, here it is at the line. He's got it, and Bronson Kustas, frustrated as he came across, was second all the way up until the final 2 laps. Now let's go back. Let's see, can we find that battle? There's McGoy in the mix of it. Michael McGoy trying to get by the 137 machine down the front straightaway. Where do they all end up? It looks like that is down for a 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th. Mateus Romalo, the highest on the slicks, gets to position number 7. And, man, was that hard to keep up with. There was action everywhere, Rob.
Yeah, actually, Alexis Bergeron was the fastest on the slicks. He, Riley
Oh,
Harrison,
yeah.
and Romalho Romero. So really the slick drivers ended up coming home 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. They fell way down the order, 50 seconds back. Big time over the end as they were able to get good lap times down. So again, Lucas Palacio ends up getting the victory. Wood in second, Quinto in third. Back-to-back jacks for Lucas Palacio, winning both races here this weekend. Bergeron working his way up 22 spots from 27th up to 5th. You know, when you're starting 27th, you can roll the dice, right, and go on those tires to see if it works. Driver started on the outside pole. Michael Magoy didn't work for him. He ends up 13th. But Bergeron, Harrison right there as well. That was some fun stuff. This is interesting right now for the drivers of Pro Shifter. They all know that it's a dry track right now, but the key is how dry is it? What do the grip levels look like? Changing things for GFC karting, it really does kind of blow things wide open in terms of everybody else back in the paddock.
So they're going to get set to fire off. There's Kyle Wick's father behind him getting set to go. Gary Carlton going to give a shove to Jacob Gulick, his dad off to the side. Engines are fired. We're ready racing to the end of the day, which means we're almost always going to be commercial free. For those of you watching along at home, off the line, here we go for Pro Shifter. Did they make the right strategy call? For them, it was wet tires for Lucas Palacio on that Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic, and the tires eating up a little. Not bad degradation at all for those MG wets that Palacio used. So again, you heard from most of them, they expect it to be slicks, but as much as the slicks were fast at the end, that's on the littler cars that don't need as much grip and don't go as fast.
They don't beat the tires up as much either.
No. So it's a blend here, but everyone on slick tires, and you heard it from as well, Senna Van Walstein, just guessing on gearing, guessing on setup. Did you try and put any more grip in the car? You would imagine you'd want to put more grip in the car, knowing that the track is still damp, and they're going to get just this outlap here to feel out the conditions on cold rubber before they go to the start line. And we talk about the clean and the dirty side of the track, Rob. Now, they were all running. Granted, you start at Utah here on the right side. You track over to the left. But in theory, Kyle Wick is going to get a much drier start box than Jacob Gulick.
See how that plays out when they rocket off the line. Can Wick leverage that to potentially go into the lead in turn number 1? Everyone having to look at the racetrack, doing whatever they can to build some heat into the tires, get those brakes warmed up as well. This opening lap is going to be crucial. The drivers who maybe have made a setup change to maybe go leaning a little more to the low grip condition could find themselves getting some spots early. But again, we talked about the fact which part of the racetrack is going to be dry. Again, the straightaways don't dry up as much as the corners. You're not putting that side load on the tires, so the straightaways will be much slicker than those corners. Drivers rolling themselves into position. Jacob Gulick and Kyle Wick on row 1. Marian Kremers and Senna Van Walsten on row number 2.
Back to row 3. You've got Giorgio Carrara, who's looking for a big turn-up day here. To his outside, Nick LeDuc, who had a great drive, biggest mover in that pre-final. Hunter Pickett, Remo Ruscetti, Billy Musgrave, and Danny Formal cap off the top 10. You can see the dry side on the left. It's a wet side for the inside lane, but Jacob Gulick has been perfect all day so far. Here we go off the line. Kyle Wick gets the whole shot. Kremers is going to get clear into second.
Wow, exactly what you said, Xander. The outside line with a better hole shot, and Wick rocketing off the line using that dry pavement. He'll go to P1. Kremers into second. That's the best he's been there battling it out. But then Gulick, who's been the fastest driver, slotting in to that third position. As this track dries out, we're going to see just how good Gulick is and if he's able to work his way back to P1. Van Walsteren goes into the second spot, and who is right behind him in the, Van Walsteren into fourth and fifth. We'll see when they come back around. Fifth might be LeDuc. I think that may have been LeDuc up into fifth.
He's up to fourth.
Yeah.
Nick LeDuc, let's see. I think he might be up to P4 in the 221. Indeed, Nick LeDuc with a rocket ship of a start from 8th on the grid. Nick LeDuc, or 6th on the grid, to 4th. Van Walstein is 5th. But again, let's see, does that power difference still make a big difference here? Or did the gearing changes balance things out a little bit? Kremers losing a little bit of time down to turn number 1 as they head into the first corner with Kyle Wick. Look at Van Walstein on his teammate, side by side out of turn number 1.
A little bit of contact there. LeDuc had to look over his shoulder saying, hey, dude, look at the side pods. We're on the same team here. Look at the graphics. Let's work together. Leduc is pushing hard. Van Wallstrom will be the guy that doesn't want to let those guys pull away. He's able to get by to go to P4.
So he was able to over-under him coming out of turn number 2, and it's a GFC sandwich up front. Marin Kremers applying some heavy pressure here to Kyle Wick. Jacob Gulick is still all over him. Look at Gulick down the inside. Kremers trying to drag race him, but he'll lose the drag race into the left-hander and stays down low. Gulick on the high side, rips it out of the double left, and Jacob Gulick to second.
Oh, the confidence from the victory yesterday on display for Jacob Gulick. A late dive into the corner, released the brake, rolled it to the apex, back on it, didn't quite have him cleared, spun around the outside, gave him kind of the inside line, fought it to the inside, and here comes Van Wallstrom. He's going to work on Kremers as well.
Senna Van Wallstein trying to get by Marin Kremers there. Now goes the outside, inside, turn 2. Clear. Van Wallstein is through to third. And there goes Nick Leduc into fourth as well as Kremers falls to fifth. And hello, Billy Musgrave. Welcome back into the front of the field. A good start from the fifth row of the grid for Billy Musgrave on that factory American-made kart headed down the back straightaway. Here's a look at the gaps for the field.
Watch Musgrave make a move here to the inside. No, it's going to be a low-line defensive run down there for Kremers. Maybe a bit of bump and run as he's trying to work his way by. Better watch out for Rashidi there as well. Musgrave trying to run the outside, can't quite get it done. He went purple last time by. Fastest driver on the second lap was indeed Billy Musgrave, the driver out of Norco, California. On his chassis he's designed and manufactured himself, the factory kart. He's going to work on the Burrell Art. Right behind him, as we said, is Remo Rossetti, then Carrera, then Formal, then Connor Wick. Fast driver on the racetrack now, Filip Niemkovic. In the number 269 Burrell Art, 56.8, but it's a 0.4 of a second lead for Wick over Gulick.
So as they head through turns 2, 3, and 4, rocking it through the bowl, Senna Van Wallstein on that karting collective Sodi kart is keeping even here with the two GFCs. He's pulled away a little bit from Nick Leduc. Marin Kremers there starting to pull back away from Billy Musgrave. A great start again for Kremers, but not enough speed in the opening couple laps to hold the position. But look at Senna Van Wallstein there in third, fourth, and fifth here. This could be a looming battle. Nick Leduc, a rocket ship rolled forward after getting involved in a big crash yesterday that collected himself, Billy Musgrave, and Danny Formal. He's up in the top 5, highest he's run all day, but he's got the reigning series champion running him down.
We'll see whether or not Musgrave can dial things back in. Van Wallstrom turns fast lap, then Kremers turns fast lap. Everybody turning their fastest lap here on lap number 4. Tracks changing, heat's coming into the tires. Everybody getting a good feel for it. Gulick right on the rear bumper now of his teammate Kyle Wick as Gulick looks to back things up.
Yeah, Kyle Wick, you heard him kind of deflated after that pre-final. Finished second, but said, I didn't do a good enough job holding on to the rubber. It's a battle for fourth. It might be a battle for the lead as well down the backstretch here as Leduc is under fire from Kremers. Here's the run of the chicane. Look at the run for Gulick. Not close enough. Let's see here through the hairpin. Is there going to be a move further back? Kremers indeed gets around Nick Leduc for P4.
Oh, we got ourselves an old school battle here right now. Van Wallstrom trying to close back up with the GFC drivers. It was really, we saw yesterday the Burrell Art of Kremers that pushed hard there, but man, Van Wallstrom on the Sodi kart, who again was the quickest driver in happy hour, has not really been there, had some issues, won a pre-final, got caught for too wide on the width check, putting him to the tail of the field. He had to work his way back. Now he's got the two GFC drivers up front.
Here they go to turn number 2. When does Jacob Gulick want to try something on Kyle Wick? He's got him where he wants him, but Senna Van Wallstein is ready to play spoiler here in third. He was as fast as Wick last time, just a tick slower than Gulick, and he's only 4 car lengths away. Kremers getting around Leduc. They're 4th and 5th with a little gap back to Musgrave as they head down the backstretch. This is where Gulick is so strong. This chicane right here, he pulls up to the rear bumper of Wick, just enough to get close, but not enough to get it down the inside.
Indeed, Wick doing everything he can to hold back his teammate. That's definitely allowing Van Wallstrom back into the fight right now. I think that if Gulick was able to get by, I think he'd pull away. Would not be surprised to see the big move here coming onto the straightaway. Does he get the pass done in turn number 1? The tires are the best they've been so far. No. Good run out of the last complex of corners for Kyle Wick, and that's giving him just enough room as they pull a bit on Van Wallstrom down into turn number 1. Kremers resets fast lap.
Yeah, Jacob Gulick there. His line seems to be a little bit more narrow than Kyle Wick. It might be easier on the tires, but it's not giving him as good of an exit. It's a marathon here, folks. To be fair, a 20-lap final, but again, we're thinking time's of the essence for Gulick because you know Senna Van Waalstein is ready to pounce here. He's got a chip on his shoulder after qualifying on the pole and being just a hair too wide on the rear track width after yesterday's pre-final. Here comes the pass for the lead. Jacob Gulick is through, and Senna Van Waalstein and Wick collide for second through the dirt. Marion Kremers to second.
Yeah, but Wallstein got into the side of Wick, and Wick gave it back to him. That was some side-by-side action. Both those drivers doing the hip check on each other. Kremers getting the gift. He comes through, and Wick was able to hold on. Off-roading out of that corner, kept the throttle in it, was able to get back on the racetrack. This brings Leduc back in here as well.
And I bet you both of them think the other guy's at fault. This battle for third is not over. It's going to get even more physical. Kyle Wick, a car length out from Senna Van Waalstein. Nick Leduc looking on there in the Cardin Collective Sodi in fifth. It's third, fourth, and fifth on your screen as they head to the bus stop. And Marion Kremers, like you said, a gift and a half saying, thank you very much, boys. See you later.
Now, once we get a clean lap, this will be the first clean lap for both Gulick, who was behind Wick, and Kremers, who's battling, of course, with Van Waalstein and Leduc and everybody else. Now we're going to see what the outright pace is here on lap number 8. They'll come around and we'll find out what kind of pace we had. Last time by was a 56.8 for Gulick, 56.5 for Kremers, and a 56.3 for Wick. Of course, all that coming with the overtakes that we saw, the contact that we saw coming out of the hairpin. This will be a clean lap here. Does Gulick go purple this time by? The GFC rocketing away. Does he get the fast lap of the race? He doesn't, but he does a 56.6, a tenth quicker than Kremers. Kremers and Wick, identical laps at 56.7, and Wallstein 56.8, as was Leduc. 57.4 for Musgrave. He's on the other side as the top 5 drivers seem to be separated.
Here they come out of the bowl section once again. Kyle Wick, Senna Van Waalstein, and Nick Leduc, and we are getting notice that there is some light showers back at turns 1 and 2. So, oh my goodness, right as it looks like it's drying out, and it is sunny here on the far side of the racetrack coming out of the hairpin, but it is starting to get some wet sprinkles, some rain back at turns 1 and 2. Marion Kremers hoping for it. Look, a mistake there out of Kyle Wick. He goes wide.
And the crazy thing about this right now is the track got cooled off a little bit. It's drying, or it is dry now, but it's not as warm as it was at one point. Still 75 degrees here trackside, but will that rain then be able to get this track moist? Will it get it wet, or will it start to evaporate again? These drivers, of course, banging around the racetrack, putting that temperature in the tires. If rain comes once again, we could find ourselves with another wild deal. What do you think about X30 Jr. if the rain comes? They're sitting on the grid getting ready to go.
My goodness, here coming into the bus stop. Look at them all together. The entire top 5 still only 2 seconds apart. And Jacob Gulick hot on the heels of his biggest day in North American karting to date with a Pro Shifter main event win yesterday, is going to be the first one to experience it every lap here at the moment. He's got to hang on. Kyle Wick, of course, trying to keep Senna Van Waalstein behind him as they come out of the turn double left. Marion Kremers is slipping backwards here. He's hoping that rain continues to fall. That's his only shot, because that dry speed for him not there compared to the black and white GFCs as they head onto the front stretch. Look at how dark it is all around us here, and especially down by turns 1 and 2.
I'll tell you this, I want to take the opportunity. We're going to obviously got a lot of racing to talk about here as we see right now that Wick closing up on Kremers, but what a drive right now for Nick Leduc. Here's a guy that doesn't drive nationally. He's got the Cardin Collective team out there at Sonoma Raceway in NorCal, and we've seen Leduc he's a talented driver, but he doesn't get a chance to run. Here he is driving right there, battling it out with his teammate, a KZ factory driver for Sodi Kart. Nick Leduc all over Senna Van Waalstein right now. I'm happy for Leduc, but man, is he impressive here today.
He is doing great here, but look at this. Kremers already starting to defend from Kyle Wick here for position number 2. He knows his days are numbered of being able to run normal laps at this point. We're still just past halfway here in this main event, and it doesn't seem like it's getting any bit more boring, because Jacob Gulick, he fell off a little bit last lap, a 57.1. Kremers caught him. Wick caught him as well. Let's see what it looks like this time. 57 flat, and now powering by on the inside is Kyle Wick. He'll take over second into turns 1 and 2.
Oh, man, the GFC IAME package has been strong here this weekend. Out of that corner, we talked about the fact that Kyle was better than Jacob, I think, Gulick, coming out of the final complex, and he uses that to get that big run down the straightaway, pulls to the driver's left, and just powers on through and able to get that move. Driver's right, rather, to get all the way to the inside coming down into turn number 1. Kremers could just watch him go by and try to dig back in.
Now as they head down the backstretch here, Kyle Wick sees one driver left up the road in front of him. He's been able to keep Jacob Gulick within shouting distance here most of this race. We heard from him that he didn't feel like he had as good tires as his GFC teammate. Does he have enough left? And Senna Van Waalstein still lurking there in the background. Can he try to make some noise? Jacob Gulick, a second up the road, is 8 laps away from what would be a spectacular weekend.
Indeed, here we go. 12 laps down to 1.1 second lead for Jacob Gulick over Kyle Wick. The battle we're watching here between Wick and last year's champion Marian Kremers. Van Waalstein trying to close back up as well, 56.8 last time by. He was at least 2/10, 3/10 quicker than Kremers, so Van Waalstein trying to get himself back into the fight. Nick Leduc tried to move on him a couple of laps ago over in the hairpin. He got checked up a bit, so he's kind of trying to dig himself back up 0.6 of a second back from his Sody Kart teammate, so he is kind of chipping back away at it. Last time by a 56.9 to Wallstein's 56.8. Both those drivers closing up to Kremers and Wick, so we may not be done yet with the positions on the podium as Gulick out to now a 1.1 second advantage, but this is the fight for second and third. You'll see them coming into the back part of the screen, Van Waalstein and Leduc. Musgrave runs in sixth, 3 positions up from his 9th place starting spot. Rusidi, Formal, Mario Gill, and Philip Niemkowitz now rounding out the top 10.
Down the backstretch here now with 7 laps to go. Gulick a 56.8, an 8 from Wick, an 8 from Kremers. They are evenly matched. They're coming through turn number 2. And behind them still Senna Van Waalstein and Nick Leduc 4th and 5th. Van Waalstein started to fade pretty hard here at this point. An update further back down the order as we've got him here. Problems for Connor Wick, Ethan Boer, and Giorgio Carrara all out. I think Carrara might have gotten together with Connor Wick, Kyle's younger brother, on the GFC, battling inside the edge of the top 10. How about the run from Mario Gill from the back of the grid? He's up 11 spots to 8th. Formal is up to 7th. Musgrave is up to 6th as they go through the double left.
This is Van Waalstein now closing up on Kremers. As you can see the gap that's developed. Wick's pulled a bit of an advantage now. That GFC machine and the IAME Power pulled away. Sweet Tech IAME Power powering these guys away from the Burrell Art driver, very similar to yesterday. Track probably starting to come back to where it was potentially yesterday with the grip levels, and they are leveraging it once again as Gulick out to a lead. Just about a second as his teammate quicker by 0.2 of a second last time by. Wick trying to close back up. 6 more laps remain in a 20-lap contest. Gulick, Wick, Kremers, Van Waalstein, and Leduc, the top 5.
So Kremers fading off that time. That was a big bobble that lap at a 57.4, giving up 0.6 to Kyle Wick. He's going to worry about Senna Van Waalstein getting close to challenge for the podium. Senna's kept it pretty consistent through the point of this race here, a 56.8 for him. He stayed right at that marker most of this session. So Senna Van Waalstein trying to at least bring some kind of hardware back to the karting collective Sody Racing USA boys and girls as they head through the final turn, and as he goes wide, problems for Senna Van Waalstein. Oh no, out of 4th, and he's into the scale line. Senna Van Waalstein breaks out of the top 5, challenging for the podium.
Wow. It's up to Nick Leduc now to pick up the Sody Kart flag as an issue for Van Waalstein. Sends him off the pit lane. That brings Musgrave to 5th, Formal to 6th, Gill, Niemkowitz, Pickett, and Fellows. Daniel Fellows now will go into the top 10. Lead now 1 second as Gulick stretching back out again. The battle for its 3rd spot, the final spot of the podium, would now be between Kremers and Leduc. Leduc's got to dial things in. He was about a 10th off last time by.
So Jacob Gulick that time pulled the gap back out over Kyle Wick. He's got to put 4 more perfect laps together when he gets to the line, and it will be a storybook weekend for Jacob Gulick and the GFC karting boys here, with just a week and a half for them and the Sweet Tech fellas to try and prep those brand new IAME Screamer KZs and to dominate here in Utah, even in bigger fashion than Billy Musgrave was on the 175 in Orlando. This is an all-American butt whooping right now with the GFC group as they head to turns 1 and 2. Gulick again up by about a 9/10 margin. He was 1/10 slower last time by than Wick. He can give up a 10th though to the end of this race and still be fine.
Well, again, remember we talked about the tires, who took care of them in the pre-final. And again, obviously for Gulick having to kind of slide back, that starting position was not ideal on the wet inside line. He lost both spots, got back to 3rd, able to dig his way first by Kremers and then by his teammate Kyle Wick. And again, out front here, Gulick by, again, right around a second. It's been up and down there. Kremer's still there in third. Leduc back by now about 3 or 4 tenths of a second. I think he might have been using Van Wallstrom as his rabbit to kind of chase down, and now he's fallen back a bit. Last time by 4 tenths slower than that of Kremer's. He's got lots of room back to Billy Musgrave. Musgrave, again, up at a half a second off of that of Leduc. 6.2 seconds from Leduc back to Musgrave in fifth. So I don't see any real change right now in the top 3 laps to go unless Kyle Wick can continue to reel him in. 2 tenths of a second last time by. Wick closing in on Jacob Gulick.
Yeah, Kyle Wick trying to get there here as they go through that turn 2, 3, 4 complex. Gulick is staying consistent. Wick just found some last-second pace out of a hat. Marian Kremers as well, a 56.6 that time. That'll pretty much keep him away. Here's a look on the grid as some more karts are trying to get ready to go. And there, oh no, that's Senna Van Wallstein's kart. It's a left front brake that's broken there, it looks like, for Senna Van Wallstein. So losing front braking power for him. If that was, no, the tire, is that the tire? I'm trying to see what they're showing us here down on the grid as he pulls that away. It definitely looked like something broke in the left front for Senna Van Wallstein. Maybe it locked up.
Gulick, Wick, Kremers, Leduc. Now Formal up to fifth. He's able to get by Billy Musgrave. So Formal up into the top 5 right now from 10th. It's not been a good weekend for Danny Formal, a winner in the opening round of the series back in Orlando, but a 5th would be a solid recovery for him. He'll look at yesterday, race number 3, round 3, as his drop. He'll have to have a superb weekend in Newcastle to have any shot at it, because I'll tell you this, both these GFC drivers getting themselves back into the championship fight. The discussion when we head to the Summer Nats, a 1-2 finish yesterday, a potential 1-2 finish looking down the iron right now. 7 tenths of a second the lead for Gulick over Kyle Wick.
Yeah, he's picked it back up there last time by. Jacob Gulick has. And granted, with the sun coming back out, they're probably getting a little more grip to those Avinco red tires. So that's allowing them to still go faster as this race comes to a close. But for Jacob Gulick here, the white flag in the air for a driver that probably nobody would have pegged as the one to win or podium, much less do it twice. He's a lap away from it. He'll be the first podium sweep of the year here in the Pro Shifter class. And Jacob Gulick at a 1.3 second lead now here on the final lap over Kyle Wick.
How about a potential 1-2, back-to-back 1-2 finishes for GFC karting. Again, this chassis designed by Gary Carlton, a legend in American shifter kart race in the GFC program, focused on driver development. And these are 2 drivers that they have worked with over the last couple of years. Jacob Gulick breaking that nut yesterday, getting that first big win, get the monkey off his back. I told him in the interview that when you do that, the floodgates can open. Back-to-back potentially coming here. He'll work his way through the chicane, or rather the hairpin, back to the left-hander, looking very good right now. Gulick looking to win. 1.3 seconds. It got down to 9 tenths of a second a couple of laps ago, but he's laid the laps down. Wick has backed it up a little bit, and big laps here, 56.6 last time by, just a tenth off what he's turned. And to get out of the final corner, back-to-back Jackson Pro Shifter, Jacob Gulick, and GFC win again. It's a 1-2 finish, and there is Gary Carlton, pumped up. Cole Shade, Sonny Cervelli, the director of operations. That team thrilled here in Utah. They got a shop here with Scuderia Littell as well. Gulick, Wick, and Marian Kremer Zander back once again to P3.
Man, you can see how much this means to those guys in black and white. Sonny Cervelli there, Ayrton Littell, Gary Carlton continue to get congratulations. Awesome job for them. Jacob Gulick, a double winning weekend here. Kyle Wick gets 2 second-place results to move him further up the point standings. Marian Kremers, I think, will continue as our championship leader into Newcastle. We've got a lot of new players, though. Nick Leduc, 4th. Danny Formal by the end. Tracked down Hunter Pickett and Billy Musgrave. He ends 5th. Pickett 6th. Musgrave 7th. Philip Biemkowicz up 10 spots to 8th. Daniel Fellows to 9th. Jonathan Vitolo to 10th. It all goes wrong for a handful. There it is, some donuts. Burn it down, Jacob Gulick. You deserved it. You have earned it this weekend here. What a performance.
Xander, you said it yesterday. You wish he was probably wishing he could burn it down yesterday. Today, though, after getting it done, it's a big win for Gulick, a big win for GFC, and a huge win as well on the manufacturer's battle for IAME with that new power plant. What a run for Jacob Gulick. We saw a little bit of emotion out of him yesterday. He's a pretty stoic kind of guy, pretty quiet. I got to think underneath that helmet, he is beaming right now. 2 wins on the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour.
That's got to be phenomenal there for Jacob Gulick, for Sweet Tech Racing Engines and the Miami Power Plants to dominate a weekend here in KZ. And I guarantee the world's on notice with all the viewership we've gotten here. The Europeans over there for the next round of the KZ Championship, they've probably got their eyes on this engine manufacturer as well. With the TM-dominated class no more, it's an Miami Sweet Tech GFC 1-2 sweep of the weekend here. Let's see who we can chat with down on pit lane. There's Connor Wick coming on in to the pits there as the track gets cleared on out. Jacob Gulick will pull on down into the plastic Scribners and try and figure out who we can chat with at the end of this one, because what a day for the GFC girl. Let's bring those results up one more time, and we'll run you back through the order again to kind of cap off the storylines again. For Danny Formal to end 5th after that, I think it's probably a breath of relief as he gets through. Not only that he got 5th, but this weekend is over.
And listen, he had to work for it too, right? He went from 10th up to 5th, passed a couple of guys, got himself up to Musgrave, was able to get by both Pickett, then Musgrave, a great top 5 performance for the Rawlson Performance Group. Cosmic driver on that Vortex Power. Nick LeDuc, as I said before, he does not get a chance to do a lot of national level racing, and to be here with this kind of return and emergence of the Sodi Kart program, the Karting Collective, that's his program. Nick LeDuc, he does a lot of work at at Sonoma Raceway. P4 for LeDuc, but again, Gulick, Wick, and Kremers on the podium. There are going to be some happy guys down there in Tech for sure.
Yeah, it looks like there is a discussion happening here. That looks to be, trying to see what we've got. That's the 234 of Jonathan Vitolo, a little frustrated with Daniel Fellows. There's Kyle Wick pushing through. Good double podium weekend for him. And there is Jacob Gulick chatting over there with Connor Wick off on the side. There is your race winner as everyone rolls on through here from Pro Shifter. But how about that? Jacob Gulick has done it again here as he chats with his teammate.
Yeah, those are the bros right there, aren't they? Yeah, that's Gulick alongside Wick. Where's the other Wick? I thought he was up there as well. They're going to have a nice. That's Connor right there. They're going to have a nice drive back up to the Pacific Northwest. Sandy, you know it, man. You come down to a race like this and you are stressed, you're focused, you're hoping for the best of success. Depending on how you do is the mood you have when you're heading home, right? These guys are going to be thrilled when they're heading back up, as I said, up to Washington.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes that long drive a lot easier. We joke with Billy Musgrave after his walk-off win on Sunday in Orlando. That long trip from Orlando, Florida, all the way back to Southern California became a lot easier. Not only that, he came back to California at 5 a.m., was back in the shop working at 10 a.m. The guy just can't help himself.
And that's what this program's all about. That factory kart program is such a passion project. We've obviously seen Billy do what he did, come in here with S2, 4-time winner at the Super Nationals. I just think the factory kart program is such a great story for American karting right now, return of American steel to the top level of shifter kart racing. But they've also won races already in the 100cc category as well, which I think is great. But hey, listen, for GFC, this is a great weekend. Scuderia Littell, we talked about them. They have a shop here, one of the dealers at the track. Everything they could possibly have wanted here in the Pro Shifter category this weekend.
Yeah, so that wraps it for Pro Shifter. You can see, again, it's still ready racing for the final 3 classes of the day. I know that the drivers are just rolling through the scale line now, so I think we'll be able to chat with a few. There's, unfortunately, going across your screen, Remo Ruschetti had, is that Remo?
Mario Gill.
Mario Gill.
Yeah, he was in the team.
Well,
he was like
Ruschetti
eighth.
too.
They were both up. Gill was running 8th. And he was out of the tail of that one.
Yeah, so Gill out, Remo Ruschetti out. Both of the Catalyst driver development at Tal Karts had high hopes coming into the weekend. And you're looking across the way towards turns 1 and 2 on the far side of the facility. That rain, it's still threatening here for the last 3 races of the day. We're not in the clear yet, folks. The sun might be out, but there is still a lot of inclement weather all around us. So everyone's keeping an eye on the radar to see what they need to do and what they need to have at the ready. You saw a lot of drivers in that mini Swift main event rolling up with an extra 4 set of tires on the kart stand. That was the alternate set, to go to the dries if they were on wets, or to go to the wets if they were on dries. Here's another look again at the look across the way over the flats towards the mountains. The mountains definitely clouded by the rain just outside of us here, so it's definitely sketchy when it comes to trying to guess what is the right way to go for the main event here. Let's see if we've got fellas down in the scale area as the drivers are headed out for X30 Junior. If we've got an interview, I believe we've got almost everybody over there. Try and see if we can catch up with our main event winner, Jacob Gulick. He's just rolling through the scale line now. Take a look at this, folks. A big hug there to team owner Gary Carlton. who's got to be over the moon for his superstar talented driver. And Jacob Gulick, there comes, I believe, a few more from the camp. There's Sonny Cervelli and a few more. It's a big congratulations posse from the GFC group for Jacob Gulick as he rocks on through.
You're talking about winning at the top level of karting in North America. That's the beauty of this program. Of course, the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, your only national coast-to-coast program. A good show of sportsmanship there from Marian Kremers as well. But what a drive, 100%. Jacob Gulick, and he stands by right now with Emery Lida.
Thanks, Rob. Jacob, what a race. You sweep the weekend. How does it feel?
I'm going to be honest, I would have never thought in my life that I could have swept a Pro Tour weekend before. This is awesome.
Well, you did, and you did it in pretty convincing fashion, too. I mean, walk me through some of the challenges there with the track kind of going from slick to dry, maybe a little bit of pop-up rain in there in the middle, but ultimately completely dry, too. Walk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, the inside of the track was still wet from the rain earlier. It was getting sketchy trying to pass anyone, and then I just had confidence with the kart, and the rain in the center, I started feeling it in my face. Was like, oh no, this could go poorly, but we held on to it.
All right, Jacob Gulick, a fantastic win here in day 2 here at Utah. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery. Let's go back. Green flag in the air for your X30 juniors as they rocket down to turn number 1. And Ernesto Rivera will lead them away, but there we see finally at the end of the weekend, I think just as much, again, excitement as it was relief for Jacob that he's through it. I'm sure yesterday still thinking about today. Today it's just pack it up, celebrate, and get home tomorrow.
Well, he said that, right? I could never have in his wildest dream think he would come in here and sweep a weekend against some of these absolutely legendary drivers. Like these wins are going to be massive for him in the ECAN driver rankings as well to move him up the order, right? This is big, racing against the big dogs. Not only the guys we've seen here, but you throw Senna Van Wallstein in there as well. We got some hot dogs from around the world here running as well. And, of course, former world champion, Marian Kremers. It's just a great run for him. And, again, these young drivers all kind of wanting to get up to that particular rung as well. And we'll watch them go at it. 13 drivers set to go here in X30 Junior. And Ernesto Rivera out to the early lead here as we get rolling here for 20 laps of X30 Junior racing.
Yeah, 20-lap main event. Rivera leads over Anthony Martello, who got a good start. Max Taylor's fallen back to the 4th position here as they go down through turns 1 and 2. Side by side, Stephen Miller trying to go by Taylor. He will back for position number 4. Let's go side by side to hear from the other half of that GFC 1-2 weekend. Kyle Wick here down in the scales. Emery?
Yeah, Kyle Wick, a good run. Again, P2 to Jacob Gulick. You had a strong end of the race, second half of the race. Just tell me about how you were able to get through the whole 20-lap main event.
I learned from yesterday, and I adjusted my driving to keep the tire underneath me on the long run. I'm disappointed that I didn't get the win, but I'm happy we were able to secure the GFC 1-2 sweep for the day.
Yeah, and in the middle of that race there, you had a little bit of a sketchy moment with Senna there. Walk me through it.
I don't really have anything to say. I think Kart Chaser shows it.
All right, one last thing. I mean, this weekend as a whole, you had strong pace. You ended up with 2 seconds. Would have been better to win on your part, I'm sure. But at the same time, you're back in the championship discussion as we head into the final round. What's your sort of strategy as you get into Newcastle?
We're going to go do USPKS at Newcastle to get prepared and get ready to go in Newcastle.
All right, Kyle Wick, 2 seconds. A fantastic day for GFC. And Wick with a good second half of the race there to get back into the second position. Back to you guys.
For me, I love the fact that we've got a bunch of different winners in Pro Shifter. Like this, there's a lot of guys in the hunt. We're probably going to see A.J. Myers back for that Summer Nationals as well. You've got guys that are coming in on a high, like the GFC guys. You said they've struggled before at Newcastle. They're going to go there and go to work, but they've got the new power plant, which is a rock star as well with the IAMI. There's so much still to come.
Still, we've got some new players as well in X30 Junior too. Anthony Martella is there, and Jensen Burnett is closing in on Ernesto Rivera. Let's go down to pit lane one more time here, or maybe a couple more. Marian Kremers is standing by. The podium result, and what was, again, close for Marian Kremers, but a good points day. Emery?
Yeah, Marian, again, just not quite enough this weekend. You looked like you had good pace in the first half of the race, but just couldn't quite close it. How was it?
It was tough. I mean, I had a good start, got up to second, and then I waited just a little bit too long to try to get around Carl, and Jacob got around me. Got muscled back a bit. After that, tried to clean the tires off, pushed hard to catch up again, and burned the tires just a little bit. And then when I saw Carl and Senna crash in front of me, I was happy. I was pushing hard to try and catch up to Jacob, but he just had a little edge over me. Car got around me again down the straight, just like he did yesterday, and then from there on it was just hang around in thirds and until the end. Carl, I don't know if he had an issue at the end or he missed a shift or something with 1 to go. He looked down at the engine, so he had me all excited going into the last lap that maybe I was going to get him, but then nothing happened. So yeah, third again. It's not too bad, but definitely not where we want to be.
And as you look ahead to the next race you're going to run in Newcastle, I mean, it looks like power was the biggest issue for you guys this weekend. You had to a track that, quite honestly, is probably the most power dependent on the U.S. circuit. How concerned are you as you get into that race?
Not too concerned. I mean, these GFC boys were very fast here last year. Struggling with the power. We've been struggling with the power this year, and here at high altitude, it's only going to be worse. So hopefully we'll be a little bit closer in Indiana come 2 weeks time at USPKS, and then we'll be ready to make the fight, to have a fight with them come SKUSA finale and in Indy again. So yeah, confident we'll be working hard until then, and hopefully catch up the gap and be in the fight.
All right, wasn't quite what the boys in red wanted. Martin Kremer still delivers the podium here on day 2. He gets a P3 here in Pro Shifter. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery, there. And again, as Marian said, like a lot of these guys, they're looking at that U.S. Pro Kart Series event as kind of a tune-up when they look to the Pro Tour Championship. That's a benefit of going to that racetrack. Whether they run the same exact layout or similar, we always get those 2 major long straightaways. You'll get a read if you have something fast enough to run at the end of July.
Yeah, just that the racetrack, you're going to use those long straightaways out to I-70 at Newcastle. That's just a great part of that racetrack. And there's going to be 2 major events happening there, as we know, between now and that and the USPKS race and the Summer Nats. And both those races. I think, again, everybody's going to be running, all those guys at USPKS will be using that as a tune-up as well. Not even just a tune-up. Of course, USPKS is a massive event as itself. You can't even call it a tune-up race. But again, it's going to be key for those drivers thinking about going to the Summer Nationals.
Well, right now, we're still riding laps here for Anthony Martel and Ernesto Rivera, so let's go for a little bit more. How about the run today from Nick LeDuc and the karting collective Sodi Kart? A top 5 result here, one of his better ones in recent memory, and he ends the weekend on a high here Sunday. Emery?
Yeah, Nick LeDuc. Nick, yesterday went about as poorly as you could have hoped for, but today things changed for the better. You had better pace throughout the day and then culminating in a P4 in the final. Talk to me about how you were able to kind of get that good start at the beginning and then as well continuing throughout the race.
Well, just keeping a clear head through the whole weekend. I'm learning is my kind of where I falter is just overthinking and trying to do too much to the card or whatnot. But honestly, having Senna here and having the Sodi factory guys here has made all the difference. I mean, I applied Senna's setup last night, and it was a big difference, a big improvement, and I capitalized on it. I used it and just kept a clear head. But I just can't say enough about having the Sodi guys here. I learned so much this weekend on the chassis, and it took me long enough, I guess, but I just had my own way of kind of setting up the Sodi. Don't get me wrong, it worked at a lot of tracks. It was fast, but they do things a little differently, and it's worked for me as well. And so, yeah, this is where we ended up. I'm very happy with it, actually.
Yeah, and one more thing. When you go out on lap number 1 and you get a great start battling with Senna there, how much does that boost your confidence when you're able to just be able to kind of consistently run there? I mean, we know you've had pace at certain tracks, and obviously this weekend you had decent pace at certain points, but to be right up there in the front group must have felt very satisfying.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I watch Senna on YouTube videos, WSK videos. I'm a big fan of Senna, and he's such a great driver. So yeah, to be sitting there behind him in the main event, I had to kind of check myself a little bit, but then refocus and just, and go after it. And I had to make an attempt at Senna because Senna is very disappointed right now. He had some brake issues. So, I had to make an attempt at him. He braked so late, it was never going to work. But, he pulled in, and that gave me the P4 spot. I think he could have held on, honestly, but, he wants to win, and he should have won.
All right, well, one side disappointing for Sodi, but Nick LeDuc, a great P4 result here in Pro Shifter. Back to you guys in the booth.
Xander, the great thing is, we've seen a guy like Joe Turney come over, right, and be able to try to help out that Kart Republic brand. And with Chad Dawkins Racing and Trinity, karting group and the amount of input he's been able to get to bring in the setups and the knowledge, the factory knowledge. Same thing with Sody Kart over here right now. Of course, they've got a lot of the Sody Kart engineers, mechanics here with the tuners, but then you get a driver like Santa Van Wallstein here, and Nick Leduc, whose karting collective team has been running the Sody Kart for the last couple of years. What a huge thing for him to be able to have this big, now massive influx, this real effort, this concerted effort from the Sody Kart factory to be here, bringing the guys over. It's only going to help him back home at his shop in Sonoma.
And I think that's one of the coolest things to see. You know, I mean, we've seen it kind of over the years, back and forth a little bit. I've talked to a lot of individuals in the sport, long predating my era in the industry for just the last, 5 to 10 years. We've kind of gone in waves with American karting. Obviously, karting started here in the 50s. Then it picked up and went global. And then from there, it's been back and forth almost decade to decade of whether we were on par with the European, stage in terms of competition and respect both ways, then kind of fell off, and now it feels like, again, the prestige has gone up at the American events. The Super Nationals, without a doubt, helps everything, but to see those guys here coming over to the regular season, it obviously is a huge boost, but I think it's cool to me, just like you hear from Nick's point of view, to see those guys really caring about the product and the performance that their product does here in the States, and to put that emphasis in. I talked with Ricardo, the team manager for Kart Republic. He said, dude, I'm so stoked with being over here. I love the racing here. We love the market with Kart Republic. We want to do a lot more factory concerted efforts over here. And for us as Americans and Canadians as well, North Americans, that's the coolest thing to see, to hear that the world is really taking a notice here on the American circuit.
Yeah, North America, Canada, the U.S. is a massive market. They have to get on it. Let's get back to racing, however, though, because there's a couple of karts here that are up front doing exactly the same thing. Ernesto Rivero pulling away as the leader here now, 0.6 of a second over Anthony Martella, and then Jensen Burnett on that DAP chassis running P3. Stephen Miller, Max Taylor rounding out your top 5. 10 down, 10 to go, Xander. We got our X30 juniors battling it out. Great discussion about the American karting market. It's just awesome to have some, to cap it off, could have put a bow on it. Great to have some of these factories sending over their big dogs, and it's just going to help educate everybody here in our particular community.
Well, no doubt about that. Again, hearing it right from Nick, now he's got a lot more confidence that he can take back home. And, of course, Nick Leduc is a regular Super Nationals entrant, so I'm sure he'll be feeling a lot more confident going into Las Vegas here later this year, and we head to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. The road to Las Vegas is what we like to call it here on Kart Chaser. With all the national races, all the regional races on the year, it all builds up to the Super Nationals, what was expected to be one of the biggest ones to date at potentially plus 600 entries. It is the world stage, and that's what everybody is trying to get to. The national season, the regular national season we're underway with right now, it all leads to November. On the screen, though, back to, like you said, to racing, Ernesto Rivera had Martella pushing him all the way through the first half of the race. He has clocked into another gear. Ernesto Rivera, that time by, was another 0.2 better than Anthony Martella. It is now 0.9 the lead here from Rivera back to Martella. Max Taylor is the fastest on the racetrack, but such a slow start for the RPG Cosmic. In fact, there's a battle brewing back for fourth with him and Stephen Miller. They're about 7 seconds away from the race lead here as Rivera and Martella run by themselves, first and second. There it is, just getting by him there in that back hairpin. The number 3 plate moves up position number 4, but unfortunately, so far back, took too far long to get going. He's not going to be able, I don't think, at this rate, to repeat his success from yesterday.
Yeah, the battle we had, of course, yesterday had a handful of drivers all kind of nose to tail up front. It was an epic battle. This is kind of shaken out a little bit differently. Rivera able to stretch away, as you said. He has a full second on Martella. Martella's got over a second on Burnett. Burnett's got almost 5 seconds on this fight between Taylor and Miller, and they got a half a second back to Jackson Wolney. So this fight continuing, though. Max Taylor and Stephen Miller. Taylor through to get over to P5. He went purple on lap number 11. So again, Taylor seeing if he can't pull away from Miller a little bit. We'll keep looking at the gap between he and Burnett, because Taylor potentially could work his way up to the 3rd position, but he'd have to have significantly quicker lap times, almost 5 seconds back.
Yeah, he will need to be a lot quicker there. Again, he needs to really go quicker. Now, granted, 0.3 better than Jensen Burnett last time, like you said, so it's an outside shot. It's a long shot to be half a second better, but you know, even for these guys, granted they're on the Avinco Blues, but they're going faster. They've got more horsepower than any other class on these Avinco Blue tires. And even at a lighter weight, maybe the wear's not as bad, but just maybe Max Taylor can pull a rabbit out of the hat and pull a podium out of what's not been the most ideal main event here on Sunday. How about it for his teammate as well? Jackson Wolney back in position number 6. He's trailing Stephen Miller, closing in. Miller's backward slide might not be over. That's his teammate there in the DAP car, Jensen Burnett. And there, he got around him already. Jackson Wolney up into the top 5 as Miller falls back to position number 6.
Yeah, a 60.141 for Wolney, 2/10 quicker than the leader Rivera, and a 10th quicker than Taylor. So Wolney's up into 5th. Taylor faster than Burnett by about 4/10. He's got it down to 4.5 seconds. But with 7 laps to go, he has to be significantly quicker. Probably about 7/10 of a second a lap. 4/10 isn't going to cut it. Taylor trying to roll up here on Jensen Burnett.
Yeah, closing in here on as well as teammate and Max Taylor is Jackson Wolney, because with Wolney making the pass, granted he got a little slipstream off of Miller, but he was a 10th better than even Taylor's pace. So Jackson Wolney might just be able to crack the top 4 and get himself 1 spot higher here on the day. 7, now 6 laps to go, 14 complete. It's all been about Ernesto Rivera. For those of you just joining us right now, of course, you've got 2 more races to go. International Motorsport Master Shifters up next, and then in about 20 minutes, that X30 Senior main event presented by Speed Concepts Racing will head onto the racetrack to cap off our afternoon. Through the bus stop we go here, watching this battle for 5th and 6th, or really the gaps start to open up. Battle might not be the right term, and it's not the right term for 1st and 2nd either, as Ernesto Rivera has walked away.
Yeah, essentially settling in here now is Rivera, your leader, by 1.5 seconds. He just turned his fastest lap with a 1:00.261, a 60.261, 1.5 seconds ahead of Martella. Taylor's been 3 to 4/10 of a second faster than Burnett every lap, but again, just going to be likely too little too late. Burnett lays his best lap down with a 60.554. Taylor a 60.376, so another 2/10 of a second. But he'd literally have to be, almost 8/10 of a second quicker every lap now, and I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, no, it would be a long shot for sure for Max Taylor. He's still got to hold his head high coming out of the weekend. I know that KA main event was not what he wanted it to be here, but that junior main event in KA, always so unpredictable, and it will be no different at Newcastle Motorsports Park, where the draft, as we've heard all weekend long, is going to be even more prevalent there. The track even longer straightaways. It'll be a pack race, no doubt, and anything can happen at that point. Remember back to last year with the SKUSA Pro Tour, Jeremy Fletcher versus Alex Stanfield? That championship was decided on the final lap of the final day when Stanfield went from 2nd to almost 11th in 2 corners.
And listen, that's what this is here. The battle in this race, in this championship, is Rivera versus Taylor. Those are the 2 guys up front right now in this championship scrap. There's the driver in 3rd spot, Jensen Burnett, a 60.662. Taylor across, 60.481. Another 2/10. Looks to be like that driver, the DAT machine there for Chad Dockin Racing is going to be fine. Burnett P3, lots of room behind him, and no chance of getting up on Martella in the 2nd.
Yeah, here we go, out of the bowl for Jensen Burnett. We haven't talked about him all too much, but I'm sure he's going to be happy to walk away with some hardware here today in the X30 Junior class presented by RPG. Remember, yesterday didn't even make it up off the grid, couldn't fire up, started the race half a lap back, made it up only to the edge at 10th or 11th. Turned that around here, goes even quicker than his teammate in Stephen Miller, running 3rd, and for a kid that's been all over the world, it feels like here this year, from Europe to Canada to the U.S. as well, Jensen Burnett's been busy, and we are starting to see that continue to improve in his rookie season here in junior. It's paying off.
Indeed, he's looking good. This is something you can build off, too. A strong 3rd place finish. You'll look at the next events for him. Anytime you can kind of start padding those strong results, it gives you the momentum and confidence you need, especially with junior drivers. I think the confidence is so key, right? They have the outright pace, but you have to be able to string all the laps together. You have to qualify well, get that pre-final done, get that race, performance in as well. It's just so big for these young drivers. I say often to parents who try to move their kids up too fast, give your young child, your driver, boy, girl, I don't care, give them a chance to win races, because when they win races, it changes their mindset completely. They're not just a driver, they're a race winner.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a new level of confidence, and we're going to see it here when we come back at Newcastle Motorsports Park. I don't know the schedule for Truly Adams, obviously a California-based regional operation, but I know that the Factory Kart Musgrave Racing Company boys, they got to be happy and wanted to bring Truly to the Pro Tour finale. We know Jacob Gulick's going to be there. Yeah. I think he's going to be walking around about a couple inches taller when we get into Indiana.
Probably coming off those 2 victories for sure for Gulick. Yeah, he'll be feeling good. So will Rivera here as well. He's kind of followed in the footsteps of Caleb Gaffaro last year at Rawlson Performance Group. Caleb was, of course, like the #1 junior driver, won something like 22 races on the season, and, of course, a bunch of big races. They kind of passed off the baton at the Supernats when Gaffaro didn't get that Supernats win. Rivera ended up taking it, and he really hasn't lifted off the throttle, winning the Winter Series and, of course, looking to try to line things up here for a Pro Tour Championship when we get to Newcastle in July. He'll see the white flag this next time by. It was a 2.6-second lead, Xander, last time through. Rivera will see the white flag.
Yeah, everything's stabled out. There's a small battle back for 7th between Charlie Smith and John Antonino Jr., actually for 8th, sorry, but beyond that, at least a second, if not bigger gaps, as the field is spread apart, and everyone's kind of roughly where their individual speed would show them. For Ernesto Rivera here, like you said, I mean, taking the baton from Caleb Gaffaro, that's a big set of shoes to step into, right? When a driver wins 20-plus races in a year, I think he was pushing maybe 30 if you count everything, including 100cc. And so for him to jump right into that, he was kind of in the shadows a little bit last year, was a contender, gets his first major U.S. win at the Super Nationals of all places, and then that right there, I think, helped him get that confidence to go in, dominate at the Winter Series, the Florida Winter Tour, dominated races in the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and of course was super fast in that month of March, the big stretch in Orlando.
And another, one of the drivers has come out of Mike Rawlson's driver development program as well. You just can't say enough about that program, the work that they do, the on-track work, the lead follows, the dog fights they do. In May, they just had their driver camp out at Pat's Acres. The amount of time they put in with their young drivers, it obviously works. We've got Rivera, we've got Taylor, you got Jackson Wolney, who's been a definite example of what they've been able to do. But Xander, bring it home here right now. This Rivera leading last lap, last corners.
Out of the final turn, repping the Mexico flag nice and high. Ernesto Rivera rebounds from Saturday. He wins Sunday in X30 Junior as he crosses the line. And a pumped up boys in blue and purple for the RPG mechanics on the fence line. There's a great shot at SuperKart USA and IndyCar Series flagman Aaron Likens, waving the double checkers here for group number 6 on the day. Let's bring the results up here as they finish on through the lineup. Ernesto Rivera, your winner over Martella, Burnett, Taylor, Wolney, the top 5. Miller falls to 6, Alex Mercado 7th, John Antonino Jr. in 8th, Charlie Smith 9th, Nathan Dupuis got his first career podium in 10th. Oh, Smith got Antonino right there at the last lap. Charlie Smith, how about that? Get you some, the Nash Motorsports driver aboard the EOS car. Antonino 9th, Nathan Dupuis 10th. We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, Master Shifter and X30 Senior pre-race footage and interviews to come. And then that ever intense X30 Senior main event with Oliver Hodgson on the point to lead them to green. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
Welcome back to live coverage of round number 4 of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, the Spring Nationals, back end of the doubleheader here at the Utah Motorsports Campus. 2 more races still to come. Master Shifter by International Motorsports. I expect to see the same battle we've seen. Luis Quinones starting on the pole alongside Luis Gauthier. Both those drivers with the pace to run up front. There is some storylines though. Robert Fige coming home in third. Michael Gouache, who's expected to start here P4, came in a little early in the pre-final. He may have the tires, a little bit of advantage there. Field set, going to the lights for a 20-lapper for these 5 drivers. Field set, and a launch for Gauthier. This time, it's Quinones who can't get off the line. He struggles to get off the line. Robert Fige checks up as well. And Quinones, who won yesterday, into the 3rd position. Can he dig in and potentially close up as it's Gouache going after Gauthier? So Gauthier from the outside of the front row. This time he gets the whole shot, bogged at the line in the pre-final. That gave the pre-final victory to Quinones. This has changed the storyline very quickly. So underway for what will be a 20-lapper for the drivers here in the Master Shifter class. Quinones and Gouache going at it. Gouache on that Maranello, the SRP Maranello factory team effort here. Michael Gouache, longtime shifter car driver and a gentleman driver in the sports car ranks. IMSA as well. He's running the Daytona Rolex 24 in his past racing. See if he can't run here. We talked about the tires for Gouache. He only put 2 laps on in the pre-final. We'll see whether or not that helps him, gives him a bit of an advantage to potentially run hard. He is pushing right here on Gauthier, thinking about going to the inside, and that was a bit of an issue for him. They went deep into 1, couldn't get back on it in 2, and you can see how much he's lost there. Lost a lot of momentum coming out of the corner. We'll look at lap times when they roll back around and see whether or not Quinones has what it takes. I think he was pretty evenly matched with Gauthier yesterday, so I don't know that he is going to be able to find the speed he needs to be able to close up. Now, the only thing would be tire deg, whether or not he was able to take care of his tires in the pre-final. 20-lapper here for Master Shifter. So, folks, we got some interviews coming here as we get ready to go. X30 senior drivers on the grid set to go. Gauthier with the lead, as we said, but let's head down to Emery Light as he stands by with Jesus Vasquez Jr.
Yeah, Jesus, again, pre-final. Looked like you had a pretty good race. Unfortunately, had another penalty. Puts you back in 13th starting. How are you feeling coming into this one?
Feeling pretty good. We changed some stuff in the right now on the car because we weren't that strong in the pre-final. And I think we should be like right there.
All right, and you have a 20-lap main event. Yesterday we saw you had a mechanical issue that ended your race early, a flat tire. But as you look for a 20-lapper again with this pro senior category, the Vinco Red's kind of a different tire compound with heavy grading. What's it going to be like kind of running that full 20-lap stint?
Yeah, the tires are probably going to wear off real fast for me. You know, it's going to be tough because the reds are so much softer than the blues, and I'm not used to it. But I'm going to try my hardest to conserve the tires and be there at the end.
All right, Jesus Vasquez rolling off 13th. We'll see what he can do from there. Back to you.
Thank you, Emery. And again, probably the first time we're going to hear a number of people talk about tire management throughout this race. We'll see how things play out as those drivers get ready to get themselves onto the racetrack for what I expect to be a very entertaining 20-lap main event. A lot of drivers looking for that run up front. Of course, Joe Turney with the victory yesterday, but he was almost on his head in the pre-final, had to fight his way back forward. Ryan Norberg struggled as well, so guys that were up front yesterday kind of further back here today. 3 laps in the books for this one here for Master Shifter, and Luis Gauthier pulling out a 0.6 of a second lead over Michael Gouache with a 57.980. 58 flat for Gouache, 58.1 for Quinones, and a 58.2 for Fige. So Quinones about a 1.5 seconds behind Gouache right now. We're watching him there. That's Quinones, yesterday's winner on the IAME SSC 175 power plant. So the factory car driver who, again, was able to hold off a charging Gauthier yesterday. He's back by 2.2 seconds. We need to find some speed. Back up on the throttle. Another blue lap or a purple lap rather for Gauthier, 57.7. 57.9 for Gouache. Quinones closing up a little bit. Loses another 10th though to Gauthier. 4 drivers in our master class. A big field, as we know, in our X30 senior class. We're expecting a great one there, 31 in total. And what a difference a day makes for Oliver Hutch and the J3 competition comp car driver. Started the main event from the tail of the field in 31st, stormed his way all the way through the field to 6th. Today, he's going to start on the pole position, so a much different look coming to the green flag for Oliver Hodgson. Will that British driver be able to come away with the win? His fellow countryman Joe Turding winning yesterday on the Kart Republic. We'll get the quarter mark here of our master shifter drivers in here in a moment, with Gauthier coming to put lap 5 in the books. Still following Quinones here. Again, watching laps, 58.2 for Gauthier, 58 flat. Gouache closing it down to 0.6 of a second. Again, tire management. How is this going to play out? It's 57.803. Quinones continue to go quicker. Gouache is closing up here mid on Gauthier. Quinones was faster by 0.4, almost 0.5 of a second from the leader. So we're not done yet here. Gouache, again, as we said, came in early, was running 4th, got passed. He was 2nd early in the pre-final, got passed by both Gauthier and Fige, so dropped back and eventually pulled off after a couple of laps. And a wise strategy move. Hey, save the tires. No need to drive around here for 10 laps or a P4 when there's only 4 drivers in the field. He pulled in, saved those Avincos. He may have good tires, better tires to the end. Look, Quinones 57.803 was almost a full half second quicker than Gauthier last time by, cutting the gap down to 1.9 seconds. You can see him closing up on Gouache now as well. 58.1, 58.4, 57.630. Lots racing to come as Quinones rolling up. But that X30 senior race again. More to come here. Let's head it back down to pit lane as our pit reporter standing by with Mateus Morgado.
Yeah, Mateus, solid weekend so far, just not quite as much pace or track position you wanted, but you looked really fast in the heat race. How are you feeling coming to this one?
Yeah, pre-final was really good. I think we have a good race pace. It's not so easy to start from the back, especially when you're in the mid-pack. Many drivers trying to fight for the 10th position, which is not worth it, and you end up losing so much time. So yeah, I'm really confident for the final. Starting on the inside, I think we can make a good start, and with the race pace we have, I think we can end up top 5.
All right, look for Mateus Morgado to make his way up to the front. Good luck there, Mateus. Harley Keeble. Harley, first off, I got to ask you about that KA final. Pretty wild there to see the track kind of going from dry to wet. How'd that feel to get that first win?
Honestly, it feels amazing, you know, like everything felt great considering we started the start of the year without anything, and now we're here winning races. It feels amazing. So yeah, the chassis was good. Big thanks to SODA USA and PK Sports, D2 Motors. Everything felt really good, and yeah, couldn't thank them as much.
Now shifting focus to the X30 side of things. I mean, you've been fast all weekend long. We saw you in the heat race kind of put a challenge up there to Oliver Hodgson for a few laps. What do you think you can find here in this final to get that little bit extra just to get yourself to the top step?
Well, I'm starting on the outside, so I need a good start first of all, and then after that we just got to see how the race plans out. You know, anything could happen. He could make a mistake, I could make a mistake, anything. So I'm just hoping that it all goes clean, no crashing, and we all go to the front and battle it out on the last lap for the win.
All right, Harley Keeble, he'll start outside front row, see what he can do here in an exciting X30 Pro final coming up shortly. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery, and I'll tell you, we've got ourselves a battle at our hands. This is the 1, 2, 3 right here, 4th not even that far back. Luis Gauthier dropping down to a 58.9. Quinones and Gouache closing up on the leader right now. Quinones almost made a move by Gouache a couple of laps ago, but had to check up, and it's taken a while for him to spool back up and close up. But Michael Gouache on those tires that are 8 laps newer, starting to put the pressure here on Gauthier. 58.973 rather. He's over a second off the pace he laid down this fast lap. So this is the top 3 drivers of Master Shifter, and we're not done at all. Luis Quinones trying to see if he can't find his way back through. I believe he's probably the fastest driver on the racetrack, a 57.630. His fast lap 0.3 quicker than that of Gouache. But Michael Gouache going to go around the outside, and he's going to flat drive by Gauthier, and so does Quinones. So Michael Gouache on the Maranello going to P1, Quinones into 2nd. You'll wonder if there's an issue for Luis Gauthier. So up front right now, it is Gouache leading, Gauthier 2nd, Quinones in 3rd, Fige in 4th. Back down to pit lane with Senna Van Walstein.
Here in pit lane with Senna Van Walstein. A tough break in that Pro Shifter final, but it's looking a lot better heading into this one, starting into P3. What can you do, and what happened in that last race?
Yeah, in the last race we had a brake failure. Left front wasn't working all race, and then in the end it just came off and lost all pressure on my brakes, so I had to retire, unfortunately. Speed was looking actually really good, just apart from the brake. I make some mistakes. So yeah, but now starting P3 in the pre-final looked quite good, speed. Hopefully we can keep up as well now and see what we can do.
Do you have any sort of game plan heading into this race? What's the idea? What's the mentality to get yourself up there and get that win in this final?
It's a little bit difficult to say. On one side you want to stay behind because the draft is a lot here. On the other side you burn the tires much more in front when you're staying close behind somebody. So yeah, just heading into the race, hopefully we can work something out with the keyboard. And yeah, we are doing our best.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Senna. Back to you.
Thank you, Simon. Appreciate that. Again, Senna giving us a little insight into the brake issue that he had in that Pro Shifter main event. The speed was there. As you see on screen, as we had that interview down from pit lane, Luis Gauthier indeed slowing, as I had said, wondered if there was an issue, and we indeed saw that. He's off the racetrack, some kind of a mechanical for Luis Gauthier, the PSL karting Barrel machine. That leaves 3 on the racetrack: Gouache, Quinones, and Fige. And we'll see whether or not Luis Quinones can find a way by. I'll tell you, Michael Gouache has got good speed. We know he has the little extra rubber as well. Here comes Quinones, thinking about the inside. Not quite there. And again, Michael Gouache holding that Maranello up front. Still a long way to go. 9 laps remaining here in the main event for the drivers in Master Shifter, the category brought to you by International Motorsport. X30 senior drivers on the grid getting set to go. Let's head back down to pit lane, folks. More interviews with drivers here at X30 Senior.
Thanks, Rob. Standing down here in pit lane with Joe Turney, yesterday's X30 Senior final winner. A tough break in the pre-final early for him today. Has all the speed, but not the starting position. What's the idea heading into this one?
It'll be nice to start from the inside. P15's a lot better. So yeah, we were in 8th in the pre-final and got caught up on the outside first corner. So made our way back through and start 15th now.
All right, what's the game plan heading into this? Obviously, you're used to starting a lot farther up than this, now deep in the midfield. How do you plan to survive this first lap and transfer it into a good result at the end of the day?
Oh, we'll see. As I said, inside should be a bit safer than outside. So see how the first 2 corners go, and we'll see from there.
And last question, we saw you were pushing hard to make those spots back up in the pre-final. Do you have any concerns about having used a lot of tire there versus conservation, having run the same set for pre-final to the final? What's your take on that? How do you think the tires are going to stand up for this final?
I think they're fine. They're fine.
Awesome. Well, you heard it from the man himself. Good luck, Joe.
So yeah, that's the call there from Joe Turney. Remember that pre-final, he got shuffled off, was almost up and over. Luckily not to flip that cart, came back down, was able to work his way back forward to 15th position. And again, yeah, everything's going to be fine. He obviously was able to take care of those tires coming through the field. The drivers that he was back with, he knows he had the pace, able to get the runs done. And again, for a driver of his pedigree, able to make good moves and get by. We'll see what happens when we go main event racing. 15th is a tough place to start, as he said. Here comes Quinones. He's thinking about the bottom line again. No. And Gouache crowds him down to the inside. Still lots of racing to come. 13 laps down, 7 to go here in Master Shifter. Robert Fige not that far back either. 2.2 seconds is all that separates first all the way back to thirds. We've got these 2 drivers battling it out. Quinones got the win yesterday. Gouache, though, all up on him right now, trying to find a way by. Again, 7 laps remain. It'll be 6 laps to go when they get back around. Again, X30 senior drivers getting ready to fire themselves back up. But yeah, right now, Michael Gouache doing a great job trying to hold off Quinones, but he's still right there. Quinones looking to the inside once again. Great battles back and forth.
Right, and we're so thankful here from the commentary side to have Michael Gouache be able to use that tire strategy to his advantage here by backing off, pulling in early in that pre-final. That said, it plateaus over time. Eventually that advantage goes away, and we're seeing that as here comes Quinones for the lead into turn number 1. He'll go through, and Luis Quinones on that Musgrave Racing Company factory cart waited, let the tires fade, managed his equipment, and now with 6 laps to go, Luis Quinones shows the way on that Miami SSC 175. Michael Gouache led as much as he could after going through to the lead on that SRP factory race team Maranello, but he's back to P2. Robert Fige is third. As Rob mentioned, problems for Luis Gauthier. Unfortunately, he is going to just have to suffer a 4th on a weekend that had so much promise. Qualifying on the pole, not one day, but both days. for Luis Gautier, and he ends up all the way down in the DNF section of the racetrack. 5 laps to go, this time by for Luis Quinones, and he tries to open the gap up and do another weekend sweep, just as we saw with Jacob Goulding, just as we saw with Lucas Palacio. Can Luis Quinones become the 3rd driver today to sweep the weekend's main event in his division in the International Motorsport Master Shifter class here aboard that American-made Musgrave Racing Company powered Factory Kart here to give Factory Kart their 3rd main event win on the weekend, back off of himself yesterday afternoon and Truly Adams in a KA100 Junior, and he's trying to do it again here in Master Shifter. 4 laps to go, folks. Go ahead and send your predictions in. We've got a lot of you tuned in here live, getting ready to watch this X30 Senior main event. Who do you think is going to take the top honor here in that final showing of the afternoon for the SKUSA Pro Tour here at Salt Lake City, Utah? It's just that one race left. 3 laps to go, or 4 laps to go next time by here as Luis Quinones rounds the final turn. You've got a lot of different drivers to pick from. Of course, Oliver Hodgson on that J3 competition comp cart rolls off on the pole. He said it would mean a ton. It's one of those accolades that is yet to touch his resume here to become a SuperKarts USA American National winner. He's an IAME International Final champion, multi-time British champion. He's yet to get that big-time American win here in the United States, and now on the Pro National calendar, he's got the best opportunity to do it that he has seen thus far, and hot off the heels of a drive from dead last to 5th yesterday, Oliver Hodgson is looking to go flag to flag here in that main event, but it's not going to be easy. The sun is shining now for the showers that came through earlier in the afternoon that really made that Pro Shifter and Mini Swift main event interesting to watch. We're back to a fully dry racetrack and back close on lap times, but how much of the rubber got washed away? Is there still the same level of grip on the racetrack, or do any setup adjustments need to be made? There's obviously no time left to make them because we're down to 3 to go as Quinones comes across the line here in the lead, with Gouache back in 2nd, and now out of view, Robert Fiege still in that 3rd position on the International Motorsport Master Shifter division. Robert Fiege, your reigning series champion. A couple more drivers here than last year in Utah as it's picked up a few more entries in Master Shifter, which is cool to see, and hopefully that will continue to blossom as we head to Newcastle Motorsports Park for the season finale at the end of July. Of course, for those of you that are watching Kart Chaser, well, you guys will be spoiled. We've got racing on racing on racing on deck here through the summer. You have this week here with the SKUSA Pro Tour. Then we get off the national scene to give you some grassroots regional action with the Ohio Sprint Series debut under the new branding for the first of their 3 rounds that we'll be covering next weekend. Then after that, back onto the Pro National scene with the U.S. Pro Kart Series, expected at 250 to 300 drivers to head into Newcastle, Indiana. And then after that, to the Texas regional scene once again with Amarillo Kart Circuit's stop of the 3rd of 5 regional championship rounds we have. The July round also, July month still keeps us busy. The next week to Stars Championship Series action from Pittsburgh. And capping off this 8-week stint that kicked off on Memorial Day weekend 3 weeks ago, we head to Mooresville, North Carolina for that IAME USA Grand National Championship at Trackhouse Motorplex, which should be always a good show. It is the Pro National All-Star race, if you will, that we get to have on the year. A non-points event, middle of the season, and some cool big money purses in those Friday and Saturday night shootouts for KA and X30 Senior. And then at the end of July, well, we pick back up again after 1 week off. We cap off this national season championship, the SKUSA Pro Tour here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. So it's a busy summer. We hope all of you here, if you're racing as well, are enjoying it and have been enjoying the coverage all day long. We're coming to the white flag, the final lap before X30 Senior heads on the racetrack. Luis Quinones has done a phenomenal job here. He continues to lead the way as they head down to turn number 1. And as we get set, those X30 Seniors here finally suiting up. We'll show you the grid in a moment with Hodgson, Harley Keeble, Senna Van Wallstein all up front. Joe Turney had to somehow nearly keep his kart on the ground, and it was 2 wheels up and biking fully sideways off a crash at the start of the pre-final. Well, he's been able to lock himself into a top 20 starting spot. How far forward can yesterday's winner march up through the grid. How about Ryan Norberg as well? Second place yesterday, was just mired in the midfield all the way through that heat race as well. He crossed the line just in the low teens, so he's got work to do. It could be a completely different looking podium than 24 hours ago for that Speed Concepts Racing X30 senior class. It will be the same looking podium in Master Shifter with this guy on top. Luis Quinones on the Musgrave Racing Company American-made factory kart wins in Master Shifter. Michael Gouache in the final few laps falls behind Robert Fige. He ends third, Robert Fige second, and again a DNF for Luis Gauthier. Now we switch our focus down to the grid, and let's take a look as Ready Racing has us just about set to go. Let's go through our starting lineup for the Speed Concepts Racing X30 seniors. As seen on screen there, Oliver Hodgson on that J3 competition factory comp kart gets to lead the field to the green. The Brit won the pre-final and qualified on pole in a tiebreaker against Senna Van Walstein. To his outside, Harley Keeble's already got his first American win earlier today in KA Senior. Could he double up here on Sunday on that PK Sports Sodi kart? He's locking in right now as he gets into the seat. Senna Van Walstein, you heard from him there. A left front brake failure took him out of pro shifter. He's trying to make up for that here in senior. And to the outside, Donovan Bonilla was the man on the move in the pre-final, and in his interview, he said he was saving tires. He ran down the top three by himself. Keep an eye on the number 380. Diego Ramos on the inside of row number 3. He's been a quiet, consistent guy, as well as Brandon Carr, who starts to his outside. And then you go back, Alessandro DiTullio starts exactly where he did in the heat race in 7th. Paulie Massimino, 8th. Frankie Mossman and Hannah Greenemeyer round off the top 10. Let's go back to row number 6. Mateus Morgado, the reigning world champ on the inside, the reigning American national champion Ryan Norberg on the outside. 13th for rookie Jesus Vasquez Jr., 14th for Gia Cicero. Back there in 15th here, trying to fire up is Joe Turney. It is a mad scramble around the Chad Duncan Racing Kart Republic because that engine will not fire. This is controversy. This is drama right here for Joe Turney, and it looks like they've got him fired up here as the grid releases, and we get set to go. X30 Senior, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. There goes Cooper O'Clair from the back of the grid. Let's go down here to pit lane. Simon Sykes, what do you got for us?
Talking with Ryan Norberg, starting deep in the field. Didn't seem too happy with his tires in the pre-final, said he was struggling to turn to the right. They've sided the tires. He's hoping for his luck to change here in the final. He's a little disappointed. Every time Joe has a bad race, it seems like he ends up having one too. So he's just looking to make some solid progress and hoping to turn his luck around from the pre-final.
Thank you, Simon. There you have it again. That's a good point. Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney have been around each other, either a bad race together or a good race together all year long. Let's go to Emery Leiter for one more pre-race report. Emery?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Talked to Oliver Hodgson just briefly before the start of this race. He felt really confident how his car was in the pre-final. A little bit concerned about how it will end up going at the tire wear, but ultimately feels pretty good about himself, as does Harley Keeble. Both your front row sitters feeling good heading into the final. Back to you.
There you have it. Both your front row sitters, the Englishmen, feeling good. But again, everybody worried about how long will their Avinco Reds last. Let's form them up on the front straightaway here, Rob.
I'm excited about this right now. Hodgson and Keeble front row, Van Walston and Bonilla row number 2. Lining things up. Time to go for the final race of this year's Spring Nationals. Hodgson, Keeble. Let's get ready to rumble here, folks. Coming up to the line, and we are green, green, green.
Down to turn number 1, Brandon Carr going to go to the high side. Let's see, can everybody make it out of the first turn here in the main event? Oh, up and up into the air for DiTullio for a second. A few more off. Donovan Bonilla went wide, and so did the outside lane. The inside group's got a big lead, and what a jump for Senna Van Walstein. He leads the way into the bus stop as we head through half a lap in.
You know, the outside is exactly what Joe Turney said to us in the pre-race interview. He was worried about being on the outside. They got hustled a bit coming out of turn number 1 and over to turn 2. But again, Van Walstein gets that whole shot. He goes to P1. Hodgson slotting calmly into the second spot as we're getting things rolling. I think that might be Ramos. Ramos up there into third, but he's battling out with Harley Keeble.
That was a lot of hand signals there back with Keeble saying, hang on, stay patient here. Let's keep these guys in sight. Everybody else here in this lead pack, watch Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg walk away with the race on Saturday. They don't want to let the leaders out of sight here today. It's a 7-car train down the front straightaway, and Oliver Hodgson is hungry. Here he comes for the lead. Not enough at the end of the front stretch, but DiTullio
and Mossman going to make up some spots.
Look at the tail of that group. It's Joe Turney up 8 spots. Turney up 8 spots. Hodgson to P1.
Hodgson with a move, and like you said, Joe Turney up. It's just turning up here for this X30 main. Diego Ramos followed him through. Oliver Hodgson caught Senna Van Walstein off guard. New leader, it's the Brit Oliver Hodgson through the bus stop.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Turney could not have asked for anything more up into 8th. That's going to give him a chance to challenge. But Hodgson quickly back to the lead as he wanted to get that comp cart back out front. Everybody lining things up. The Sody carts going side by side a little further back as well. They're jumping alongside DeTulio. Here comes, I think, Mossman into the fight here as well. Look at the scrap further back. And again, they're battling back and forth. Massimino's right in there as well in that LN cart. They are scrapping big time. I believe that's Crivelli potentially in there as well. What a scrap early on.
Yeah, Franco Crivelli with the best start he's seen all weekend so far on the International Motorsport Kart Republic into the top 10. Massimino was there, Bonilla was there. Jesus Vasquez Jr. is up a couple. Donovan Bonilla sets fast time, but the driver who started 4th is back to 11th at the end of the second circuit. So Oliver Hodgson now starting to settle in with 18 laps to go as we've spread apart a little bit up front. And the J3 competition comp cart leading the way over that PSL Bureau Art, the PK Sports Sody cart of Senna Van Walstein, and then the Prime Power Team Bureau Art of ADT, Alessandro DeTulio in 4th. Here comes Ramos.
Yeah, Ramos thinking about the inside coming into that hairpin. Not enough. I'll tell you, such a different view over the driver fairing today for Oliver Hodgson. Remember, he started in 31st as Van Walstein going back by Ramos there in the left-hander. But he had a 31st position start, passing guys left and right throughout a 20-lap race up to 6th. It is open racetrack for Hodgson right now. More than happy to let the guys battle behind him for P2.
Yeah, so with Van Walstein now into 2nd, Ramos says keep going forward, don't worry about it. Lee need to keep an eye on Hodgson as down the inside, Joe Turney, bottom of the frame, picks up another one. He gets by Frankie Mossman's Tesoro Raceworks CRG. And Joe Turney up to 6, just creeping his way up the order. And that's got to strike a little bit of fear to everyone on the fence if you're not a Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic fan.
Yeah, I just think that we've seen the tire management, how he did yesterday with Ryan Norbert, what he was able to do. And what you're going to see here, I believe, will be just a methodical run forward for Turney, right? He's going to be able to just plug it away, tick-tock his way forward. That's Keeble going by DeTulio, I believe indeed it is. Yeah, DeTulio going back a spot. Everybody's settling in now here. You see Mossman at the tail of that group. He's right behind Turney.
Ryan Norberg set the fast time of the race last time by. He's down in 12th. He's a little bit away from this lead group here, but Senna Van Walstein, I don't know if he's made any progress here on Oliver Hodgson out front. Let's see down the front straightaway. Ramos says, nah, you're not quick enough. I need to get back by, and that's a little bit tight as they go through. Keeble follows into 3rd, and Van Walstein back to 4th. He blocks there to kind of keep the rest of the crew behind.
As Andrew, you 100% know Ramos was seeing what was there. Like, no, we can't do this. We can't let him pull away up front. You're not getting the job done, as you had said. I can do this. Let me get back to P2. We're going to chase this guy down. The comp cart out front. The Burrell Art now runs in 2nd. Keeble 3rd. Van Walstein in the 4th spot. And again, fast time last time by, as Xander had mentioned, was Ryan Norbert. Potentially reeling up now, right half a second behind his teammate Donovan Bonilla. That could be a couple of RPG drivers hooking up to try to get back into the top 10.
Harley Keeble, man on the move, as well as ADT going by. Everyone shuffled Senna Van Walstein to the back. Problems for Senna here. It looks like he's got either dirt on the tires or potentially a problem forming as he's all the way back to 8th. Here comes Massimino for that spot to move him back to 9th. As on the front stretch, Turney with a run on DeTulio. Does he go? He does. Looking for position number 4. Joe Turney is through.
What did I say? Methodical run to the front here, step by step, just chipping away at it, one driver at a time for Joe Turney. Again, 2 times a winner already here on the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. Will very likely be your point leader heading into Newcastle in the Summer Nationals, rounds 5 and 6 in July. He is working his way forward in that Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic machine, not turning times that's going to blow anybody out of the water. He's not going purple. He's just picking them off right now, trying to get himself up down. Next to Diego Ramos.
Now I gotta say, Ryan Norberg, about midway through last year, the target on his back became so big that everybody was doing anything to keep him behind. No one's really been too bad like that with Turney. In fact, Norberg probably gave him a lot more respect than maybe he should have in yesterday's main by just following on the 1 or 2 opportunities he had to pass him back. As Turney gets higher up the grid, do you think these guys let him go? I think he might get let by Ramos here as he goes to the inside for 3rd, and he does.
but up for the lead. I would be very, very surprised to see Harley Keeble or Oliver Hodgson let Joe Turney pass and not mount an instant counterattack.
I would agree. There's no way. I'm surprised. I think Ramos figures he's going to use him to potentially work forward, or he sees the fact that Turney is that much faster. But, when you're third, fourth, fifth, it's a different deal, right? It's going to be a long race. Take care of your tires. Maybe I can be good at the end. But, yeah, there's no way Keeble's going to make this easy. And if he does, like you said, immediately strike back. It's got to be a little contact. You do what you got to do. But right now, Turney reeling things back in. Norberg has got by Bonilla, moved Norberg up to 11th.
Yeah, Norberg has the fast lap. He's still kind of backed in traffic, about 3 seconds off the lead. But the leaders are going to back up pretty soon, I feel like, Rob, because Oliver Hodgson's lead is evaporating. Harley Keeble is on the way forward here on that Sodi kart. He's tracked him down a tenth a lap the last few laps. Turney 0.2 better than Hodgson, a tenth better than Keeble that time. So Harley Keeble is there. Does he go here? Turn 2, not enough. Coming out of the corner, Oliver Hodgson holds, but he's not going to be able to run that normal line without pressure for much longer because Keeble is coming.
Yeah, in the last lap, Keeble more than a tenth of a second faster. Both those drivers set their best lap of the race on lap 6, weren't able to improve on lap number 7. Now you wonder whether or not the tires hitting that peak. Is it going to start to nose over a bit here? Look at the pressure Keeble's putting on. Expect to move to the bottom here. Keeble throwing the Sodi kart to the bottom, and indeed, we have a new leader. And again, Hodgson, the veteran, no need to force the issue there. He made the move, dived through. He knows he's got guys coming, and if Keeble's faster, I'll use him. Get that draft up the front straightaway. So a new leader, Harley Keeble, going to P1.
Oh, a little bit of a hiccup there for Keeble already. That might make Hodgson want to go back by him. He checks the gap back, sees Joe Turney on the way. He's had plenty of races against Joe Turney back home in the United Kingdom. And so for the 3 Brits, 1, 2, and 3, with Diego Ramos back in the 4th spot, Harley Keeble was kind of in the younger age bracket, always an age division down before Hodgson and Turney moved on. Turney over to the international stage. Hodgson in recent years over here to America. Harley Keeble moving to the international stage, and then now here to the United States. But now they're all together again, and Harley Keeble is taking 2 guys he's probably watched race growing up to school at the moment.
Keeble leading the way, but here comes Hodgson back down. He'll return the favor over in the right-hand hairpin once again. So again, Keeble slotting back into second, exactly what Hodgson did, but all those 2 passes, slowing both those drives out of those corners, has brought Turney right to the rear bumper. So 1, 2, 3, stack them and pack them. We'll put lap number 9 in the books, closing it on the halfway point. It is Hodgson, Keeble, and Turney at the line.
Here comes Keeble back to Hodgson. What does he do in 1? He'll push him for the moment. Turney closes in. Joe Turney has so much roll speed through turn number 1. He actually got into the back bumper of Keeble, and he started the end of that brake zone a car length away. It's incredible how much he's able to carry through the center of these high-speed corners compared to some of his competitors. As they go to the bus stop here, you see also further back, 4th, 5th, and 6th are getting together. Frankie Mossman's gone up to 4th. Ramos has faded back to 5th, and DiTullio is there in 6th as well.
Oh, come on, give Frankie Mossman a race. Give him 1 result on the weekend. It's been so tough for him. Keeble back to the lead. Again, everybody making the move in the hairpin. Hodgson holds the spot. Here comes a big wide run around the outside. Is he going to make a lead for the contact? Contact between the 2, and Hodgson will take it.
I don't think Keeble even knew Turney was there, but he had such a rocket ship run. He went through the dirt, and we've just like that got 6 now here for the lead at the halfway mark. Oliver Hodgson, your leader. Turney looks back, says, don't worry about it, let's go. Keeble says, no, I'm going to follow, and he forces Turney to defend a little bit there in 1, and Oliver Hodgson gets a 2-car length lead.
Xander, I can't believe he tried the full outside run there, almost got it done. I think you're right. I don't think Keeble figured he was there at all. The contact set them both off, and Hodgson taking full advantage of that, tuck it to the inside. He pulled through it again, as you said. That brings Ramos, Mossman, and DiTullio back into the fight.
Yeah, Diego Ramos there was so close early and then just kind of went away here as we got to the midsection, but now he's a factor again. And you know who's loving this? Don't look now. That number 1 plate is 7th. He's got the fastest lap. Ryan Norberg is 2 seconds away from this leader.
It was 3.5. Now it's 2.2. Norberg going by Jesus Vasquez Jr. And last time by, he was 0.4 faster than DiTullio. So indeed, Norberg on the roll right now on the Rolls Performance Group Cosmic. He's not into the screen as of yet, but wait, folks, there's lots of time to go. We're going to put lap number 11 in the books, 9 laps remaining. Here comes Norberg.
That time by a 58.99 for Norberg, a 59.2 for Hodgson, a 4 for Turney, a 4 for Keeble. Ryan Norberg is the fastest man on the racetrack right now here. He's worked on everything to conserve the tires. He said the only place Joe really gets him is those last 5 laps. But right now with 9 to go, make it 8 to go, he looks a little bit better than everybody. So maybe if he can work his way through this group here, Ryan Norberg can finally get the job done here in 2023.
And I think that's the key, right? There is a lot of work to be done. He's got a fast kart right now. There's a couple places you can make moves. When he gets there, he's got to be tidy. He's got to get the job done quickly. But he does have a lot of work to do. He's got to hope he's not going to get challenged back too much because there is time to get the job done. He's got the speed. But again, 7th spot, 6 drivers to get to the front. He needs them to race. And right now, a decent little advantage for Hodgson over Turney.
And we talk about the manufacturer race, Rob. You've got 6 different manufacturers in the top 7. It does not get better than that. That is one of the coolest parts about our sport right now is how competitive it is at the front of the field, how many top-level guys we get to see go at it each and every weekend we're on the national tour. And right now, we're watching some of the best in the world lead the way. Oliver Hodgson over Joe Turney and Harley Keeble with 8 laps to go. We've still got more racing to come. Let's see the laps on update. Hodgson a 59 flat, Keeble and Turney at 58.9s. Norberg, he was catching up, another 58.9 for him as well. That group 4th, 5th, and 6th, they were slowing, so Turney's closing in. We don't want to look away, but they're going to pass back behind him.
Yeah, and indeed, Norberg was about a half a second faster than Mossman. He's there right now. He's at the tail of that next group. So 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th are together. Mossman's at the tail. That's DeTulio, Ramos, Mossman, and Norberg, and there's Norberg right there. That's the battle right now. Just at 4th back to 7th. Let's see if Norberg, as I said, when he gets there, he's got to pull the trigger. He can't waste any time. There are only 7 laps remaining. Norberg closing up on Mossman.
And he needs a battle up front because this group has lost touch already with the top 3. Here he is on Mossman, not close enough in turn 2. Stays narrow there. Maybe something at the end of the back straightaway for flying Ryan Norberg coming through the bowl here this time.
Indeed, that's what he's got to do. There's 2 places, obviously, to make the overtakes. One in turn number 1, one at the end of the back straightaway into that right-hand hairpin. You can make something happen potentially. We've seen some guys do it over in the left-hander as well. But Norberg's got to get essentially a pass a lap. He's going to go to the inside now on Mossman. Mossman lets him go, hiking that inside rear tire. And yeah, look at Norberg's like, listen, I got the hot rod. Stay with me. We'll go to the front, Fast Frankie. Work with me right now, and we're going to the front of this grid. Let's see whether or not Mossman can work with Norberg.
We saw ahead of them as well, the Burrell Art boys change positions there, and there's been a change for the lead. Joe Turney, your new leader, down to turn number 1. Harley Keeble applying pressure. He's going to force Turney to the low side. Look at the run Keeble gets. He's nearly ahead in 1, and now Hodgson trying to get in on it. Turney gets clear by the end of the corner. Hard, clean racing, and this is what Ryan Norberg and the rest of that group needs to get back into the fight.
And listen, those guys gave each other room on the exit of that corner. We see a couple guys get together doing that. You see Hodgson, he saw where he was. He backed out of it a little bit, I think, knowing that he did not want to force the issue there. Still 6 laps remaining, 6 laps to go.
Yeah, 6 laps to go. Oliver Hodgson all over Harley Keeble, but they got to be careful. They know how good Joe Turney is at the end of these. They can't let him get too far away. Hodgson through, Keeble crossover. Is he going to let him go? He lets him go there. Says, go back. We can't let the 307 get away again. Oliver Hodgson, what do you have left in it? Can you track back down your fellow countryman Joe Turney, who's trailed you all race? Norberg's got another one. He got by DeTulio this lap. He's to 5th. 5 laps to go, 7 cars together here in X30 Senior.
Norberg needs 1 kart per lap to put himself at the front when the checkered flag flies. He's P5 right now, getting by DeTulio. It'll be Ramos up next on the Burrell Art for PSL Karting. Can Norberg get the job done again, heading down the back straightaway into the right-hand hairpin? Right now, Hodgson trying to do the same thing. As Xander said, it's his critical time right now. You cannot let Turney pull away, and Hodgson knows it, as does Keeble.
Turney not as good over Hodgson as he was over Norberg yesterday in that first sector. It's going to force him to come under fire down the backstretch. Hodgson's close, and Turney covers it off low. Keeble going high side, low side. Look at Hodgson, he's close enough in the left. Turney's all the way on the low side. Norberg for 4th, and look at Keeble to the high side, but Ryan Norberg up a spot. That's another 1 per lap as they head to the S's. He's up to 4th now here from 12th on the grid.
This is magical right now here at X30 Senior to cap off this year's Spring Nationals. Norberg who has been so great here in years past. Almost won yesterday, didn't quite do it. He'll run to the bottom of the racetrack. He needs Ramos to come with him. New leader coming out of turn number 1, and it's going to be Turney back to P1.
Turney able to hang on. Harley Keeble tried to Superman it on the outside of him, and Norberg get together. They're coming out of 2. Norberg gets through to 3rd. Harley Keeble gets thrown to the wayside. Here comes the cavalry. Mossman into the 5th position. Or 4th position for Mossman. Ramos is there, and oh man, Harley Keeble, he almost got it done on Joe Turney on the outside, but look at this. Hodgson is still there. Here he comes. Oliver Hodgson to the lead in the hairpin. They're going to drag race to the double left.
This is what Norberg needs, and he's bringing Mossman along. He told him to come for the ride, and he's doing that right now. Mossman up into 4th. 3rd is Norberg. Norberg right there on Hodgson now. It's still Turney up front. But we got ourselves a battle here. It'll be 3 to go this time by. Who's going to come home on the top of the podium here today? Norberg trying to get up on it. Let's see if Mossman works with him. Mossman needs to stick with him right now as Norberg's the fast driver. Mossman going to try to do the over-under. He's going to try to go around the outside, and he does. Mossman to P3.
Frankie Mossman's never won a SKUSA Pro Tour before, and he nearly gets into Oliver Hodgson. Backs out of it. Smart move by the youngster there. Harley Keeble back in the mix as he's all over Norberg's bumper. And that's given Joe Turney just a tick of breathing room. 2.5 laps to go. The fences are lined. Everybody wants to see this phenomenal battle go to its finish as we head down the back straightaway. Who pulls out of line? I don't know who's close enough. Norberg's going to come under pressure from Keeble. That's for 4th. No change. Keeble tries a crossover. Not enough. Over to the double left, but he's going to force Norberg to block low. Norberg's got to bank on a battle for the lead now to get back to it. That pass per lap now gets negated. And Frankie Mossman, who's never won on the senior stage. You've got 2 world-class drivers that have won countless times on the international level. Mossman has never done it, and he's in 3rd.
Here it is, folks. Kart Republic, Cobb Kart, CRG, Cosmic, Sodi Kart, Burrell. That's your front-running 6 drivers, 6 different chassis. What's going to happen here in the final couple of laps? 2 to go this time by. Hodgson's right there. Mossman's actually been able to gap a little bit here. There's a bit of breathing room between 3rd and 4th. Hodgson's right there. Keeble and I believe DeTulio able to get by Norberg as well. Here's your front running 3. And look out for Hodgson. Does he make the move coming into the back straightaway? Mossman's going to try to pull the trigger as well. Mossman's going to go high. Maybe an over-under. Not quite. As a big move to the inside. Defensive run down to the inside of the hairpin. Mossman looking for the over-unders. But Keeble's going to come in and fill the gap.
Harley Keeble surprised Frankie Mossman. He takes over 3rd, and Oliver Hodgson's got to get creative for the final lap. Joe Turney's just got to park that car on the white line and not let anybody go. It's 6 cars all together here with Mossman back to 4th. Norberg at the end of the train in 6th. DeTulio is in the mix there in 5th. Here we go to turn 1. To the high side goes Keeble. Mossman gives the bumper. Hodgson is through. Oliver Hodgson to the lead to turn 2. Keeble in the dirt. They're side by side, 3rd and 5th, and Oliver Hodgson leads the way to the bowl.
I think that's Ramos potentially, or DeTulio back into the 3rd spot. Hodgson though able to go back by. Can he bring it in? DeTulio into the 3rd spot. He's going to want to go by Turney as well. And look at Mossman back there, P4. Hodgson has a little bit of breathing room. Maybe 4 kart lengths. It may give him enough to do the full run through. No, he'll run a midline corner out of the hairpin. Turney is right there, as is DeTulio. Hodgson trying to bring it home for J3. A big wide run. Side by side coming out of the corner. Through the last couple of corners. One driver fully off the racetrack. Hodgson looks like he's got it. Last couple of corners. Capping off the Spring Nationals. The winner today in this X30 Senior is Oliver Hodgson.
Unbelievable. Oliver Hodgson pulls it off. Joe Turney, one last try at it. It was a wild ride for ADT, Alessandro DeTulio, through the dirt back there coming out of the double left. And then Norberg ends up in 3rd on the podium. What an impressive drive for him. An impressive drive for Joe Turney from 15th to 2nd. And that is a big points weekend here for Joe Turney on the Kart Republic. What a recovery. I mean, he was nearly up and on his head in that pre-final. He turns it around here in the main, gets a 2nd, nearly gets the weekend sweep. And Oliver Hodgson, what a performance. And the J3 Cobb Kart boys, they have got to be stoked. It is their first SKUSA Pro Tour win in a long time. One of their first ones in the X30 Pro Senior class. Oliver Hodgson's first American National. This is special.
What a weekend for this guy. 31st to 6th yesterday, started on pole, got roughed up, got in the middle of a fantastic battle, ends up coming away with the win. The comp card, the flow, on top of the podium. What a drive for Hodgson. Turney up 13 spots. 15th up to 2nd for Joe Turney. What a drive for him for sure. And again, Ryan Norberg, we saw him work his way forward, got himself up there, was looking like he may have the hot rod to go for the race win. He ends up having to settle for 3rd. Still an overall good run. Good weekend for Ryan Norberg, 2nd and 3rd. That'll help him in the points. Frankie Mossman, though, finally, that one result that he's been looking for. He's been roughed up. He's been off the racetrack. Mossman there with elbows up. A fantastic job for him as he's able to come home with a strong 4th place finish.
Well, there's a look here on your scale line. Harley Keeble, man, what a unfortunate end. He gets the worst of it out of that lead group, ends up in 7th. Senna Van Wallstein, he fell all the way down to that 13th position. Just a main event to forget, an afternoon to forget for Senna Van Wallstein after so much promise early on in the weekend. Let's go all the way back to the man there getting congratulations from his young teammate in Cooper Eau Claire. Oliver Hodgson is your winner here on Sunday at the Superkarts USA Pro Tour. And here he is chatting with his young mentee, I guess, his protege in Cooper Eau Claire as well. Whoa, we got some problems. Senna Van Wallstein and Hannah Greenemeyer are not happy with each other right now, Rob.
Yeah, indeed. Let's talk about Hannah got roughed up pretty good there yesterday. We saw this happen. I believe it might have been Keeble that took her off the racetrack.
No, it was Wallstein.
Oh, was it Wallstein?
Van Wallstein with one of the worst Euro swerves I have seen took her off the racetrack there. That was brutal yesterday. And then today, it looks like they must have run into each other again.
And that is race director Bo Barfield out there right now talking to Hannah Greenemeyer. She is not pleased at all with what we saw on the racetrack again. She said yesterday in the interview with you guys as well, Xander, the worst race in terms that she's had in her career in terms of how rough it was out there.
Yeah, unfortunate for Hannah Greenemeyer. Not the result that she wanted here. She was so fast here this weekend. Bo Barfield kind of trying to calm her down. And, I mean, understandable. It is hot. It is heavy here. And everybody has been going at it all weekend long, and she just obviously had another run in there with Senna, so not the day that Hurricane Hannah was looking for. Let's see, she finished all the way down in 28th. It must have happened late in the race there, and it did with about 5 laps to go. She was right around Van Wallstein in the lower teens, and they came together for the 2nd day in a row in the main event.
When it happens twice in a row, that's really going to push you over the boiling point. I know she was not happy at all with the Euro swerve she had to deal with, the contact happening coming out of the left-hander and through the S's there yesterday. That was, of course, right on the screen, right on the Kart Chaser coverage. So she was not pleased with that. If it happened again, no doubt that we're having issues there. And she stormed her way up from the tail of the grid. Not happy with that at all. One driver that will be happy, however, is Oliver Hodgson as he gets that win over Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg. Again, heated times at the end of our final race of this year's Spring Nationals. I will say, and here talking to a couple of the team owners yesterday afternoon, that, man, it maybe was a little rough out there this particular weekend, but there he is right there. He's a happy guy. He's hanging out of it. Yeah, big smile out of you there, Oliver Hodgson. Congratulations. Well done.
Yeah, what a performance here for the J3 competition driver, Oliver Hodgson. Again, still a stellar weekend here from Joe Turney, as to be expected. If he doesn't get crashed out on any of these weekends or breaks, he is a driver that has walked away from hardware. One of the only ones that can say at every single start he's had here this year. That is an impressive record for Joe Turney as we go back to the back of the grid. There is on the final lap also some issues for, unfortunately, Mateus Morgado. What a promising start to the weekend he had going back to yesterday morning, and then today just couldn't seem to fight his way out of the midfield, unfortunately. He gets involved in some late race carnage that takes out the reigning world champion.
Well, I'll tell you, if we wanted some fireworks to wrap up this year's Spring Nationals, we certainly got it. That was just some amazing racing out there. Up front, we saw it. Obviously, a little rougher, as Hannah Greenemeyer would attest, a little further in the pack. But up front, we saw these drivers slicing and dicing. We got sliders. We got drivers running defensive, over-under moves. Some drivers making big outside moves as well that stuck, which was surprised me. But all in all, we saw some really deserving winners here today to cap things off. Round number 4, Xander, of this year's Superkarts USA Pro Tour. Just 2 more rounds to go. July at Newcastle Motorsports Park. But again, just some good racing, and we're seeing the championships tighten up as we expected.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely going to be shaken up quite a bit coming out of Salt Lake City, Utah, Rob. So much to break down from this one. Again, we got to make sure we give it love. Morgado, it was on the cool-down lap, actually.
Oh, right, you're
Morgado
right.
was 8th across the line, so he broke on the cool-down lap. And I don't know what happened there to the 362. I think that's why we saw Simon Sykes at the bottom of our screen going down to try and catch up with him. We'll see if we can talk to our top finishers. There are a lot of storylines coming out of this one, folks. Don't go anywhere. A lot to break down after this X30 Senior main event. Welcome back to Utah Motorsports Campus. Of course, my name's Xander Clements alongside Rob Howden. After what we were talking during that commercial break, might just be one of the best races of the year so far in X30 Senior. So much to take away from it, obviously. Congratulations to Oliver Hodgson. We're going to chat with him in a moment, but man, so much stands out.
What I like was the fact that they were just always going after each other. Once we got past that halfway point, if there was an opportunity, they were doing it, right? If you're running the low line, guys were going high side. We saw some big runs around the outside. But drivers were giving each other room as well. We saw that one time coming out of turn number one where they were really on top of each other. Hodgson kind of backed up on Keeble a bit. That could have been ugly, but it ended up being a pretty good run through that corner.
Well, we got to hear it from his point of view. Oliver Hodgson is finally a main event national pro level winner here in the United States, and the world-renowned driver is standing by here with Emery Lida.
Oliver Hodgson, SKUSA Pro Tour 2023 Utah winner. How does it feel?
It feels fantastic. It's it feels like a long time coming, and honestly, this is a track I've not gone well at before, so it feels like a big move to pull it off at this place.
Yeah, and it was a really, really touch and go race there. I mean, the last 10 laps basically seemed like every lap, whether it be you, Harley, or Joe working together, kind of making passes at pretty much every opportunity. Just walk me through your mindset there when it came down to the last 5 laps or so, and you kept kind of shuffling between second and third.
Yeah, it was exciting because kind of any opportunity we were going. Credit to Keeble there for trying to keep the race open because he allowed me really to attack Joe. And yeah, we were fortunate coming onto that last lap because it all stacked on the inside, and then I was very fortunate to be the first kart that could turn. But I'll take it. It was fun the whole way. Yeah, my mindset really was always trying to how can I put a move in and cause a gap. I'm sure all 3 of us were thinking the same thing, but we couldn't shake each other.
Yeah, and talking about the big picture here, I mean, this has been a bit of an up and down year for you guys so far, but just tell me about what this means for you guys with J3 and ComCart and continue to develop your program. I mean, obviously you work with a lot of young drivers here full time, but like what is this going to do for you going forward in terms of just continuing to build that confidence and get the program going?
Yeah, I think I came here for a reason, to be around these people, so I always thought we could do something special. So yeah, it feels like the start of that, all the workings, all the cogs and the meshing together and the puzzle pieces coming together for some more consistency at this level.
All right, Oliver Hodgson, an incredible day, 1 pole, won the pre-final, and in a thrilling final, he comes out on top. Back to you guys, Xander.
Thanks, Emery. There you see it. I mean, just, you can see how much elation is there for Oliver Hodgson. What this, can do for a program like that. They brought him over, like he said, to elevate himself, and he came over here because he really wanted to work with those guys as well.
He works obviously with Stefani and the Giacomellis at J3 competition. They do a lot of work with driver development as well. And, the karting academy that they have, of course, they're a part of a couple of different programs. But to have a driver of his talent and pedigree here is just great for J3, great for ComCart as well. And that's still going to start paying off. When you see a driver like that be able to get a result, the one he's been looking for a while, it's going to be big, I think, for that team, bringing more young drivers into it.
It's been a trying few years, but they've got one here, and plenty more probably starting to get their way. For a driver that was close, and what an incredible run through the field here, Ryan Norberg comes up 2 spots shy of getting all the way to the top step. A 3rd place result for Flying Ryan. He's down with us on pit lane as well.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm sure if you came into the day and realized that you ended up with a 3rd place at the end, you probably wouldn't have wanted to take it. But after the qualifying, after the pre-final, it sure must be a little bit satisfying to get up there into the podium position.
Yeah, I mean, today's been rough. We had something go on with a tire, I think. We swapped sides with one of the tires, and that's what really helped us out a lot. I mean, we're struggling turning to the right, and this track's majority right-handers, so yeah, that helped a lot, switching the tire to the other side. But it was a good final. I mean, we were coming through. We had speed. I mean, the whole kart was fast. It's frustrating. Some of these younger guys don't know what they're doing, and they're, just running into you constantly.
Yeah, and once you caught up to that group, I mean, you're coming from 7th, I believe, at the time. You catch a big group from probably 3 or 4 seconds back. You know that they've been battling extremely hard even before you got on the scene. What sort of mindset did you take to kind of try to carve as much as you could out of it?
Well, I mean, you're trying to stay clean. I mean, we got these drop downs. You don't want to get a drop down, so you're trying to stay out of it. But, you start catching these guys, you pass them, and you're like, you can see the leaders are blocking. They're running the white line everywhere. And all it takes is for them to get together, and you can over-under them pretty quick. But every time I get into 3rd, they just dive bomb you, pod you off the track. It's like we have an opportunity to go, and they don't want to do it. I mean, Keeble was not even close to me, and he's just driving into my side pod just to push me off the track. Like, it's ridiculous. It's just stupid. You're not going to catch anybody doing that, and you're going to lose a race. And yeah, that's what happened. We ended up so far back. They were side by side the last couple of corners. We couldn't do anything about it. So yeah, it's frustrating. I mean, we had such a good run, but you got these guys that don't think enough to try and catch the leaders.
And you come back to Newcastle in 2 weeks. I mean, that's a track that as well you have a lot of the same stuff that could end up happening. But on the positive side, I mean, you looked like you found a good bit of pace from maybe a little bit of a trying Friday. So what sort of positives can you take from this weekend?
Oh, well, I think we figured some stuff out with the long run pace. I mean, I definitely was trying some different things throughout the day to keep the kart underneath me and save the tires for the end, so we could finally match pace with Joe and the leaders. And to be fair, I think we did. I mean, they were racing a good, latter portion of the race, but up till then we were a lot faster. I mean, we were catching everybody. We were gapping the guys that we were passing, and so speed was really good at the end of the race, which is just what we're looking for. So that's definitely a positive. And yeah, Newcastle's a good track for us.
All right, Ryan Norberg, the results won't be quite what he was hoping for this weekend, but still showed a lot of pace and a lot of development. So we'll see what he can do up in Newcastle. Back to you guys.
There you go from Ryan Norberg. So you hear it, obviously, frustration in his voice. That's one end of the story there in that one, Rob.
Well, listen, he was keeping it real, right? Obviously not very happy with the way these guys were kind of driving him out there. He was really one of the great storylines. Things were kind of calm at one point when Ryan started rolling his way up from where he was, P9, putting down fast laps. We weren't sure if he was going to be able to get there. 3.9 seconds back at one point, then it was 2.2. And then all of a sudden, he was at the tail of that lead group, worked his way forward. And again, I think when you're a guy like Ryan who's got so much experience and you expect to be driven cleanly, and you don't, and you get roughed up on a regular basis, you just don't like that. You kind of, it kind of gets under your skin a bit, and you could hear it in his voice. I think he figured maybe he and Keeble probably could have been P1 and P2, but they weren't because they just weren't working together.
Yeah, and that's the second time they've come into each other in the SKUSA Pro Tour. You think back to Orlando when he broke, that was off of contact of Keeble pushing him off, and then the chain broke. So go from Ryan Norberg. How about Joe Turney? Man, it's a good weekend. It might feel bittersweet today. Let's hear what he thinks about it.
Thanks, Xander. Standing down here with Joe Turney, the other hard charger of this race. Obviously, Ryan coming from a long way back. Joe Turney starting 15th, finishing second. Take me through the race.
A good start. We started inside this time, not like the pre-final, so we made up quite a few spots in the first turn. Managed to get to the leaders like second, third of the race, and then when I hit the front, just didn't quite have the speed of yesterday. So with this wind and without that little bit of speed, I wasn't able to go away like yesterday. So then I had to block the last 3 or 4 laps, which normally I don't really like to do, but I tried to do it fairly and not too hard. But in the end, I just got moved out of the way in the first corner, so it's a shame. Yeah, I think we did a really good race up until our last lap. I held the brake as hard as I could, but I just got moved on, so unfortunately.
This time, after the pre-final, he got moved out of the way in turn 1. This time capitalizing on turn 1, making up almost 8 spots to put himself in a good spot to chase down the rest of the field throughout the race. Obviously, a really, really well done job throughout. Awesome race. Take me through the racing standards. Obviously, we've seen it's been a bit of a mess, a lot of heat of battle here and there. What's your take on it?
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's pretty dirty offline, so I can see that when people go offline here, they can not have grip or whatever for a few corners and slide and hit people, but some of the stuff is quite deliberate, like swiping people. Keeble swiped me as he swiped Norberg in the final as well, so yeah, it's not ideal, but that's how it is.
A bit bittersweet, but still a great drive nonetheless. Joe Turney coming all the way from 15th to finish second. Back to you.
Oh, interesting to hear as well. Joe Turney obviously not as happy with Harley Keeble. But also, again, we think back about that turn 1 incident. The whole field lined up. You heard from Hodgson. He was on the brake as well. He just was the first one that was able to get grip to the front tires and get the rear end back on the ground to rotate. Joe, leader of a 5-car train on the inside down the end of the front straightaway. It's no different than some of the starts before the pushback bumper penalties, and even with them now where the leader can kind of get moved out of the way.
Indeed. We saw a lot of drivers doing that. I will say exactly what we expect out of Turney, right? He was able to get cleanly from the inside. He was happy to start on the inside, 8 spots up, as Simon had mentioned there. And then, as I said, the methodical run forward. He's just such a tactician, right? Just worked his way forward, really good passes. He wasn't the guy doing the bump and runs. He was just taking over the corner. Own the apex, you own the exit, as I had talked about earlier. And again, the same thing, though. They're just guys that really weren't giving each other room, maybe showing a lack of patience. I think that's one of the things that Ryan was so annoyed about, was the fact that just some patience and working together, they would have been able to find themselves back to the front again. But again, overall, I think racing standards just weren't quite up to snuff here this particular weekend. But for us calling the races, it made things exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big part of it's a factor, right, that, you've got so many guys with the speed to win. Yeah. You just put too many guys on top of each other, and I think from there, right, we've had 15 different guys, nearly 20, trade the top 10 spots and one of the 4 sessions in that class throughout the day. And the same could be said for both of the KA junior and senior classes. It's harder to have that respect because, even if it's accidental or you get shoved into the guy and you get away and he goes to the wayside, there's not much you can do. And one guy goes dirty out of the 20, everyone's got to kind of play that game. They set the tone off one bad egg. You could have 19 clean drivers. One dirty one forces everyone to say, all right, this is how we're playing
It's
now.
the domino effect, right? Everybody starts doing it. I think you know who else made a good point about that? I think we talk about it being up front. If you're battling up front as you are and you're kind of making the moves that you do, Morgado talked about that fight. I think he was referring to kind of Frankie Mossman a little bit. They were running 10th place in the pre-final. Why are you trying to root me out, making a hip check running for 9th or 10th when you should be running up front? Morgado, again, is the guy expects to be up front. Everybody else scrapping to potentially be in the top 10, but I don't think he really liked that very much. And we're seeing some of that. Some guys deeper in the field, you're not racing for a win, you're racing for a top 15 finish. You can maybe be a little bit cleaner.
And I will say, the SKUSA Race Control, they've been pretty much on top of it here this week. Going back to that DiTullio-Morgado incident, I know talking with Alan DiTullio, he was a lot more relaxed, probably going into that main event. I can imagine knowing that Morgado got a penalty for getting into him. Yeah. Had Morgado gotten away with that deal, I could imagine those two teammates, that brouhaha could have gotten a little bit bigger. So
a little payback, right?
Yeah, it goes both ways. Obviously, the drivers got to respect each other. At a certain point, we're playing in the sandbox set by Race Control. We had a lot of new names join the field this week. And this is, again, only Harley Keeble, on one hand, the amount of national races he's run here in the States. Yeah. This is Senna Van Wallstein's debut. So we're bringing more and more guys in that haven't been racing around each other, as well as the standards we want here. So even with Race Control trying to clean things up, that changes things a little bit. For those of you that are watching here on Kart Chaser today, of course, coming up next here in just 6 days' time, we are on at Thompson Kart Raceway for the Ohio Sprint Series. We've got Newcastle Motorsports Park for the U.S. Pro Kart Series at the end of June. Then we have Amarillo Kart Complex for another regional event for the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And 2 weeks after that, or the next 3 weeks, we still have back-to-back racing. We have the Miami Grand Nationals, the Pittsburgh round of the Stars Championship Series, and, of course, at the end of July, at the end of this crazy summer stretch, it's that SKUSA Pro Tour finale. So as we look towards that, as we wrap up this weekend, Rob, closing thoughts for you.
Well, first and foremost, I think you guys are going to need a break sometime in October. You guys are going to sleep for probably a full week. There's no doubt about that because, man, that's a crazy schedule of all the coverage you guys are doing. Overall, again, with this particular racetrack, there's only a couple places to pass. I thought we saw some really good racing. I think we saw, and you and I liked it, a couple of drivers we haven't seen up front yet get that first big win. I always love when that happens, when you see the driver development, because really that a lot of the times that's what karting is about, right? Drivers developing, getting better, and we saw some of them kind of get to the forefront. And that always makes me feel good when we see drivers maybe on the podium for the first time or get that win for the first time. I was thrilled for Jacob Gulick. And for me, anytime it's an X30 senior race to see that many guys in that lead pack, it's just real pure hardcore racing. It may not have been all great racecraft, but the passion was there for it for sure.
They all wanted it, and today at the end of it, Oliver Hodgson wanted it the most to get it here. Congratulations again to Oliver Hodgson and the rest of our main event winners here. For Rob Howden with eKartingNews.com, for the SuperKarts USA crew, the Utah Motorsports Campus crew, and for myself, here's Andrew Clemens with Kart Chaser. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you guys when we go back live next Saturday.